Hello and welcome, guys. Make yourselves comfortable and enjoy. This is Affinity, Chaos. Chapter 1201. Somewhere in the city. The old man from before was sitting beside two others. I'm telling you, this kid is definitely loaded. But he's very powerful, I can't deal with him alone. He said to the other two. How will we track him down? One of the duo present asked. You don't have to worry about it. I can track him down. The moment you're ready, we can go after him. The old man answered. You said he was able to escape from you the last time? The other man asked. He's a space elementalist, you know how difficult they are to keep around, especially when they are stronger. The old man replied. Seeing their skeptical expression, he said, I can assure you, with you two, he stands no chance. The duo were a combination of two middle-aged men. All right, we accept. But we're taking 70%, you take the rest. One of them replied. The old man thought about it for a while and said, that's fine by me. The old man spoke with them for a while, telling them of Gray's abilities before leaving. Outside the building. The eyes of the old man showed pure hatred. I'll kill that little brat. He didn't come to these people because he wanted to take Gray's belongings, rather, he came here all for revenge. The fact that Gray not only almost killed him, but also taking his things was one that didn't sit right with him. The duo he came to ask help from were around the same level as himself. When fighting with Gray, he felt if there was another person in his cultivation stage, he was confident that they would be able to defeat him. With the duo, he was more confident that they would be able to kill him. Gray humiliated him, he would not stand for it. While the old man was thinking of how to get revenge on Gray, Gray and his group were going through the city. Given their normal ways, they started moving from one restaurant to another in hopes of getting good food. Gray had enough chaos stones to pay for their expenses. The city was very active even at night, and the group strolled through the entire city overnight. The next morning, the group left the city before daybreak. Their target left the city during the night, so they had to follow him. In the cave the old man stopped by. The old man and the duo who wanted to help him were currently seated, looking at a symbol on the earthen table in front of them. Is this accurate? Why is he coming towards us? One of the duo asked. I've used this for over 100 years, of course it's accurate. The old man replied. He couldn't help but look at the thing, stunned that Gray was coming towards him. What made him even more frightened is the fact that Gray was coming from the direction of the city he left. If this was what he thought about, then Gray was tracking him. Why is he tracking me? Does he want to take more things from me? The old man didn't think about it too much. He wasn't afraid. With the company by his side, he was sure they would be able to defeat Gray, no matter the tricks Gray uses. We should wait, I'm sure he's coming here. The one with a cold face among the duo said. The old man nodded, that was what he had in mind as well. Moving from here was of no use, so he decided to stay in the same spot. After some time, Gray's figure appeared in the area. I think you should take a look at. Oh, a welcoming party. Gray chuckled as he walked over. The three men stood up and faced Gray, who had two cute animals with him and a small girl. They didn't think Gray would come with such a lineup. The girl surprised the duo, but they were not too bothered about her. As long as they could get what they wanted from Gray, they were satisfied. The two small animals didn't even come to mind since they didn't sense anything from them, they were almost non-existent. The duo looked at him and one said, Kid, drop your storage ring and leave. All right. With a pleasant smile, he tossed a ring at the duo. The old man subconsciously retreated, not even daring to touch it. He knew what he experienced the last time Gray did something like this, and he didn't want to fall for it twice. Don't open it. He yelled after giving them some space. The duo, seeing his reaction, quickly understood there was another thing about this and quickly moved aside, dodging the ring. Ha ha, are you afraid of a common ring? Gray grinned, amused by the way they reacted to the ring. He knew the old man would be apprehensive towards it, but he never thought they would be this afraid of it. Thinking of it, he didn't expect much from the old man. This trick almost killed him the last time, and it was only a day ago. Only a fool wouldn't be scared if faced with such a situation again. Gray beckoned and the ring floated back to him. He picked it and a core appeared on his hand. The core exuded a pleasing aura, and the moment the duo saw it, they took a step forward. They knew what that was and how precious it was. The core of a snow armadillo was very precious in their world. The snow armadillo is the best light elemental beast in this place, and its healing capabilities were second to none. If one who is close to death consumes this, they would go back to normal. Gray played with it and kept it again. Are you sure you don't want the ring? The duo looked at each other. Why would you hand it to us without any struggle? I don't like fighting. I thought he was the only one here, hence I came. Gray pointed at the old man while speaking. After a while he added, with you two with him, I stand little to no chance against you three. Why stress myself and fight? The duo thought about it and nodded. They felt Gray's reasoning was accurate. All right, give us the ring. Gray smiled and tossed the ring to them, again. The old man looked at Gray. He could barely believe that Gray gave them his possession that easily. After encountering Gray, he didn't think the possibility of him being this reasonable was high. He believed Gray was only trying to trick them. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to find out. Don't believe him, he's very cunning. He warned the duo. The duo looked at the old man and nodded. They've worked with him before, and hearing him warn them meant that he was very apprehensive of Gray. They started to doubt his words. When he came to them, he told them that he almost killed Gray, although with the help of someone, but Gray managed to escape. However, since Gray appeared, the only thing they could see in his eyes was fear. Gray must have traumatized him, making him fear him this much. One of them grabbed the ring and brought out a pearly multicolored bead. While studying the bead, he felt a chill run down his spine and hastily threw it and the ring in another direction. Shockingly, he picked the side the old man was running in. Boom! The bead and the ring exploded out with a powerful attack. Along with the explosion was the shrill scream of the old man. He was clearly in pain after being covered by parts of the explosion. Gray chuckled when he saw this. Originally, the ring was not supposed to get to the old man, but he used the space element to make it move further at a faster pace. Before the old man could escape, he was caught in the explosion. You little brat. One of the duo said coldly. The way everything happened was by no means a coincidence. It was obviously all Gray's plans. The second the man who held the ring brought out the bead, sensed the danger and tried to throw it away, Gray opened a small spatial tunnel close to him and the ring entered. The ring appeared close to the old man who was already on the run. You want to set us against each other? You're still too young to trick us. One of the duo said. Gray shrugged, looking at the place where the explosion took place. He wanted to see if the old man would be injured or not. The explosion died down and the old man appeared before everyone. The sorry state of the old man made the duo shake their heads. They couldn't believe his state. Gray's attack was more than what they expected. Although they sensed the aura, but they felt it was not that strong. Chapter 12:02. You again? Gray remarked, and the old man who was trying to regain himself stumbled, almost falling to the ground. He understood the meaning behind Gray's words, hence his reaction. I'll kill you, even if it's the last thing I do. The old man said coldly. He turned to the duo. Of course he was a bit stumped by the reason why the ring and bead was tossed in his direction, but he wanted to deal with Gray first. After taking care of Gray, he would think of what to do to the duo. Help me take him down, he said to the duo. The duo nodded. The old man was already starting to show signs of healing from the injuries. As an elementalist grows in strength, their healing capabilities increases. From what Gray has read, those elementalists who had gotten to the god plane can even come back to life from a single drop of blood. It was no wonder those in the god plane were called immortals in all the books. Unfortunately, there are none of those immortals in the present world of Gray. Gray looked at the trio who wanted to fight against him. He didn't think the old man was a threat, and since he hadn't seen the duo display their abilities, he was clueless about what they were capable of doing. Do you need any help? Void asked, although he was not prepared to help, he just wanted to ask. No need, I'll be able to deal with them. Gray rejected his help, as he expected. Without waiting, he took Corey and went to the side to watch the battle. The bunny leader went with them. It doesn't involve itself in any battles from the start, so there was no way it would join in on this one. Gray focused on the battle ahead. The old man and the duo had already grouped together, preparing to attack. One of them made some seals and drew lines made of gold in the air. Gray felt his heart palpitate just from watching the lines come to life. At first, he thought it was something like what the old man did when he was fighting with him the previous time. At the end, he realized this was completely different. It was an array. For some reason, after the man completed the array, he felt himself being shackled, and moving seemed very difficult for him. He didn't think too much about it, but when he wanted to use the space element to move closer to them, he noticed the difference. He was unable to use the space element. He blocked the space here? He thought to himself. Since this person used this from the start, it meant that the old man must have told him about his abilities. This will not be easy. Gray thought to himself. The trio were prepared to fight with him, and since they knew of some of his abilities, they could neutralize some. One of the abilities Gray had grown used to when fighting was his space element. It was very vital to over 80% of his victory since acquiring it. Not being able to use it is bad news for him. Scales appeared on his body, and he exploded out with shocking speed. His target, the man with the scar in his neck. He was the one who created this array that blocked the space element. As long as he could take him out, then he would win. Gray appeared in front of the man in a flash and threw a blow. Just as the blow was about to hit the man, he didn't feel any sort of contact and knew that the man dodged the attack. Ooh? He was a bit confused since the man was still in front of him, but he soon understood. It phased through. This was an ability Gray was very familiar with. He occasionally uses it too. It was something from the space element. Now Gray understood why this man was able to completely seal the space in the area. He was also a space elementalist, and with that, he knew the ins and outs of the space element. Damn it! He couldn't help but complain. He left the man alone and tried to get the other man who came with this man. The old man hurriedly attacked, using the fire element to send out a snake that chased after him. The other man of the duo was a water elementalist. Seeing Gray come in his direction, the man created an ice dome to block Gray's attack before creating ice spikes around him, hoping to pierce Gray with one of them as he approached. Gray unleashed his fire domain, increasing the heat to the pick, and before he even got close, the water elementalist among the duo was open for him to attack. The ice dome the water elementalist created was useless against Gray's domain. The water elementalist was stunned when he saw this and couldn't help but freak out. He hastily created a stream of water and sent it to Gray. I think you should take a look at. Gray's domain made light work of the water and he was left defenseless against him. He didn't even waste any time and attacked, sending a blow in his direction. The blow was enhanced with all his elements. Although he wanted to fight them on his own, he still didn't want to take any chances. The opportunity presented itself for him to take one person out at the start, and he naturally wouldn't miss it. The water elementalist tried to block it with his hands, but when Gray's fist hit his arm, he was sent flying. The bones in his hand shattered from the start, not even giving him the chance to block. Luckily for him, he was able to use it to his advantage and keep his life. The slight delay he got from using his hands to block was enough for him to retreat. The fire elementalist and the space elementalist quickly came to his side before Gray could come close to him and end him. With the duo by his side, he started to heal, reforging his bones. The bones would not be as strong as they previously were since they were just destroyed, but after a few weeks of constant nurture, they can return to the previous state, stronger even. You little piece of shit. I'll kill you. He yelled in pain, exuding unbridled killing intent. Now, not just the old man wants Gray dead, even this water elementalist wants to kill Gray. Gray looked at him and felt a bit annoyed that he was unable to kill him. But he didn't attack again. He was trying to see if he could break the array the space elementalist made. If he can, then he would be able to deal with them faster than supposed. Kid, why are you endangering yourself? Hand us your treasures and we'll let you leave. The space elementalist said. Go? Go? We're killing him. Even if he gives us the world. The old man would never let Gray leave, especially with this too with him. The space elementalist looked at the old man, his gaze cold. He wanted to see if Gray would hand over his items. That way, if they were unable to kill him, they would still get something from it. But the old man seemed so bent on killing Gray that he lost his reasoning. Gray looked at the old man. I like honest people. I'm an honest person myself. When the old man heard Gray call himself an honest person, he felt like killing someone that moment. How could Gray, someone who had tricked him once, and almost killed him with a trick twice, say he's an honest person? You? The old man wanted to speak, but stopped. Kid, we won't kill you. Give us the things and go. The space elementalist said. He doesn't have the same thoughts as you. Gray pointed at the old man. You don't need to worry about him. As long as we don't help him, he won't dare to attack you. The space elementalist said. Gray thought about it for a while, and seeing the expression of the old man, he nodded and tossed a ring at them. The space elementalist wanted to catch the ring, but after what happened the last time, he forced the ring back to Gray. How can we know you're not messing with us? He asked. Tell someone to check it. Gray said, then pointed at the old man. He's fond of checking rings, why don't he do it? The duo looked at the old man and the space elementalist nodded. All right, he'll check it. The old man looked at them, and just as he was about to argue, he saw the cold gaze of the duo. Fine. He didn't want to check it, but he didn't really have a choice in this situation. If the duo teamed up with Gray, the chances of him escaping was very small. He stretched his hand towards the ring, grabbing it. Chapter 1203. Gray wore a grin on his face as he looked at the old man holding onto the ring. He could visibly see how scared the old man was and couldn't help but chuckle. The old man looked at Gray, and the feeling of fear enveloped him. He took a peek into the ring with his spiritual senses and hastily retreated, setting up multiple defenses. However, after retreating, he paused and a confused expression appeared on his face. The reason for that was because he didn't see anything harmful inside, rather, there were multiple things of value inside. He quickly sent his spiritual senses into the ring again, and just as he thought, it was filled with treasures. His eyes lit up and looked at the other two and nodded. His things are here. The old man grabbed the ring which he had used his spiritual senses to keep afloat, his previous expression was gone and a smile was on his face. Gray looked at the old man with an amused smile, he didn't know if to laugh or not. He really did pass on a ring with some treasures to them, he wanted to see how they would react. The duo walked over to where the old man was standing and just when they were about to take the ring, Gray snapped his finger. Boom! He said softly. The sound echoed in the ears of the old man and the duo, and they retreated. What? Did I scare you? Gray asked with a playful laugh. The old man composed himself, but before he could grab the ring, the duo had taken it. The space elementalist was the one who took the ring, and he was about to check the items inside. He felt a grave sense of danger and without hesitation, he tried to toss the ring away while also teleporting away. Boom! The ring exploded, engulfing all three of them. Even the space elementalist was unable to escape from it. Void appeared on Gray's shoulder and said, I took some things I liked. Gray's smile faded when he heard this and he tried to grab Void. Unfortunately, Void was too fast for him. Given his small size, it was easy for him to leave Gray behind. I'll stop giving you anything I cook if you don't return them. He threatened Void, who had gone back to where the bunny leader and Corey were watching from. Although the space elementalist locked down the space in the area, it was targeted at only Gray. Void had no issues with removing all the treasures from the ring and replacing them with the fusion orbs Gray had created. When Void heard Gray's threat, he sighed in defeat. He didn't want to miss Gray's cooking for something that wasn't even important. He could get some of the things on his own if he wanted. Even if he asked Gray for some, Gray would hand them over to him. He returned the items to Gray while grumbling. Gray could care less about Void's grumblings. He was still checking the items in his ring when he sensed danger. He wanted to teleport, but then realized he was still unable to use the space element. His body was covered with lightning and dodged to the side. The space elementalist appeared and slashed out with a powerful spatial slash that caused a spatial tear in the air. His face was badly mutilated from the explosion. He was the closest to the ring, and even with all his abilities, he was almost defenseless against the attack. After confirming from the old man that the ring was filled with treasure, and seeing the eagerness in the eyes of the old man as he tried to retake the ring, he dropped all defenses. Not just him, but the old man and his companion were also injured by the explosion, only his case was worse. Gray stood across the man and wore an innocent face. "What did I do to you?" "I'll kill you, boy," the space elementalist said. The water elementalist appeared and attacked Gray, alongside the old man whose face and body was badly mangled. He had suffered from the same attack in the space of 24 hours, and his innards were currently a mess. Even his core had started showing signs of crumbling down. Gray looked at the old man who was in such a state and couldn't help but laugh. "You always fall for it." The old man looked at Gray and felt like giving him the most brutal death possible. "You'll suffer for the rest of your days. I'll make sure you die the most gruesome death possible," the old man said, seething with anger. "I don't think you're capable of achieving such a feat," Gray said softly. The water elementalist sent a stream of fire at Gray, and even the space elementalist attacked once again. Gray used the lightning element and a little bit of the wind element to dodge the attacks. He drew closer to the space elementalist and he unleashed the gravitational force field. "I think you should take a look at." A rays lit up in the sky and started attacking the water elementalist and the old man, stopping them from getting close to Gray or the space elementalist. The sudden change in the gravity took the space elementalist by surprise, and he fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Gray got close to him and attacked, sending his body flying. The space elementalist wanted to use the space element to dodge it, but he realized he was unable to use the space element. While his figure was still in the air, Gray appeared beside him, clenched his fists and smiled. "Do you think you're the only one good with the rays?" Bam! Gray's fist hit the back of the space elementalist and he slammed into the ground with full force, causing a crater on the ground. The water elementalist, seeing his companion taken down with such an attack, had the urge to leave. Unfortunately, Gray would not allow that. "I'm a very vengeful person, since you attacked me and tried to kill me. I'll do the same to you." Gray's voice lingered in the ears of the water elementalist as he tried to escape. Gray appeared, and like a lightning god, he pointed at the water elementalist and a large lightning bolt fell from the sky, striking the water elementalist. The old man turned around, and without hesitation, he fled. Gray would never let him escape. Just as he was about to chase after him, he noticed a powerful aura coming from the place the space elementalist crashed. He knew that space elementalist wouldn't die from the attack, but seeing him come out this early and with such an aura, he knew things were about to get serious. When the space elementalist walked out of the crater, his figure blurred and the old man, who was seemingly trying to escape, appeared in front of his figure, which had regained its previous state. "Die!" With eyes wide open, he attacked the old man. The old man could barely understand what was happening as his figure was cut in two by a spatial tear. After killing the old man, a portal appeared and consumed the old man. The eyes of the space elementalist was blood red as he looked at Gray. Gray felt like he was a lonely boat in a storm in the sea. The eyes of the space elementalist carried so much pressure that even Gray felt it. He only felt the pressure for a brief moment. His eyes glowed with a pale blue light and he stared right into the eyes of the space elementalist. The water elementalist walked towards the space elementalist and his aura also changed. Gray looked at the duo and said, "Since he's dead, why don't we call it a day?" The space elementalist's eyes were cold as he replied, "Unless you're dead, you're not leaving this place." Gray shrugged, "I tried. He's already dead, and if you want to join him, I'll indulge you." The water elementalist was covered with ice armor as his figure floated up. The space elementalist grabbed the air and the array that Gray had modified shattered like a glass. Gray was surrounded by blue flames, which had tiny silver arcs around it. He was utilizing both the lightning and fire domain. The duo had increased their strength, and other than the fusion state, he had other ways to increase his strength. But he didn't have any plans of doing that now. At the moment, the pressure he was getting from the duo was that of someone close to the peak of the elemental venerable plane. Fighting one would be a very tough task, much less fighting against two at the same time. He looked up and the sky darkened as a storm cloud appeared in the area. The space elementalist took a step and the ground shook. He vanished and appeared beside Gray in an instant. Gray used the gravitational force field, but felt a powerful repulsion force that sent him flying. Chapter 1204. Gray flipped midair and turned to look at the space elementalist, who had used a technique he was quite familiar with. Before he could balance himself midair, he felt a strong suction force dragging him in the direction of the space elementalist. The water elementalist appeared from behind the space elementalist, and a large sword made from ice slashed at Gray. Gray opened his mouth and spat out a large stream of fire, cutting the ice sword into two. That wasn't the end. He continued with two inscriptions appearing in the sky and attacking the duo. The space elementalist made a slashing motion with his hand, and the two inscriptions were but in two by a powerful spatial tear. The water elementalist looked at Gray, and a snowstorm started. He was a bit taken aback, since he wasn't the one who did this. Gray smirked and ice armor appeared on his body. A large ice sword appeared in the sky. The color of the ice had a darker blue compared to regular ice. Just like Klaus, Gray also learned how to increase the water pressure as well. With the current pressure of water, a normal human would die if caught inside. Only elementalists whose bodies have been tempered by the elements can survive it. Using this water to create ice makes the ice over 5 times stronger than regular ice. Klaus could already increase the water pressure to a state that it increases his ice attributes by almost 10 times. Gray had other elements to work on, so he can't obviously focus on just the water element. The ice sword, reinforced with the heavy water and also the snowstorm, shot at the space elementalist. The space elementalist tried to use the space element to cut the sword open, but he was stunned when he noticed it was harder than he expected. The water elementalist made a water dome and tried to contain the ice sword inside, trying to stop it from moving forward. The second the ice sword touched the water dome, the water started to show signs of freezing. The water elementalist was stunned by the development. He never expected Gray's ice sword would affect the water dome he created. Even Gray was a bit stunned when he saw this. But it was nothing for him to worry about. The dome froze and shattered after being pierced by the ice sword. The space elementalist hastily retreated, dragging the water elementalist along. The ice sword stabbed the ground the second they left the place, almost hitting the water elementalist, who was slightly slower in reacting. Luckily, he was helped by the space elementalist. Gray didn't stop. His fire and lightning domain engulfed the duo. Lightning bolts shot out from the domain, attacking the duo. The space elementalist created a space cloak around his body and was able to successfully block all the lightning bolts coming his way. The water elementalist created another water dome, but this time, it wasn't overpowered by Gray's attacks. Since the lightning bolts weren't as powerful as Gray's usual attacks, they could casually block all of them. Gray charged into the place and used the gravitational force field, but the space elementalist was able to counter it, forcing Gray back with an unexpected attack. Gray took a few steps back and saw a spatial tear in front of him. The attack power of the space elementalist was very strong. Adding the fact that he was a space elementalist, he had a very strong grasp on using the space to his advantage. Gray was still too young and hadn't used the space element as much as the space elementalist, so he was lacking in this area. Even Void might not be able to match the space elementalist in terms of controlling space. The water elementalist struck while Gray was retreating, making spikes shoot out from the ground. Gray rose into the air the moment a spike came out from where his feet were. He raised his arm and different weapons made with the earth element appeared in the sky. The weapons were not only made with the earth element, but with a combination of the fire element as well. Each weapon had lava running across it, and they were quite large, at least 4 meters long. Gray dropped his hand and the weapon started to fall in the places where the space and water elementalists were standing. The duo started to dodge, but the more they dodged, the more the weapons dropped on them. They could barely keep up with the speed of the attacks. With the multitude of elements Gray had at his disposal, it was easy for him to fight against multiple elements with ease. Gray stepped on the ground and made it shake. His body covered with scales shot at them, shortening the gap between them. He struck out a blow, aiming for where the water elementalist was moving to. "I think you should take a look at." The water elementalist saw the strike late, but luckily, his ice armor was on. The armor helped him block off some of the power of the strike, but he was still sent flying. After sending the water elementalist flying, Gray felt a sense of danger and hastily tried to withdraw his hand, but he was too slow. The precision of the attack was something even someone with Gray's speed couldn't dodge. He felt a sharp pain in his hand and without hesitation, he he used the space element and the rest of the attack phased through. By the time he did this, the attack sent his way had cut through half of his hand. Had he been a second slower in reacting, his hand would have been cut off from the wrist. He turned his head to see the space elementalist, who was still dodging the attacks of the falling weapons, looking at him with a deadly gaze. "Shit! I was too careless," he thought internally. He originally felt with the attacks keeping them busy, the space elementalist would not have the time to help his companion. He didn't expect that the space elementalist had kept his eyes on him all through and attacked him at the right time. To get the accurate timing, he had to wait until Gray's fist hit the water elementalist before his attack got to the designated location. This meant that he attacked, all with the hope that his companion could not block Gray's attack and would then be sent flying, leaving Gray's arm open for attack. Gray felt a bit fearful at the thought process of the space elementalist. He was simply too daring. The light element got to work and started to heal the place that was cut. He couldn't help but feel thankful that he was able to increase the grade of his light element when he used that trial in that secret realm. His armor seemed to have suffered from the previous attacks of these people, so it was unable to stop that attack. The water elementalist stood up from the rubble he was in and nodded to the space elementalist before sending a jet stream of water. The stream was very thin but possessed unimaginable cutting power. The stream of water passed through all the earth weapons falling from the sky and cut them in two. Gray sighed when he saw this. This was the toughest battle he had gotten involved in since coming to the Chaos battlefield, and he was fully enjoying every bit of it. He charged into battle once again. They started to exchange blows. The space elementalist was in charge of escaping and attacking secretly, while the water elementalist was the main attacker. The synergy between them was top-notch, and Gray soon started to feel the difference between them and others. If there were more of these people, Gray would be in serious trouble. He had tried to switch places with the water elementalist on multiple occasions, but the space elementalist had stopped him without fail. When he tried to switch places with the space elementalist, he was almost thrown into a spatial turbulence and didn't dare to attempt it again. The space elementalist truly was on another level in terms of his control of the space element. Boom! Bam! Gray crashed into the cave, destroying the upper part of it. The water elementalist couldn't stop Gray's attack from hitting his hand. The attack almost cut off his arm, but he managed to stop it. Gray crawled out of the cave, breathing heavily. Not just him, but the water and space elementalists were also catching their breaths. They never thought Gray would be this difficult to deal with. Even after using their ultimate attacks, they were still unable to take each other out. Gray opened his palm and a fusion orb appeared. This was the only thing he knew made the duo apprehensive of him. Seeing the fusion orb, the space elementalist took a step forward and Gray could feel the space around them shake. It was almost as if the space elementalist could summon spatial turbulences. Chapter 12:05. The area around Gray started to show signs of cracking, and he noticed the fusion orb was shaking. Whatever the space elementalist was doing at the moment was messing with the elemental energy in the area, making it hard for Gray to keep the fusion orb stable. Seeing this, Gray decided to improvise. There was still the golden energy he acquired here, but he had barely used it since obtaining it. He wanted to see if he added it to the fusion orb, what reactions it would have. He had never attempted it before, but he was inspired during the battle and wanted to try it out now. Golden energy appeared on his palm and slowly started to merge with the fusion orb. The rate at which the orb was shaking started to increase, and before long, small arcs could be seen on the surface of the orb. It was no longer smooth. Thin threads of energy could be seen sticking out of it. With the addition of the golden energy, Gray felt a shocking amount of power hidden within it. Not just that, but it has regained its calmness, no longer showing any signs of wanting to fall apart. Gray chuckled to himself, elated by his quick-wittedness. He would have been forced to discard the fusion orb by whatever the space elementalist did, but after adding the golden energy, it got stronger and more stable. He tossed the fusion orb in their direction, and just as it was getting closer, it vanished. All signs of the attack vanished, and the space elementalist tried to sense if Gray was using the space element to move the orb. However, try as he may, he was unable to sense anything regarding the attack. It was like it never existed. Even Gray had a somewhat confused look on his face. The attack he put so much into vanished just like that. Just as they were about to continue the fight, the space elementalist felt a powerful force hit his chest. A hole the size of the fusion orb appeared on his chest, and accompanying it was an explosion that sent him flying. The water elementalist was left dumbstruck by the sudden turn of events. From the aura he sensed, he was certain that it was the fusion orb that vanished a second ago, but he didn't understand how it came back after disappearing. What? How? He questioned in disbelief. Don't ask me, I'm still as shocked as you are. Gray replied, still stunned by what happened. When the attack reappeared, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. This is a new discovery. Even I can't sense it, but it's still very much aware of its target. He speculated. He didn't know anything about how this attack works for now, but it is definitely going to be one of his hidden cards later on. With this, he can take anyone unaware. Well, once more people know about it, it wouldn't have that element of surprise anymore, but it was still something worth having. The water elementalist rushed to where the space elementalist crashed and saw the large hole in the chest of the space elementalist. The space elementalist was bleeding profusely from the hole, and even when he tried to open his mouth, blood was the only thing that came out. His internal organs were currently hanging out from the hole in his stomach. Not just his chest, but even his stomach was blown open. The force of the attack is something he didn't dare to imagine. First off, he was defenseless against it, and even though he tried to act quickly, he was still a bit too late and managed to only ensure his heart wasn't destroyed. He protected some other vital parts, but left the rest. I think you should take a look at. Right now, he was feeling pains all over, but he kept his head focused on the main issue. He could get killed in such a state. He could barely fight at the moment, much less try to defeat Gray. We're leaving. He managed to cough out these little words. The water elementalist nodded and used the water element to keep his body intact before picking him up. Gray, seeing this, took a step forward. He was still raring to go. Where do you think you're going? He asked coldly, his gaze on the wounded space elementalist. That garbage is dead, why don't we call it a day? The water elementalist replied. I'm sorry, I've moved on from that state. Remember I said the same thing before you two tried to kill? Gray answered with a chuckle. He said this after the space elementalist killed the old man, but they refused and even tried to kill him. Of course he was not going to let them go now that all the advantages lays with him. He would kill them. This has always been how he was. Kid, you're a foreigner. Don't make an enemy of the natives here, you will regret it. The water elementalist warned. This is not the first time I'm making an enemy of natives in another realm. Gray snorted coldly. Even the gnomes wanted him dead, who were these people he should be scared of? The duo realized Gray had no plans of letting them go. HMPH. We'll see how you're going to make it out of here. The space elementalist said softly. He could sense the aura of other elemental venerables rushing to the place. Although individually the people coming were not as strong as him or his partner, with that number, even he would be afraid. Anyone who dares to intervene will meet the same fate as you two. Remember, I only had an issue with people from the Techic family in a town. The old man intervened and he's dead now. You two did the same, and are about to face your deaths. Gray replied calmly. The duo looked at the Gray, the confidence in his words. Anyone who intervenes will die, no matter who the person is. Chapter 1206. Gray and the duo faced off when 7 elemental venerables appeared. The one with the highest cultivation stage was just in the 5th stage. When they arrived, seeing the state of the place and the conditions of the space and water elementalists, they turned to the young figure who was standing opposite them. What's going on here? One of them asked. This foreigner is planning to kill all of us. The water elementalist said coldly. Ha ha, aren't you ashamed? Lying against me. Gray laughed and gave the water elementalist a look of disdain. He turned to the 7 elemental venerables and said, they attempted to kill me, but are too weak, so I'm returning the favor. Gray's words might be simple, but everyone understood the underlying meaning behind them. If you join the fight, as long as I'm stronger, I will definitely kill you. My young friend, you came to our world to train and hunt for treasures. With your strength, I believe you must have gotten a fair amount of treasures. There are few places you will feel any form of danger. Why don't you let them go? An old man in the group said. He was in the second stage of the elemental venerable plane, but when speaking, everyone looked at him with respect. Gray guessed he might have been a big shot while the others were younger. You're right. There are few places I feel any form of danger. But I'm a principled person. As long as I sense any form of killing intent from anyone, I'll strike back. Gray spoke to the old man in a respectful manner. The old man thought about it and looked at the duo. The space elementalist was already on his last leg. The water elementalist didn't look good either. From his assessment, it was obvious that Gray had beaten them to this state. He turned to look at Gray, and he could barely see any form of injury on his body. Other than his clothes, which were destroyed, and his disheveled hair, he would have thought Gray only came here a few seconds ago. How did they get entangled with such a figure? The old man thought to himself. He understood what Gray meant. To be honest, most elementalists are like this. If they sense anyone as a threat and are stronger than them, they would naturally want to take that person out with any chance they get. He also had such a character. Are you willing to offend all of us just because of your vengeful attitude? A middle-aged lady snorted coldly. Kid, you better do as he says and let them go. Gray chuckled when he heard the middle-aged lady's words. He turned to her and said, I should be the one asking you that question. Are you willing to offend me because of them? The lady snorted when she heard Gray's words. She hated the pride with which he was using to speak. From Gray's words, it was clear that he didn't put them in his eyes, and it infuriated her, not just her, but the others as well. Of all 7 who just arrived, only the old man didn't seem to have any sort of reaction to Gray's statement. From Gray's attitude, he didn't think he was clouded with pride, rather, it was the utmost confidence in his abilities. Any elementalist with such confidence in their abilities are frightening figures. One of the things that made the old man cautious of Gray was the fact that, against 7 people, Gray still showed no signs of backing down. He still wanted to do what was on his mind. That alone was enough to tell the old man that Gray was not scared of them. In fact, there's a possibility that he would be able to kill all of them if they teamed up against him. I think you should take a look at. How did such a monster get conceived? He looked at Gray, and almost wished he was his son, or even grandson. Having such a fine character as a child was something to be proud of. The old man placed his hand on the shoulder of the man who was in the 5th stage of the elemental venerable plane and shook his head. His motive was obvious: don't get involved in this. The man was shocked by the old man's intentions. F.A.? The old man shook his head once again, not letting the man finish his words. The man nodded and moved to the side. Now, the old man and the man in the 5th stage of the elemental venerable had separated themselves from the other 5 who had the intent of attacking Gray. Art hell, what's the meaning of this? The middle-aged lady asked. The man, referred to as Art hell, replied, myself and my father will not involve ourselves with this. The middle-aged lady was about to speak when a man in the 3rd stage stepped forward. You and your father have always been cowards. I'm not surprised you're afraid of a little boy. The old man and Art hell didn't respond to whatever they said and moved even further away from them. The water elementalist looked at the old man with a serious gaze. To be honest, if he had made the same decision, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. Unfortunately, they were clouded by greed and got involved in the battle. Although they were tricked at the start, it didn't change the fact that Gray actively wanted to stop the battle. The space elementalist had been able to regain some strength. Kill him, I'll reward you heavily. At the moment, his eyes were glued to Gray's spatial ring. There was something in Gray's ring that could heal his current state. He wanted it. Get his ring. That's the best way I can recover. Cut off his hand if you have to, just get his ring. He said to the water elementalist. What if he tricks us again? The water elementalist still had fear from the last time Gray gave them a ring. I don't care. Chapter 1207. The space elementalist wanted the item Gray showed them at the start, the core that could heal his current wounds. If he can lay his hands on that, he wouldn't need to spend a long time in seclusion trying to recover. He would recover instantly and fight against Gray even. Gray didn't know the plans of the space and water elementalists at the moment. His eyes were on the 5 people who wanted to join the battle. If he added the water elementalist to it, it would make them 6. Even with that number, he still showed 0 fears. Without the space elementalist, he didn't need to fear anyone here. Even if 10 more people came, so long as none of them was above the 5th stage of the elemental venerable plane, he didn't have any fears. This didn't mean that he wasn't wary of some of these people. He didn't know their abilities, and if it's something that could stop some of his abilities, then he would have a tough time. "We'll kill him, together," the water elementalist said to the 5. The 5 nodded and came close to the space elementalist. His condition made a few of them take another glance at Grey, and they showed signs of hesitation. The space elementalist was stronger than them, but he was beaten to such a state by Grey, who didn't have any physical injuries on his body. That alone shows the disparity between them. If Grey could beat the space elementalist to this state, it was unknown what he would do to them. Be careful of his space element. His fire, water, lightning, and earth element are powerful as well. Make sure there's someone to support you and don't attack him rashly. The water elementalist gave them a series of warnings. After he felt he had warned them enough, he took the lead. Grey was powerful, no doubt, but the water elementalist felt that with the people beside him, they should be able to win the fight. "Wait, give me anything that can heal me, that's on you. I'll recover and join the battle as soon as I can." The space elementalist stopped them. The 5 didn't hesitate and handed over treasures that could heal injuries. The items might not be on the same level as what the space elementalist wanted from Grey's ring, but they would definitely help his current state. Hopefully, he can join them in battle and kill Grey. He would heal up completely after killing Grey. Taking a look at the 5, he threw a glance at the old man and Art Hell. He grunted softly and walked to the side to heal his wounds. On the side, Corey, Void, and the bunny leader were watching the scene. "Is he going to be all right?" Corey asked, worried about Grey's well-being. "He's fine. These people can't kill him," Void replied, while gulping down the meat they bought from the restaurants in the city. "I think you should take a look at. It was quite succulent and there was a difference in the cooking pattern compared to how Grey usually cooks." He suggested that they kidnapped one of the cooks so they could get the recipe, but Grey declined, with the excuse of not being able to cook as he used to. Void didn't argue since he knew Grey was right. With him going into seclusion, trying to grow stronger, searching for treasures, and staying alive with so many people wanting to kill him, he barely had the leisure time to cook again. Even though he occasionally cooks, it is quite rare now, and the days are few and far apart. Void didn't mind and still kidnapped one of the cooks. He got the recipe. And even got a few of the ingredients for the food. Whenever Grey plans on cooking again, he would pass it to him. Like Void, the bunny leader was not worried about Grey's well-being. He had traveled with them for a few months and knew just how powerful Grey was. Even if Grey could not kill these people, he wouldn't be defeated by them either. Corey looked at the nonchalant expression of the duo, and was more shocked at how the bunny leader was eating meat with a pleased face. She had always thought that bunnies only ate vegetables and herbs, but the bunny leader has proved her thoughts wrong. Not only did it like eating meat, but it even openly said that eating meat was better than those herbs. According to it, meats were much more tasty than those herbs. She didn't feel it was wrong though. After taking in a few well-cooked meat from the city, she knew that compared to the few low-leveled herbs she had eaten, meat was far superior. It even had essence inside, just as potent as the herbs she had eaten. Grey had no idea Void was planning on how to get him to cook for him, or Corey's worries. He was only focused on the people before him. With a flash, his figure moved and he headed for the middle-aged lady who instigated the others into fighting with him. The middle-aged lady was in the second stage. Seeing Grey vanish, she naturally was alarmed. With the strength of everyone here, she was one of the weakest and felt Grey would want to reduce the numbers as soon as he could. She looked around, but didn't see Grey appearing anywhere. The space elementalist was not as powerful as he previously was, so tracking Grey in the void was very difficult. Just as he sensed Grey, Grey appeared in front of the middle-aged lady. "Look out!" he yelled, warning the lady of Grey's arrival. Grey appeared in front of her and his hand, which was covered with lightning, the lightning shaped like a blade pierced through the heart of the lady. The lady saw Grey and felt a sharp pain in her chest. She hurriedly retreated. Even though her heart had been pierced, she could still survive as long as she healed up. Chapter 1208. The others reacted the moment Grey attacked the middle-aged lady, drawing closer to him. Even though they were close to her, they were unable to sense Gray's appearance. Of the other four, there was another space elementalist, but compared to the first space elementalist Gray was fighting with, he was still lacking. There was no way he would be able to sense Gray's movements in the void. Gray, on the other hand, can keep track of his movements. The others got close and attacked Gray, with the hope of forcing him to leave the lady alone. Gray couldn't be bothered with their attacks, only the attack of the water elementalist could threaten him, and when the attack got close to him, it phased right through him, hitting the ground. His armor and physical body could take the current attacks these people were sending at him. None of them had an attack power as strong as him, so there was almost no need to bother about them. He shortened the distance between him and the middle-aged lady, and attacked her head, destroying it with the next attack. The expressions of the other four who joined the battle changed drastically. It hadn't even been up to a minute and Gray had already killed one of them. If the heart was destroyed, there was still hope for an elementalist, but once the head was destroyed completely, the spiritual consciousness of that elementalist would quickly start to dissipate. Unless there was a top spiritual elementalist close by, there was no way for that person to survive. A spiritual elementalist was very rare, even rarer than multi-elementalists. These are people that only focus on strengthening their spiritual senses and forego improving their elemental essences. The only way this is possible is when you have people protecting you. A spiritual elementalist is almost useless until the sage plane. In the same plane, a spiritual elementalist has almost zero advantages over his opponents. Only after getting to the sage plane could they affect those in the same stage as they were. In some cases, some could affect those higher than them. The benefit of being a spiritual elementalist is that even if your head is destroyed, not just your head, but your entire body, you can still come back to life as long as your spiritual energy is strong. Only a few people decide to take this path since it was fraught with danger and death. Very few people make it to the sage plane, so others refuse to take this path. The others could only give up when they saw the head of the middle-aged lady destroyed. They knew there was no way to get her back. After killing the middle-aged lady, Gray didn't stop there, rather, he turned to the other person in the second stage of the elemental venerable plane. His plan was simple: take out the weaklings and fight against the strong ones. The only bad thing for these people was that there was no strong one. Other than the space elementalist who was injured, Gray didn't think there was anyone else who could give him any sort of trouble. The only reason the space elementalist was special was that he was better than Gray when it came to the space element, and used his advantage to the fullest. The next person was the space elementalist. He was only in the second stage of the elemental venerable plane. When Gray targeted him, he could barely react before he was blown to smithereens. Just like the middle-aged lady, he was unable to defend against him. With the death of two people, the other three started to feel fear and without hesitation, they retreated. They were supposed to be the ones with the advantage, but against Gray, it was like they were useless. I think you should take a look at. Even when Gray didn't phase through their attacks, they still couldn't harm him. If that was not enough for them to stop, they didn't know what was. Gray saw the trio stopped attacking, and even the water elementalist stopped and chuckled. You don't understand. The moment I see you attack, I will attack as well. The pupils of the trio constricted. They thought Gray would let them go if they stopped attacking, but Gray clearly didn't have any thoughts of stopping. And from how he took the storage rings of the people he killed, it was obvious that he wanted their treasures as well. We can give you our rings. All our possessions are there. Take it and let us leave. The strongest amongst the group said. Of the trio, he was the one who felt the luckiest. If Gray had started from the strongest, he was certain that he would have died without a doubt. From Gray's attacks, he knew he couldn't fight against him. On the side, Arthur looked at his father. I told you, my intuition never lies. The old man said with a proud smile. Arthur wanted to get involved in the fight when he saw the gaze the space elementalist used in looking at them, but the old man stopped him. Although he couldn't understand why, he still chose to believe the old man and held back. At the moment, he couldn't help but feel thankful. Gray was too strong. Now he understood why the space elementalist was in such a state, and wanted help. Even two of the space elementalist wouldn't be enough to stop Gray. The trio, who were still alive, handed their rings to Gray under the eyes of the space and water elementalist. The water elementalist felt like his world was crumbling down while the space elementalist was trying to heal as fast as he could. Against Grey, only when he was at his peak could he escape. Grey took the rings of the trio and told them to wait. He promised not to kill them, only to check their treasuries. They were the strongest in their families and naturally had the key to their treasuries. The trio nodded and went to the side. And then there's two. Chapter 1209. What are you doing? He's going to kill you anyway. Stall him for some time, I'll be able to fight soon. The space elementalist said angrily. He never thought that even these three would chicken out of the battle in such a pathetic manner. All Grey had done was to kill two people, and they were already scared for their lives. I'm sorry, Lord Nicola, we can't fight against him. You can punish us later. The middle-aged man said with a straight face. The eyes of the space elementalist turned cold. He understood what the middle-aged man was saying. The possibility of him surviving this battle was quite low. This was something he was certain of. How would he be able to punish them if he was dead? The water elementalist turned to the space elementalist, his facial expression sour. Things were not looking good for them. What do we do now? He asked softly. Don't worry. The space elementalist reassured him and turned to the old man. His eyes trailed on the body of the old man for a while before he looked at Art-Hel. Help me, I'll give that item to you. Art-Hel felt moved when he heard this. He had been trying to get a special item from the space elementalist for years now. He even offered to trade for it, but the space elementalist had always refused to give it to him. This was something that would make his cultivation not only increase faster, but it was very good for improving his elemental strength. The eyes of the space elementalist didn't leave Art-Hel's body as he awaited his response. Art-Hel looked at the old man, and he saw him shake his head. He couldn't help but sigh and turn to the space elementalist. Any other time, I would have helped you. Art-Hel shook his head, but in this situation, even if I want to help, I can't. The space elementalist kept a straight face when he heard Art-Hel's reply. He clenched his fists tightly. It was as if he could sense death looming around him. No one wanted to help him, even after offering a life-changing item as reward. They still refused to help. Don't die, he muttered to the water elementalist. Hearing this statement, the water elementalist understood what the space elementalist wanted to do. The space elementalist was planning to sacrifice himself for him. Grey heard this and smirked. There was no way he was going to let any of them leave. The water elementalist had already been marked by him, so no matter how far he runs, he would still be able to find him, except he leaves the realm. The space elementalist took a step forward and stood in front of the water elementalist. He pointed his finger at Grey, and a black light beam shot at Grey. Grey sent a fireball to intercept the beam, while also moving in the direction of the space elementalist. The two attacks collided and caused an explosion. Just as Grey was about to get past the place the attacks collided, he sensed something odd in the attack and hastily retreated. The space around the place he was previously at started to shake. If he had been in that place, he might have been sucked into the void. Even though he also had the space element, he didn't dare to get caught in the void. He might be transported to another location altogether, hence his carefulness when it came to it. Grey tried to teleport to the place the space elementalist and the water elementalist were standing, but he noticed the space around his area seemed to have been disturbed. Whenever he tried to create a spatial tunnel, he would be blocked or would notice that the tunnel wasn't protected, exposing him to the spatial turbulences. His eyes turned serious. After fighting with the space elementalist, he knew it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. He created a small orb that he sent into the explosion. This orb was different from his normal attacks. Rather than exploding, it implodes, sucking everything around it inside. It was made with the space element. Grey took flight as well, and 3 inscriptions appeared behind the space elementalist who was preparing to leave. It was clear that the attack he used and trying to stop Grey from using the space element was quite taxing on his already injured body. When the inscriptions lit up the sky, the water elementalist slashed at 2 of them before they could attack, but the third one attacked very quickly, sending a lightning bolt to the back of the space elementalist. The space elementalist was unable to block the attack and was hit by it. His injuries had stopped bleeding due to the help of the healing tonics he had taken and had even shown signs of healing started bleeding once again. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and staggered forward. He sensed a grave danger in front of him and hastily forced his body to come to a halt. The explosion in front of them suddenly disappeared, along with his efforts of trying to stop Gray from using the space element. He looked up and saw a thin ice arrow heading for his head. One of his feet moved forward and his body flashed. He appeared close to the water elementalist, breathing heavily. The constant use of his essence in such a state was affecting him. The water elementalist used the water element to seal the places the space elementalist was injured and supported him to stand upright. I think you should take a look at. I guess my time is now. The space elementalist commented and looked into the eyes of the water elementalist. He tapped him on his shoulder, and the figure of the water elementalist vanished from the place. Gray made a move, jumping into the void. His intention was to stop the water elementalist from leaving. Boom! The void shook and Gray's figure shot out of a tear in the sky, slamming into the ground. I'll still kill him. He stood up and wiped the dust off his clothes. The mark you places on us? I wiped his the second I sent him away. The space elementalist chuckled. Gray couldn't help but be impressed by the space elementalist's abilities. He had done this multiple times, and this was the first time he was seeing someone deal with it so casually. He nodded at the space elementalist before shooting a beam of light at him. The beam had multiple colors, 5 to be exact. With a combination of 5 elements, even the space elementalist knew that it would be difficult for him to block the attack. Just as the attack was about to reach him, he used the space element and tried to make it phase through him. However, his expression changed. He didn't have access to the space element. He looked up and saw Gray's smiling face. His body soon started to dissipate. The space element destroyed his body bit by bit. Within a few seconds, the powerful space elementalist was no more. The trio who were by the side could only watch on with mixed feelings. They didn't expect that such a young figure would be powerful enough to kill the space elementalist. Gray turned to them, his expression calm. Shall we? He looked at them curiously. Who? One of them wore a confused expression. He didn't understand what Gray was asking from them. Yes, young lord, we can go now. The other middle-aged man by the side nodded. Gray was asking about their treasury. He told them he would check it out. And now that he was done with the battle, he wanted to see if there was anything worth taking. They all left the area. Void, Corey, and the bunny leader went with them. The trio were quite rich, and Gray even got to find out the location of the space and water elementalist's building. He went there to check if there was anything he needed, but it had been wiped clean. Gray didn't take anything from the trio's treasury. There was nothing he found interesting there. Only Void and the bunny leader picked a few things, but they weren't of any importance. Even the trio didn't mind them taking it. He also returned their storage rings to them, only taking the things he needed from it. Outside the city, Gray, Void, Corey, and the bunny leader stopped as there was someone standing in front of them. It was Art Hell. My father would like a word with you, Lord. Art Hell said. He was very respectful when speaking with Gray. Even though he was older, he was weaker than him, so there was no shame in being humble before him. Gray looked at him and nodded. He recalled the old man who stopped his son from getting involved in a battle that might have gotten him killed. Follow me, Art Hell said, and walked into the city. Gray and his company followed behind him. Chapter 12:10. In a manor in the city. Gray was invited inside the building in a respectful manner. When he saw the old man sitting there and casually drinking tea by the garden, he sensed the serenity of the place. Forgive my manners, I couldn't approach you myself, hence I sent my son. Hope you're not offended? The old man stood up to greet Gray. Strength reigned above everything else. Seeing Gray's strength, he knew he was below him and had to act accordingly. No worries. Gray smiled and looked around. I suppose you have something to tell me. The old man nodded. Yes, I called you here for a reason. Gray's attention turned back to the old man when he heard him speak. What might that be? His curiosity was piqued. I want my son to follow you, the old man said. The eyes of Art Hell changed slightly when he heard this. Father. The old man raised his hand to stop Art Hell from speaking and kept his gaze on Gray, waiting for his response. Why would you want your son to follow me? You don't even know me, Gray said coolly. he was quite astonished by the request of the old man. When coming here, he thought the old man wanted to propose an offer for him for an expedition. He felt maybe they were not strong enough to get the treasure, so he wanted to ask for his help to get the treasure. The old man's words were completely out of expectations. I know. But I'm a good judge of character. If my son follows you, he will grow stronger. There's nothing here for him, but I believe in your world, he would be able to become a true powerhouse. He's a genius, even amongst those his age. The old man explained. To be honest, after seeing Gray, he was interested in him. From Gray's strength to his demeanor, he was different from the other foreigners he had encountered. The decision to let his son follow Gray came after he saw how Gray dealt with the trio who stepped back from the battle. He kept to his promise and even returned a few of their items. Gray contemplated the matter and said, I can't take him with me. I know nothing about him, nor do I know your purpose. What if this is all a ploy to kill me? The old man laughed when he heard Gray's words, not disappointed with him rejecting his request. Ha ha, this is why I requested this from you. I've seen a few who would have been willing to take him with them, but none of them is like you. There's something unique I can sense around you. Anything close to you will succeed. I want that for my son too. The old man added. Gray looked at the old man, a bit surprised. He had also noticed there was something odd about his friend group. Take for instance, when he first knew Keith while trying to get into the Perman faction, he wasn't that fast when it came to advancing in cultivation stage. But after getting to know him, he started improving rapidly. I think you should take a look at. From the start of his cultivation journey, while he was still new to cultivation, Klaus, Alice, and Reynolds were all in the arcane plane, while he hadn't even entered the collection plane. However, after catching up with them, Klaus, Alice, and Reynolds started advancing at a pace they didn't imagine. To be honest, he looked at the others in the academy at that time and noticed other than himself and his friends, no one else was advancing this fast. He didn't think too much about it, only now that the old man mentioned it did he recall about that thought that had been thrown to the back of his head. I'm still a little worried about taking someone I don't know with me, he said. He had every right to be worried, after all, this was an elemental venerable. Even if he could suppress him, he didn't want to take any chances. I can offer you a technique you can use to seal his core. With a thought, you can easily kill him, the old man suggested. Gray raised a brow and took a glance at Art Hell, wanting to see his reaction to his father's words. To his surprise, Art Hell didn't show any reactions at all, he stood there mute. If not for the fact that Gray knew he was human, he would have even thought he was a statue. What do you say? The old man asked when he saw Gray hesitating. Wait, let me consult my companions, Gray said and turned to Corey, Void, and the bunny leader who were behind him. What do you think? He asked with a nonchalant expression. Corey looked at Art Hell. This uncle doesn't seem to be a bad person. I don't mind traveling with him. Void accessed Art Hell and replied, he has a few shiny things. And can protect me too. I'm good with him. Just as the bunny leader was about to speak, Void spoke up, you don't need to talk. I've spoken for us. Gray laughed when he saw this. The old man and Art Hell exchanged glances, shocked that Gray was referring to a small black cat, a white bunny, and a little girl who didn't look to be older than 10 their opinion on the matter. The old man chuckled and whispered to Art Hell, he takes relationships very seriously. As long as you don't betray him, you will enjoy him. Art Hell looked at his father, he didn't know what to say, but nodded. Since this was the case, why bother? He would do whatever his father wanted. The reason he grew this powerful was all due to his father's advice he took. He always did as told and grew at a very fast rate. Of all the elemental venerables in the city, he was the only one below 100 years. In fact, he was 65 to be precise. Your companions seem to have agreed to him joining you. The old man spoke, drawing Gray's attention back to him. What do you say? Chapter 12:11. All right. Gray nodded, taking a glance at Art Hell. He was still a bit confused, but there was nothing he could do about it. This was the first time he was encountering such an event, so he was naturally not sure how to react. Thank you. The old man smiled, pleased that Gray agreed to his request. But he can't come with me now. I'll leave in a few months. Since you have such confidence in me, I'll come take him. Gray broke the silence in the area. There's no problem with that. We will await your next arrival, the old man said. Gray nodded and said, I'll be leaving first. When it's time to leave, I'll come for him. The old man nodded, having no issues with Gray's plans. Arthel and the old man followed Gray and they left the manor. The old man didn't go with them to the city gate, but Arthel did. He barely spoke through the entire ordeal. A few minutes later, Arthel returned, taking a glance at his father. Why? Like I told him, it's for your good. The old man's face was serious as he said, there's nothing left for you here. Can't you see him? So young, yet already so powerful. His thoughts are quite different from the rest. What about the unique aura about him you spoke of? Arthel asked. Oh, that? There are children known as heaven's favorites. They spend little to no effort and get the same rewards, no, even better rewards compared to those who have trained all their lives. The old man explained. These people are so blessed that even those around them don't feel any sort of pressure when training as well. Just being involved with these people would make your path easier. Of course, there are disadvantages with following them. They tend to make enemies with extremely powerful people, and those who are not lucky among his group of followers would die. Wouldn't that put me in danger? Arthel asked. The path of an elementalist is fraught with danger. Even if you're alone, you would still encounter danger. The old man waved his hand nonchalantly and added, why not follow someone that would make your life exciting? But I still don't understand. Why the sudden interest in me leaving our world and training in a foreign one? Arthel was still stumped by his father's reasoning. A few years ago, he brought up the suggestion of leaving, but his father refused it, reprimanding him in such a manner that he never even had the thought of leaving again, much less to another place. I think you should take a look at. Now, his father was the one who was suggesting that he left. He even wanted him to follow a young boy who didn't look older than 25 years old. The stark contrast in the two scenarios was baffling. You will get to understand what I mean after leaving. For now, consolidate your realm. You would be breaking through in a matter of months now, not years anymore. The old man said with confidence. Father, miracles don't happen in the path of cultivation, only hard work can get you to where you want. Arthel looked at his father, reminding him of the same words he used to train him from young. I know, but with that boy, anything is possible. Gray had zero knowledge of the confidence the old man had in him. At the moment, he was staring at Void coldly. He felt the need to cook, and just as he was about to start, Void passed him a recipe, one that he was not familiar with. The writing style of these people was different from theirs, so he could barely understand what was written in the recipe. Why don't you cook that up yourself? He asked coldly. I'm not the one who announces to everyone that he's a great cook, am I? Void rolled his eyes. Why didn't you even bring it out sooner? I literally don't know a single word written there. Gray facepalmed, faced with Void's antics, he didn't know what to do. I told you we should take a cook, you said no. Void refuted. Gray wanted to speak but stopped. Void was right about that. However, it didn't change the fact that Void made a mistake here. With no way to understand what was written there, all he could do was guesswork. There was no way he would be able to make the meal as well as the cooks who made it before. With no other choice, they headed back to the city. He needed someone to help him translate the recipe. To be honest, he was also a bit interested in the meal, hence his calm reaction to Void's words. They headed back, took one person, the same cook Void kidnapped at first, and got him to explain the method of using the recipe step by step. With the help of the cook, it was quite easy for them to get what they wanted. Gray left the place and made the food later on. The group ate happily before leaving for the next place of their adventure. Presently, they didn't have any plans in mind, and just explored the chaos battlefield for the rest of their time. During Gray's time so far, he had met a few people from the Aurora continent, but he rarely spoke with them. He had even encountered 2 people from the Dawson family, but they were people who had close ties with the young man who was the son of the family head. When they saw him, their gazes were cold, and Gray could barely be bothered with them. The Chaos battlefield was large, and there was a lot to be explored. Gray naturally knew he wouldn't be able to explore everywhere, but he still wanted to see how many places he could cover and also see if there was any new energy or array he could learn. The golden energy had been helpful so far, it wouldn't be bad to get something else as well. Chapter 12:12. 2 months went by in a flash. Gray and his group had explored a good part of the Chaos battlefield. He had gotten to the 7th stage of the elemental venerable plane already. Since coming here, he had spent around 6 to 7 months or so, and had broken through 2 stages. One of the stages was a major stage, going from the mid stages to the late stages. On some occasions, some people get stuck in the bottleneck for some months, some even get stuck for a year or more. Gray, on the other hand, was the one holding himself back from breaking through. With the treasures and essence he had consumed since he entered this place, he should have gotten to the 8th or even 9th stage given his usual cultivation speed, but he refused to do that and kept consolidating his realm. His cultivation stage has never had any influence with his strength. From the start of his cultivation journey, he had almost always been stronger than his cultivation stage. At the moment, he has no issues with fighting against those in the 9th stage of the elemental venerable plane. The only people he was still wary of were those at the peak. The peak of the elemental venerable plane was quite different from the peak of the planes lower than it. While Gray was still in the 7th stage of the sage plane, even without the help of the fusion state, he could still compete with certain people that were at the peak of the sage plane, but in the elemental venerable plane. It was not the same. A peak elemental venerable could easily decimate a large group of late-stage elemental venerables. They wouldn't have any issues with fighting against 10, 20 even. And for those with far superior abilities, they could fight against 50. When Gray was still at the origin plane, there was something he learned about Overlord plane elementalists, the ability to control the elements of those weaker than them. However, this only applies to those far weaker than they are. Once an elementalist gets to the peak of the elemental venerable plane, this ability is heightened to a frightening degree. The control one has over the elements depends on their elements. On some occasions, there are a few who can even manipulate the essence in the body of those weaker than they are. Even if said person doesn't use the same element as the elementalist at the peak of the elemental venerable plane, it doesn't matter. They can manipulate the essence and make it extremely difficult for them to use their elements properly. Without their elements, an elementalist is nothing but a sitting duck when faced with an opponent on the stage, much less one that is stronger than they are. Gray had always been very confident in his abilities, but he knew that before he could attempt to fight a peak elemental venerable, he had to wait till he got to at least the 8th stage or 9th stage for a better chance of winning. Void and the bunny leader had grown as well, both getting to the 8th stage. Gray stopped Void from advancing too quickly, so he could also get used to his new strength, consolidating it as well. Corey was the only one who was still at the peak of the sage plane. She hadn't been able to break through to the elemental venerable plane. Gray didn't know if he should be happy or worried that she was stuck at a bottleneck. She was still very young and Gray knew there was a lot she wouldn't be able to understand about the space element at the moment. Thanks to his battle with the space elementalist 2 months ago, he had gotten a clearer understanding of the space element. He had trained with Void and was trying to see if he could also cause spatial tears in the air. This form of attack was even more deadly than Void's spatial distortions. Void was well aware of this and was also putting in the work to learn it. I think you should take a look at. The bunny leader, well, he wasn't all that interested in fighting and preferred to play with Corey while the duo trained on it. Even after 2 months, they hadn't been able to crack it. Other than getting better control over the space element and being able to create a stronger form of distortions, they had been unable to learn anything else. There was something else Gray was very curious about as well, space blocking. When fighting with the space elementalist, he was blocked a couple of times. At first, it was with the aid of an array, but after breaking the array, the space elementalist still blocked him as well, even attacking him while he was in the void. His plan was to learn this and get an edge over other space elementalists as well. This would be something he could use to stop enemies from escaping, or like the space elementalist, use it to buy time for his companions. He had been practicing with Void as well, but just like the spatial tear, he hadn't been able to get anything from it. This thing is harder than I thought. Void complained. He spent hundreds of years learning or maybe even creating the technique. It's just a shame I was unable to get my hands on it. Gray replied. He didn't show too much frustration, he knew they wouldn't be able to get it in a blink. Void looked at him. You were the one who killed him so suddenly. If you had offered for him to teach you and then you spare him, he might have obliged. It has already passed, there's no use regretting it now. Gray shrugged. We should go back to Corey. He looked at the city that was far away. They made a stop at a city after months of traveling. All right. Void nodded. He looked in the direction of the city curiously and said, I wonder what's happening there. They had been training for almost a week now and hadn't returned. Chapter 12-13. Gray and Void rushed back to the city. Meanwhile, in the city, Corey and the bunny leader were staring at the crowd curiously. What's happening? Corey asked the bunny leader. I have no idea. I think something important happened. The bunny leader replied. I hope Void and Big Brother Gray are fine. Corey said. She had been with the group for some time now, and since Gray wasn't used to being called uncle, he told her to call him Big Brother. He insisted that being called uncle made him feel old, and he was still very young. In fact, if not for the fact that Corey was still a little girl, in terms of how long an elementalist's lifespan is, he was still a child compared to others. Take the space elementalist for example. Although he looked to be around 40-something or so, he was hundreds of years old. There was a certain way to sense the age of elementalists, bone age. That never lies. Appearances might lie, but the bone age of an elementalist cannot be altered easily. The processes involved in altering one's bone age was very tedious, so even if there are people who have that thought, they wouldn't want to go through that pain. Corey and the bunny leader continued conversing while looking on as more and more people gathered in front of a building. Gray and Void soon returned. They quickly found the duo and walked over. Gray looked around and wanted to send out his spiritual senses, but after recalling that there was a peak elemental venerable staying in that particular building, he refrained from angering such a figure. Most of the people he was seeing being let into the place by the guards were all in the elemental venerable plane, and there was one that caught his eye, the son of the Dawson family head. What's he doing here? He wondered to himself. With his curiosity being piqued, he strode forward, Corey, Void, and the bunny leader behind him. People saw him approaching, and since they couldn't sense his cultivation stage, they made way for him. For someone to walk forward this confidently and they being unable to sense the person's cultivation meant only one thing: that person was stronger than they were. In fact, they didn't need to sense Gray's cultivation stage. There was literally a little girl behind him that had all of them stumped. Corey was barely 10, but she was already at the peak of the sage plane. With such a person walking behind Gray, there was no doubt that he was at least in the elemental venerable plane. Gray didn't bother with anyone. On getting to the gate, he saw the guard and asked, "Please, can you inform me on what's going on?" The guard wanted to speak coldly, but when he sensed the cultivation stage of the little girl behind Gray, he shut up and swallowed whatever he wanted to say. He was no match for Corey. Just the thought of how powerful Gray might be since he had such a little girl with him made him feel fear. "I think you should take a look at." "My lord," the master called for powerful figures around to help him out on an expedition. The guard explained. "I see." Gray rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Something that a peak elemental venerable would need help with must definitely be a top-tier treasure. His only concern at the moment was the son of the Dawson family head. He was not the only one he recognized. There were 4 others with him, and all of them were already in the 8th and 9th stage of the elemental venerable plane. Of course, he wasn't afraid of them, but if they were to cause any problems for him, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson or two. The issue now is that, if they were going for the expedition, then they all had to make sure not to have any internal fighting between them. "Can I go in?" he asked the guard. He knew the guards would let him in, but there was no need to treat them in a demeaning manner. The guards nodded. They heaved a sigh of relief that Gray wasn't like most of the people who had come early and treated them as if they were not people. Gray nodded at them and entered with his group. "Void, you and the bunny should hide. I don't want them to recognize me. If they do, there will be trouble," he suggested. Void nodded, and he vanished, dragging the bunny leader with him. There was a good space in Gray's spatial storage that they had made just for them. There was lots of good stuff there, and on a few occasions, Void liked going there to sleep. Gray and Corey walked into the building, and the moment they did, everyone turned to look at them. Even the man dressed in a golden robe, who seemed to have a heavenly demeanor, turned to look at Gray and Corey. There were about 40 people in the large hall, and all of them, with the exception of 3 who looked to be the golden-robed man's children, were in the elemental venerable plane. "Are you here to help me?" the golden-robed man asked. Gray nodded. "Then take off your mask, that will at least show your sincerity. Even though we are all here for our benefits, I wouldn't want an enemy of mine to come and take me unaware," the golden-robed man said. Gray looked around, and to be honest, he was the only one with a mask on. This naturally made him seem mysterious. The golden-robed man didn't have any doubts about his strength, but he wanted to know the identity of the person who came with a mask on and a freakish little girl. Such a figure should surely be well known, since they could have someone as young and powerful as Corey following him respectfully. Gray sighed, and with no other choice, he slowly brought his hand to his face and removed his mask. Chapter 12:14. Everyone looked at Gray with curiosity. His face has always been something that has attracted attention wherever he went. There were a few female elementalists in the place, and even though they were far older than he was, they seemed to show signs of actually falling for him. Not just the older ones, but of the 3 children of the golden-robed man, one of them was a young lady who was in her early 20s. The sight of Gray's face dumbstruck her that she couldn't peel her eyes away from him. Only after being nudged by her brother did she regain her senses. She blushed slightly, but didn't say anything. The son of the Dawson family head, as well as his companions, looked at Gray coldly. They never thought that he would make it all the way here. Sensing his cultivation stage, they were thrown off their feet. It had only been a few months, but Gray had already grown this fast. If they heard that Gray was purposely slowing down his cultivation, they would never believe it. Such a young fellow. "I wonder what your name might be." The golden-robed man was clearly intrigued by Gray. "I'm Gray, and this is my little sister, Corey." Gray introduced himself, as well as Corey. "You are a foreigner, correct?" the golden-robed man asked. Gray nodded in reply to his question. He could already tell where the golden-robed man was headed. "She's a native. How can you two be related?" the golden-robed man asked the question Gray was expecting. "A long story, but she lost her family and I happened to stumble upon her then. With enemies prowling around her, I decided to take her with me." Gray didn't dive deep into his explanation, but those around could guess what might have happened. However, they all felt Corey was from a powerful family and they wanted to kill her. Gray stepped in and saved her, but decided to take her with him for her well-being. If they knew she was from a poor family, they would never believe it. One has to know that even the children of the golden-robed man were still at the sage plane. None of them had gotten to the peak, and the strongest was in the 9th stage. The young lady, who was the second strongest, was in the 8th stage. All 3 of his children were older than Corey with at least 12 years, yet she has a higher cultivation stage than they do. The golden-robed man nodded and diverted his attention from Gray. After all, Gray was not the only one present. He was just about to address the people there when Gray arrived. He started, "All right, I'll get straight to the point. As you all know, I need your help with something." He looked at the faces of everyone and continued, "I know some of you are wondering why I would need your help when even someone with my strength is unable to get whatever I'm aiming for. Well, the answer is simple. I need the help of multiple people because what I'm fighting is not just one thing at the peak of the 7th rank, but 2 creatures. I don't think they're magical beasts, but they seem to be constructs of some sort. I think you should take a look at. This is the reason I requested such a large number of experts for help. Of course, the reward is bountiful and we will all get a share in it." After listening to the words of the golden-robed man, some people fell into thoughts. There were quite a few people in the 9th stage of the elemental venerable plane present. If these constructs can't use the elements as well as an elementalist, then with 29th stage elemental venerables, they should be able to deal with it. At present, there were only 8 9th stage elemental venerables. If they added the 8th stage elemental venerables to it, their numbers would increase to 23. But an 8th stage elemental venerable is not as strong as a 9th stage elemental venerable, so they would definitely need a few more weaker elemental venerables. "Do you know what the rewards are?" someone asked. It was an old man in the 8th stage. He wanted to see if it was worth it to join hands with the golden-robed man, and also the possible ways it would be shared. If the golden-robed man had an idea of what treasures lie in store for them there, then they would arrange how it would be shared amongst them and then select the group leaving. The 9th and 8th elemental venerables are definitely going to go. The only people they needed to select from was the 7th stage elemental venerables. Unfortunately, I do not. But do not fear, I won't take you for an expedition just to throw yours and my life away. The golden-robed man said. A few of us here know your reputation, so we will naturally trust you. But not everyone can go. The old man in the 8th stage said. I didn't expect this much to come after the news. The golden-robed man concurred with what the old man was saying. When he let out the news, he didn't think this large number of people would arrive. Apparently, just like Gray, a few were traveling around and came over when they heard the news. The group from the Dawson family did the same too. Anyone below the 7th stage of the 7th rank should leave the hall. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. You can head over to my inn and you will be treated well for the next few days. The golden-robed man said. Those below the 7th stage could only leave begrudgingly. Even though they wanted to join the team on the journey, they knew they were not as strong as the others. Why isn't the girl leaving? The son of the Dawson family head asked Gray. Like I said, I'm all she has. Wherever I go, she goes. Gray's reply was calm, his demeanor one of extreme confidence. Chapter 12:15. Gray had the same expression from when he removed his mask till now. His nonchalant expression was something that had been with him for a long time now. It has always been difficult for others to read what was going through his mind since he barely reacts to things. Other than the times he had shown anger, his facial expression when communicating with others, especially people he regards as enemies, has always been one of nonchalance. The son of the Dawson family head turned to the golden-robed man. Taking a weak little girl with us is only going to inconvenience us. How sure are you that he would even go with us? One of the youths with the son of the Dawson family head asked with mocking smile. Gray didn't reply to their words and kept his gaze on the golden-robed man. She will not inconvenience you in any way. The golden-robed man looked at Gray. How strong are you? He was quite curious about Gray's strength. From the way the son of the Dawson family head spoke to Gray, he could already guess that they were acquainted, and their relationship wasn't the best. If Gray only had the strength of a 7th stage elemental venerable, then there was no need in bringing him with them since he was insistent on taking Corey with them. At most, only 10 7th stage elemental venerable would go with them. There were 15 here, so he didn't mind kicking Gray out of the group. Strong enough to participate. Gray replied casually. The golden-robed man looked at him and fell deep in thought. He closed his eyes, and when he opened it, a light beam shot at Gray. The light beam was very fast, but it was well regulated by the golden-robed man. Only those who were close to the 8th stage and above could deal with this attack. If Gray finds it difficult to handle this attack, then he wouldn't go with them. For some reason, he didn't think this would be enough to stop Gray. If he was testing anyone else in the 7th stage, he would have used strength of a 7th stage elemental venerable, but from the way Gray had spoken all this while, he thought very highly of him. Those in the 8th and 9th stage saw the attack shooting at Gray, and they looked on to see how he would deal with it. Gray stretched out his hand, and under the shocked gazes of every, he grabbed the light beam. Moran! Someone snickered from the crowd. The voice came from the son of the Dawson family head's group. While everyone was waiting for Gray's hand to turn into meat paste, they didn't get the expected reaction. Rather, Gray was still standing there, his hand still grabbing onto the light. The powerful light beam they thought would destroy Gray's hand turned docile and eventually faded off. The expressions of everyone, including the golden-robed man, changed. They looked at Gray's hand and saw that it was covered with a dark light. It was easy for them to sense the space element from it. I think you should take a look at. I see. The golden-robed man muttered. A space elementalist has always been a dreadful figure for most people if encountered. These people, especially those who have a good grasp and understanding of the space element, can easily decimate a large group without putting in too much effort. While they were all marveling at Gray's strength, Gray couldn't help but chuckle internally. The only reason the space element appeared was to hide his terrifying physical strength. He used his bare hands to block that attack. Since the expedition in the secret realm, his physical body has always been stronger than his cultivation stage. So even now that his cultivation stage was in the 7th stage, his physical strength is almost equivalent to a 9th stage elemental venerable. Gray was automatically the first person picked out among those in the 7th stage of the elemental venerable plane. Although there were some that felt they could block that attack too, they didn't think they could do it as casually as Gray was doing it. The golden-robed man quickly picked out the people who would be joining them, and they soon set off. Gray was naturally part of that group. On the way, he didn't even spare the group from the Dawson family a glance. There was no need to. All he needed to do was to make sure that he would get whatever reward there was and leave. Well, other than that, he was hoping to see something similar to the golden energy. From what he knew, the golden energy and chaos energy were not the only types of energy in this place. If he could get more, it would add more to his strength. Corey naturally went with him. Void and the bunny leader were still resting in his storage space. His plan for them was to help protect Corey if there was any form of danger to her life while they were there. The journey took 2 days. The group arrived at an abandoned underground castle. Well, it was more like a small city that resided inside a castle. The castle was extremely large, and after entering inside, they saw multiple buildings. Gray and a few others who were not from the Chaos battlefield were dumbstruck by the place. It had an archaic air around it, and it was obvious that it had withstood the passage of time. At the gates of the castle, there were statues that stood over 1,000 meters high. Each statue felt like it was alive, and it exuded some sort of pressure on the people walking into the place. Corey walked close to them, and just as she was about to touch one, Gray held her back and shook his head. He could sense something off in this place. It wasn't hard to guess there was something off. After all, the golden-robed man brought them here in hopes of getting treasures. Chapter 12:16. Gray told Corey to stay close to him, walking with the group. The old man in the 8th stage walked up to the golden-robed man. Where did you encounter the danger? Everyone, please stay alert. The constructs attacked me while I was exploring the place. The golden-robed man said to everyone. He added, this place was a very prosperous city while its occupants were still here. There is no sign of a battle, nor did I see any bones during the last time I was searching the place. But I wasn't able to get too far before I was stopped by the constructs. Take note, there might be more. If they are more than we can handle, we will go out and regroup again. There's no use forcing our way in and having people die for no reason. Everyone nodded to the golden-robed man's words. No one wanted to die a meaningless death. All those who came here all came for the possible benefits they stood a chance to gain. If they were killed and didn't even get the chance to even see what they came here for, it would be a shame. The party started to advance into the place, each carefully looking around, alert, prepared for a possible battle. If there were constructs here, then it meant there was something left here worth protecting. If these constructs had the strength of a peak rank 7 elementalist, then whatever they were protecting was very valuable. Gray looked at each house curiously. He almost wanted to go in and check them out, but he didn't want to take any silly risks. However, this is where Void and the bunny leader comes in. With their adept control of the space element, even the golden-robed man would find it difficult to sense them as long as he wasn't trying to. With the golden-robed man's focus on the constructs, Gray knew it would be very hard for him to focus on something else. So he sent the duo to head out and check the houses and see if there was anything of importance. If they didn't find anything, he told them to take books if they found any. Void and the bunny leader naturally didn't think books were of any value, hence he had to remind them. There might be some information inside. Well, that all depends on if he is able to decipher it. Gray acted like nothing happened. He was slightly alarmed when the golden-robed man suddenly paused at the exact moment Void and the bunny leader left, but after looking around, he continued walking. He heaved a sigh of relief seeing the golden-robed man continue. Try to stay hidden, Void, this guy is powerful. He sent a telepathic message to Void. I know. Don't worry, we were careless when coming out, he won't sense us again unless we want him to. Void replied. Gray didn't communicate with them any longer and continued following the group while looking around. While walking, he suddenly saw a figure walk over to him. He was not the only one who brought someone below the elemental venerable plane for the trip. The golden-robed man brought his 3 children. Gray expected this when he saw them in the hall, so he wasn't surprised. "Your little sister is something else," the figure said with a soft voice. Gray took a look at the delicate-looking figure standing before him. It was the daughter of the golden-robed man. He should be around 2 or 3 years older than she is. "Yeah, a true gem," Gray agreed with her statement. Even in the Aurora continent, Corey would be adored wherever she went, and the top factions or even families wouldn't mind fighting just to take her into their ranks. "I'm Mia," the daughter of the golden-robed man introduced herself, stretching out her hand. "I think you should take a look at." Gray shook it. Gray. He took the chance to take a good view of the young lady standing in front of him. She was donning in a blue gown, and her long golden hair fell down all the way to her waist. Her brown eyes brought out her pretty face. After Gray's initial glance, he looked forward once again. Mia didn't seem to mind Gray's actions and asked, "Where are you from?" "I've always wondered how the foreign realm is." "The Aurora continent, it isn't really different from this place," Gray replied, keeping an eye out for any possible attack. "Really? I asked Father if he could let me go, but unfortunately, there was no way we can leave, unless—" Mia paused and looked at Gray. "We are taken by a foreigner." Our worlds are two different places in terms of energy. Here you guys use the chaos energy, while in my world, we use essence energy." Gray continued looking around, occasionally giving Mia a glance to show some interest. Even though he wasn't too interested in speaking with her, it would be wrong to chase her, especially after she left her group and came over. "Essence energy?" Mia wore a curious face as she asked. Gray wanted to explain to her, but thinking about it, he brought out an essence stone and passed it to her. "This is an essence stone, it's filled with essence energy." Mia took it from her. It was almost the same as chaos stones, just that it was filled with a different energy. She tried to sense it, and while trying to manipulate the energy in it, she yelped softly, covering her mouth in the process. "It burns," she whispered. "Ooh?" Gray looked at her, a little surprised. He had given Corey an essence stone before, and she didn't have such a reaction. She was even able to absorb it at a crazy speed. "It burns. This energy of yours burns," Mia said. "That's odd," Gray said internally. He was able to absorb a large amount of chaos energy and didn't feel any discomfort, and so was Void and the bunny leader. Even Corey was able to absorb essence energy with no issues. Why was the reaction of Mia different then? Chapter 12:17. Gray was still thinking about it when he noticed a movement ahead of them. He was not the only one who sensed it. Everyone saw 3 figures walk towards them. "I thought you said there was only 2. Someone asked the golden-robed man. "There was only 2 when I came the last time. I never expected that there was another one," the golden-robed man said, before adding, "We should be able to deal with them." The number of people present was enough to deal with them, so there was no issue with doing that. The constructs were not like humans that could manipulate other people's elements, so it wasn't too difficult for them to fight against them. They were just very powerful. "What's the plan?" the old man in the 8th stage asked. "I'll deal with one, some of you will take care of another one, while the others will deal with one," the golden-robed man said. He was confident he could kill one of them within a short time, but he couldn't kill it in a short time. This is where he needed the people to help him hold back the other ones. When it's done with the one it was fighting, it would then go over to assist the others. "Stay behind us," the golden-robed man said to his children. They were only in the sage plane. Even the after effect of their battle could kill them. Corey went with the trio as well. Shockingly, the youngest amongst them was the strongest person. "Void, make sure nothing happens to Corey." Gray called Void and the bunny leader back from exploring the buildings. They had been there for a few minutes and should have taken whatever was worth taking. Void appeared beside Corey, shocking the trio with his appearance. "Such a strange cat," Mia said as she looked at Void, who was standing on Corey's shoulder. She didn't see him while they were coming, so she was a bit amazed. "His Void, he was hiding in my spatial ring," Corey said with a soft smile. The reason Void appeared on Corey's shoulder was so that he would be able to act quickly in case of anything. In front of them, Grey was standing close to 8 8th stage and 3 9th stage elemental venerables. He was grouped with them to fight against one of the constructs. The son of the Dawson family head was part of Grey's group. The 9th stage elemental venerables were the main attackers, while the others were there to make sure the constructs was unable to focus on them. They soon surrounded the constructs and started to attack it. The golden-robed man had already started to fight against one of them on his own, while the other group had also started to fight their own. The son of the Dawson family head was the first that attacked the construct. When the attack touched the construct waved its hand and smacked the attack away. The construct took a step and appeared beside him, sending out an attack at him. "I think you should take a look at." The son of the Dawson family head was able to dodge the attack, and another 9th stage elemental venerable attacked, taking the attention away from the son of the Dawson family head. The construct turned to him, but another person attacked it too. Grey took a step forward and unleashed a fusion orb filled with more space essence. The construct turned to the attack, and just like the first time, it smacked the attack in another direction. The attack exploded close to the son of the Dawson family head, and he looked at Grey coldly. A light beam shot out of the eyes of the construct, aiming at Grey. Grey let the attack phase through him, before attacking the construct as well. The others continued attacking as well, pushing the constructs back. The group had been able to contain the construct so far. Not just them, but the other group as well. The golden-robed man had it easier as he was able to use his full strength against a single construct. It didn't take long before the construct started to show signs of falling apart. They were made of extremely tough metals, but after continuous attacks, it was normal that they would start to fall apart. To the surprise of the golden-robed man, he was not the first to defeat his construct, rather, it was Grey's group who defeated theirs first. With the help of multiple water elementalists, they froze the joints of the construct, making it difficult for it to move freely. Open to being attacked, and a reduced speed meant that it was unable to attack, nor was it able to properly defend itself against them any longer. The water elementalist should freeze its joints. The old man in the 8th stage was also in Grey's group. Grey was the one who gave them this suggestion, and after seeing how effective it was, he hurriedly told the others. Although they had all been able to contain the constructs, he was hoping that there wouldn't be any injuries or deaths. No one had been injured so far, and with all of them using the strategy of freezing the joints, they were able to take down the construct. The freezing part sounded easy, but it was not as easy as it sounded. With the strength of the constructs, it was able to quickly break the ice, but with a continuous stream of water elementalists freezing it, it was unable to keep up. A few minutes later, all 3 constructs laid on the ground, frozen solid. "Thank you for telling us this." The old man in the 8th stage turned to Grey. "It's nothing. I've faced a situation like this before, so I'm used to the method of taking it down." Grey didn't feel he did anything important. The golden-robed man walked over, and finding out that Grey was the one who brought the idea of how to take down the constructs, he felt relieved that he brought him too. Chapter 12:18. The son of the Dawson family head looked at Grey and smiled softly. The others from the Dawson family walked over to where the son of the Dawson family head was standing. Other than him, who wasn't showing any signs of hate towards Grey, the others weren't really making any effort to hide theirs. It was clear for others to see that there seemed to be some sort of rift between them. Grey didn't bother with them as he walked over to where Corey was standing. Just as he got close, his expression changed drastically and he vanished, appearing beside the group of 4. He created a large earth dome. Boom! The earth dome shook and started to crack. Another attack! The golden-robed man's scream woke the others from their dormant state. None of them expected that there would be another attack so early. Void was already prepared to take Corey away from the place, but Grey stopped him and jumped in to save them. He didn't want to expose Void just yet. Since he could do something to block the attack, it was best to keep Void's strength hidden. If not for the fact that the bunny leader didn't like fighting, he would have had 2 powerful magical beasts with him, but the bunny leader liked it when others did the hard work. It had even suggested to Grey to let it go and bring its servants. It had been with Grey for a while, and Grey said after they left this place, he would allow it to get them. It was a good way to strengthen his group, so there was no harm in doing so. He was confident the bunny leader wouldn't escape. Unlike humans, magical beasts don't like deceiving people and are almost always true to whatever they say. Of course, given the cunningness the bunny leader had shown from the first time he had seen it, there was a good possibility that it was lying. But Gray was optimistic. Besides, he marked it. If it ran away, he would be able to eventually track it. The mark he used on it was more complex compared to the ones he had been using. There was almost no way for the bunny leader to remove it on its own. The dome soon fell apart and Gray and the other four appeared in view. The attack seemed to be invisible as no one saw it. They only sensed it. Gray took them and teleported to where the others were standing. He kept the four who were in the sage plane in the middle of the group of elemental venerables. This was the only way they would be able to protect. The others surrounded them, hoping to protect them from another attack. They all looked around, all on high alert. They soon heard a giggle, an eerie one that sent chills down the spines of everyone that was present there. "It has been a long time since I had human blood," the voice said, still giggling. "One of you has a familiar smell. I think you should take a look at." "Oh, you're the human who came here the last time, right?" the voice asked. The golden-robed man knew he was the one being asked the question. "Show yourself. Why stay hidden if you're so powerful?" the golden-robed man asked with a mocking tone. "Kikiki, you don't have to worry about me. I wanted to taste the blood of those fries, but it looks like I'll have to kill you all first before I can do that," the voice said, still hidden from them. "The person who saved them, you have a unique smell. I don't mind letting you leave," the voice said. It clearly didn't have any plans in letting the others leave, but it said it would let Gray leave this place, which surprised the others who were there. "Did you plan this with it?" one of the youths from the Dawson family asked. "Do you have a brain leakage? If I knew of a place like this and also have a good relationship with whatever that is, why would I bring people here when I can just take everything for myself?" Gray didn't understand how the young man could even ask such a question. Sometimes, he was surprised at how daft some people proved to be. He didn't bother with them, as he stood close to Corey. His responsibility was to make sure that no matter what, he saved her. Void was there as well, so worse comes to worse, Void would have to save her and take her out while he was holding down the helm. The golden-robed man looked around and started muttering something. He made some hand seals and a large array appeared. The array sent out a wave of energy that started to spread across the entire space. They were currently standing in a street, with buildings on both sides. At the moment, there was a large probability that the owner of the voice was hidden in one of these buildings. The array the golden-robed man used was a detection array. As long as there was another person present, it would be able to sense the person and even point him in the direction the person was hiding. This array had helped him a lot over the years, and now, he was hoping to use it once again. Gray looked at the array and was able to understand what it was used for with just a glance. He didn't think the array would work for this entity though. He had been trying to sense it, not just him, even Void had been trying, but they hadn't been able to find out where it was. The voice sounded like it was coming from all angles. The energy wave came out from the array multiple times, but it was unable to detect anything. "Over there!" Gray pointed in the direction of one of the 7th stage elemental venerables, and an attack exploded there, sending the figure flying. Before the figure could hit the ground, he vanished into thin air. Chapter 12:19. What happened? Someone in the 7th stage asked in fear. They didn't see the end of the man who was sent flying. The figure just disappeared into the air like it was never there. Even Gray looked on with an alarmed expression. He didn't sense the use of the space element, so he was startled with what just happened. Whatever this thing is, it's not using the space element. Nor can we see it. How can we fight it then? Someone in the 9th stage asked with a serious expression. They were still celebrating the fact that none of them were injured or died during the battle a few minutes ago, but now, with just a single attack, one of them was dead. This was a dreadful feeling. The fear of the unknown is something that affects everyone, Gray and the golden-robed man included. How do we fight it? Another person asked, a bit panicky. Calm down, we should stay together. Create an energy wave around you so you would be able to sense whatever comes within it. The golden-robed man suggested. Gray didn't do that, rather, he used the gravitational force field. he covered the entire group of who were below the elemental venerable plane. His gravitational force field is far better than the energy these people were using. With it, as long as the entity comes close, it would be dragged down with the sudden change in the gravity in that area. Gray calmed himself down and he looked around. Kikiki, you all are so funny. Do you think that can stop me? The voice resounded in their ears once again, echoing from all angles. Gray had a calm expression. Even the golden-robed man also put on a calm demeanor. He didn't show any signs of panic. Other than 3 people who were panicking, the rest had calmed themselves down and were trying to make sure they were not caught off guard. Someone suddenly took a step back and attacked a particular area. Bam! The attack hit the thin air as there was nothing there for it. The man looked at everyone and said, "I sense something creeping into my space." The others nodded and didn't say anything. They were all focused, making sure they wouldn't be the ones attacked due to this distraction. One of the young men from the Dawson family took a step forward and attacked. This time, there was a counterattack. He was able to block the counterattack since he was prepared for it. Smart fellows. I'll still pick you all off, one by one. The voice said. It didn't show any anger in its voice. Hey! You're only so-so, no wonder you're hiding away. I can kill you in a one-on-one fight. The young man snickered. I think you should take a look at. From the counterattack of the entity, it was clear for them to estimate its strength. Well, they can't be too certain, however, its strength should be around the 8th stage of the elemental venerable plane. There's also the possibility that it used that attack to trick them and it might be just as strong as the golden-robed man. If that's the case, then it would be able to take out the young man if it went all out. Killing an 8th stage elemental venerable as a peak elemental venerable was very possible, even to one-shot them, but that all relies on if they could catch them unaware. A prepared 8th stage elemental venerable would be able to fight back. Only those in the 9th stage have a slight chance of survival against a peak elemental venerable. However, with so many people present, even killing a 7th stage elemental venerable would be very difficult for even a peak elemental venerable. The group didn't move from their current positions, they all stood in the same spot, waiting to attack whenever the entity came close to them. Bang! The sound of something hitting the ground resounded in the area and everyone turned to Gray's position. They clearly saw the small dust that rose up after the figure hit the ground. The figure never expected that there would be a gravitational force field around Gray. Just when it was trying to get one of the 4 in the sage plane, it was hit by the sudden change in gravity and slammed into the ground. Gray and the golden-robed man attacked that spot the moment they heard the sound. They attacked within a second after they heard the sound. A painful shriek resounded in the air, but it soon faded away. The place regained its previous silence. A few minutes passed with no one making a sound. The group didn't take a step forward. One person asked, "Do you think it's dead?" "There's no way we can be sure." The golden-robed man said, "But we can't keep standing here. Let's continue. Keep your energy active, just to be extra safe." The group nodded and continued walking. The golden-robed man walked closer to Gray. He was curious about what Gray used, and when he walked into the area, he felt his body going down on its own. He reacted quickly and left the area before taking a glance at Gray. Gray was getting more and more mysterious. Of all the people present, Gray was the one who didn't have a single idea of how strong he was. He couldn't see through him, and that had him a little worried, but he didn't have the thought of him being involved in anything here. Since Gray protected his children, he didn't mind. If not for Gray, the trio would have been dead before he could even react. Now he understood how dangerous it was to bring his children here. They continued walking in the area, their pace very slow. They didn't dare to move too fast lest they walked into more trouble. The direction they were headed was towards the largest building in the place. There was no sunlight in this place, but it was still as bright as it is outside. If they didn't know that they were in a cave, some wouldn't know the difference. Chapter 12:20. The group walked forward cautiously. They all knew there was a hidden danger, and things might get worse for them if they were to face any other opponent as they moved forward. They were still thinking about that probability when the golden-robed man paused and looked ahead of him. His expression changed slightly and he said to the others, "There's an array up front. I don't know what type it is, but I don't think it will be something that would aid our cause." Gray squinted his eyes and sent out his spiritual senses to test out the array. It was a quite complex array, and he could sense different overlapping arrays on top of each other. This will be difficult. And with that thing lurking around, we will be in some sort of danger. Gray thought internally. He wasn't sure he would be able to keep the gravitational force field active while in that array. The best option was to get rid of the danger that could hurt them before stepping into the array. Gray looked around, an idea echoing in his mind. Without wasting much time, he executed it. His eyes glowed with a pale blue glow as he looked around. A smile broke out on his face when he looked around. The reason for that was because he could see an additional figure. This was a figure he couldn't see previously. The figure had the shape of a human, but looked to be more like a spectre. It had loose clothes and was floating in the air. The golden-robed man and the others were still speaking when they saw Gray's eyes glow blue. Some of them were about to ask what he was doing when they saw a smile break out on his face as he was staring in a particular direction. "What's wrong?" The golden-robed man was the first to ask. "It's there." Gray pointed behind an 8th stage elemental venerable. This spectre seemed to be following one of them very closely. In fact, it was following him as if they were one. The person it was following looked at Gray, his expression cold. "Why are you pointing at me?" the man asked. He heard Gray's statement, and he was a bit confused by it. "Whatever is attacking us is behind you," Gray said. "How are you certain?" the golden-robed man asked. "Is there anyone present who can use this sort of attack?" Gray asked while pointing at his glowing eyes. After looking around, no one stepped forward. This means there was no one else to help him confirm his words. Of course, he didn't really need any confirmation. After all, he was seeing the spectre with his eyes. The reason he was asking is that he wanted another person to confirm to the group. "What now?" the son of the Dawson family head asked. He was speaking to Gray, and not the golden-robed man. "I think you should take a look at." Gray didn't reply, but his figure blinked, and before anyone could realize what was happening, he had switched places with the man who the spectre was standing behind. He wanted to confirm something first before attacking. When he changed places with the man, he got confirmation for what he wanted to know. The man was tied to the spectre. "Kill him," Gray said coldly. The man looked at Gray, his eyes cold. Even the golden-robed man looked at Gray, a bit confused. "What's the meaning of this?" the man asked coldly, his eyes showing a bit of rage. "I'm saying you're the one who brought the phantom here. If not, it wouldn't be that close to you even with your energy field on. I saw it when I activated this, and since I didn't want to falsely accuse you, I switched places with you just to be sure if it was hiding behind you or if it's part of you." Gray explained calmly. "My switch technique will not take along something that doesn't belong or isn't tied to the individual I'm changing places with. There's also no way for the phantom to predict that I'm about to use that skill, so it was impossible for it to move that quickly and appear behind you once again." The golden-robed man looked at the man Gray was accusing of bringing the phantom that attacked them. He didn't know what to say since he couldn't see what Gray was seeing. This was the first time he was working with Gray, but this man, he had worked with him once, not on an expedition like this, but on something else. To say the least, he had a bit of trust in this man, compared to Gray. "How come you're the only one who can see it?" the man asked a very important question. Gray accusing him was something he would not stand for. The fact that Gray was the only one who could see it was a little suspicious. "I should have kept shut." Gray felt a growing headache. Of course, he was still confident in being able to confirm his words, but with everyone staring at him now, he didn't want all that attention. The only reason he even spoke up was due to the array that was in front of them. Heading there with a hidden danger was not something he dared to do. Unless he was confident in breaking the array with ease, he would never enter with the danger still there. This was the first time he was seeing an array like this, and he knew that if he dared to be careless, he might face some dangers. "You're seeing the change in my eyes, right?" Gray asked. "It doesn't change anything. Anyone can make their eyes glow," the man said, and even his eyes glowed with a silver color. "You see, simple. All he did was to channel his lightning essence to his eyes, and his eyes glowed silver." "All right, do this then," Gray used his mental attack on the man, and the body of the man started to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eyes. Chapter 12:21. The golden-robed man prepared to attack, but he wasn't facing the lightning elementalist Gray was attacking, rather, he was facing Gray. Don't be alarmed, this is a special method of attack known as mental attacks. It's the reason I was also able to see the phantom behind him. Gray explained to the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man turned to the son of the Dawson family head, seemingly wanting some sort of confirmation from him. He could tell he was acquaintances with Gray, but they didn't seem to have a good relationship. If he confirmed that there was something like what Gray was speaking of, then he would not attack Gray, but if there wasn't, then he would attack Gray, and would also believe Gray was the one who brought the phantom. After all, it was quite odd that he was the only one who could see this mysterious phantom. Besides, there was also the possibility that they had killed it from their last combined attack. The son of the Dawson family head looked at Gray, then at the man and nodded at the golden-robed man. Even though he was not a fan of Gray, it doesn't mean he would foolishly let a hidden danger go with them. The phantom was something they could not see, and if it were to attack them again while they were fighting, then they would be in serious trouble. As much as he wanted the golden-robed man and Gray to fall out, he wasn't foolish enough to do that at his own peril. When the golden-robed man saw him nod, he looked at Gray again and said, "Unfreeze him." Gray didn't argue with him and did as he was told. The golden-robed man was even more intrigued by Gray's abilities. With nothing but a lot, he literally made an 8th stage elemental venerable defenseless. If he recalled correctly, Gray was a stage weaker than this man, and this man also had years of experience, yet he was like a small child before Gray. If the duo were to fight, it was easy to know who would win. Just this mental attack was enough to incapacitate the man, much less Gray putting in more effort. After unfreezing the man, Gray switched places with him once again, making sure the children of the golden-robed man, and most importantly Corey, wouldn't be hurt by the phantom. He was standing close to them from the start, he only changed places with the man to confirm something. Now that he had achieved his purpose, he didn't dare to delay any further, if not, they would be in danger of being killed with a single attack. The golden-robed man looked at the man, a bit conflicted. He asked, "Why did you attack my children?" "I didn't." "Why are you believing the words of these foreigners?" The man couldn't believe the man was telling him he was the cause of the phantom's attack. Although he was frozen, he was still well aware of what was happening while in that frozen state. "But he said the phantom is behind you," the golden-robed man said. "Did he prove it to you? He accused me and you believed just like that? Are you that naive? What if they are planning to reduce our manpower so they can keep everything for themselves? Never trust these foreigners." The man asked a series of questions, speaking with a wrong tone. From the perspective of others, the man was pained by the fact that the golden-robed man believed the words of Gray and the others without even doubting it. He was even prepared to attack him, which was absurd from their point of view. The golden-robed man paused and looked at Gray. Yes, he was acting a bit too quickly. I was a bit rash. The voice clearly said it recalled my smell from the last time. That should mean it sensed me then, but what if it's all an act by the phantom? I mean, I did tell them I've been here before. He was conflicted, unsure of who to believe. On one side was a long-time acquaintance, on the other hand were the untrustworthy foreigners. If he were asked to choose who to believe, he would pick the man without a doubt. But Gray saved his children, and he didn't feel Gray would do something like this. From how Gray has acted all this while, he judged that he was not one who would act in such a manner. He looked at Gray and said, "Prove it. Prove that the phantom is behind him." "I'll not prove that it's behind him, but I'll prove that I can see it," Gray replied. The golden-robed man looked at Gray, a bit displeased. "The phantom can move, remember?" Gray's next words cleared the doubts in the mind of the golden-robed man and the others. The phantom could indeed move from one place to another. It was proven the last time they fought it. Gray looked at the man and said, "Protect them." He couldn't leave Corey unprotected, he would rather not try to prove anything and leave immediately than to do so. Even with Void standing by, he didn't want to take any chances. The golden-robed man had no issues with that and covered them with his energy. Gray walked forward and stared straight at the eyes of the phantom that was still behind the man. The phantom looked at him, and its face, which was covered with a veil, revealed a chilling smile. The teeth were damaged, and each of them were not whole. The phantom moved away from the man, flying high into the sky. Gray sent out an attack, and just as the phantom was about to dodge it, a small snowstorm started in that particular place, keeping it in check. Its movement slowed down, and Gray's attack hit it, sending it crashing to the ground. Boom! With the sound of the phantom hitting the ground, the others believed Gray's words. Chapter 12:22. Believe me now? Gray asked calmly. The golden-robed man and the others nodded. At first, they kept their eyes on the place where the phantom landed, but right after, their gazes turned to the man Gray accused of controlling the phantom. I don't know anything about it. The man still stuck with his initial words. Did you keep your energy field active? The golden-robed man asked. Yes, I didn't deactivate it for even a moment. I don't know how that thing stuck to me. How are we even sure it stuck with me? It was clearly struck down from the sky. The man said. He wore a wronged face, shocked at the current situation that was unfolding. If your energy field was active, how come you didn't sense it? The golden-robed man would not believe the words of the man so easily. Gray had proved that he could see it. Now that he had proven himself, it meant that he was right when he saw the phantom was stuck to the man. I don't know. But I didn't sense it, nor did I bring it here. The man still didn't change his words. The golden-robed man had a confused expression on his face. From how adamant the man was, he was starting to feel like he truly had no idea of what was happening. His gaze fell on Gray, and another thought came to his head. What if he's the one controlling it? If he has some sort of dissatisfaction against him, then it would make sense to frame him and get him killed. The thought of Gray being the one who controls the phantom was very much in the head of the golden-robed man, not just him, but a few others as well. However, they didn't see any reason why Gray would want to frame this man. He was stronger than the man when it came to attack power. Besides, the only person they felt Gray wouldn't mind framing was the young foreigner who seemed to have an issue with him, but he didn't, and the son of the Dawson family had even confirmed his mental attack theory to them. The man felt his head ache, and he couldn't come to a conclusion in a short time. Fine, since you can see it, destroy it. We have no tangible evidence against him, we can't attack him. He concluded after a minute of silence. Gray didn't argue with him and walked over to the phantom that already had some parts destroyed. He unleashed a powerful fire attack, and the pain shriek of the phantom resounded in the place. Its horrifying scream made the people around feel goosebumps on their body. Those below the elemental venerable plane felt a chill run down their spines. Dead. Gray turned and walked over to where Corey was standing. The golden-robed man kept his gaze on Gray's facial expression, as well as that of the man Gray accused, but he didn't see any changes in their face. Gray had the same nonchalant expression, and the man had a vexed expression. That expression has been there since he was trying to explain himself to them. Now that Gray had killed the phantom, there was even a hint of relief in his eyes. He looked at the golden-robed man, displeased at the fact that he suspected him. The golden-robed man gave him an apologetic nod, and they continued their journey. There was still an array before them. The only reason they stopped was due to Gray saying he could see the phantom. To be honest, everyone loosened up now that the phantom has been destroyed. While it was still uncertain if it was alive or dead, they were all on high alert, not even able to walk at their normal speed in fear of being attacked out of the blue. Now that the phantom was out of the picture, they could move as freely as they wanted to. The golden-robed man was the first to step on the array. Gray didn't wait for anyone and also took a step into the array. He didn't allow Corey to enter with him, telling her to wait for him. Once he cracks the array, he would take her with him, but for now, there was no way he would dare to take her into the array with him. While sensing the array, he turned to the golden-robed man. Can you break it? There are a series of overlapping arrays. I can't deal with all of them. The golden-robed man replied. I can break a few, but it will take some time. Gray said. Surprise engulfed the face of the golden-robed man when he heard that Gray was also good with arrays as he asked, You're good with this as well? I know a thing or two. Gray replied casually. The golden-robed man felt Gray was getting more and more mysterious. A powerful cultivator with such a high realm at such a young age. What was more shocking than his cultivation stage? His strength. His strength was above his cultivation stage by a mile. Even though he didn't use a powerful attack while testing him, given the ease Gray used in blocking the attack, it was easy to see that he was way stronger than a 7th stage elemental venerable. Gray's methods were also a means of surprise as well. He was able to make his eyes glow and see something they couldn't. If not for him, his children would have been dead, as he didn't sense the phantom early. Now, Gray was still good with arrays. One has to know that it should take years to learn all this, but Gray was barely 25 or 26, yet he had managed to learn so many varieties of things that would aid him when it came to battling. The golden-robed man had seen a few foreigners, but none of them were like Gray. While he was still in thought, Gray had started to decipher the array on top. "Anyone else good with this?" the golden-robed man asked. 5 people stepped forward and they all started to work on the array. Chapter 12:23. With 7 people taking care of the array, they were able to quickly break the first layer of the array. The moment they broke it, Gray was the first to rush out of the area. The second he came out, he took Corey and left the area immediately. The golden-robed man was the next. He took his children and retreated as well. The other 5 who were working with them were a little slower, but they still managed to make it out of the place. The second they left the place, a large explosion followed suit, making the place shine with a bright white light that engulfed the entire city. This city was well over 15 kilometers wide and over 20 kilometers long, but the light engulfed everywhere. After the light died down, they all returned to the scene. When Gray escaped with such speed, those waiting outside didn't need anyone to explain anything to them, as they all rushed to an area that they felt was safe when they also saw the golden-robed man running frantically from the place as well. Before the other 5 came out, there was no one else waiting outside the array area. All of them had evacuated the area. Such a powerful attack. The golden-robed man spoke. Fear was evident in his voice. He turned to Gray once again. Each time something happens, he only gets dumbfounded by Gray. They were all in the place together. He was the strongest, yet Gray was able to sense the danger before anyone. He did warn them as he was leaving. But before his voice faded, he was already nowhere to be seen. The golden-robed man sensed the danger at the time Gray's voice was about to fade, and he left immediately. The other 2 escaped thanks to Gray's warnings. They sensed the danger, but only when they were already at the edge of the array and the attack was about to be unleashed then. If not for Gray's warning, they would have most likely died, or if they were lucky, they would have been badly injured. The 5 of them looked at Gray gratefully. None of them were annoyed Gray didn't try to help them. He warned them. That was enough. They knew if he wanted to save them, he would spend a longer time to save all of them, so he left while warning them of the danger. Gray didn't speak to either of them. His heart was still racing. The hairs on his hand were still standing. It was evident how scared he was when he sensed the danger. Looking around, he realized that none of the buildings close to the place got damaged. In fact, even the place a meter away from where the explosion occurred didn't show any signs of suffering such a powerful blast. Looks like there's something that keeps it all within that area. He heaved a sigh of relief after this discovery. "Are we still going to try to break it?" one of the 5 men asked. "This is the only way forward. Either we try, or we give up," the golden-robed man said. "We've made it this far, we can't turn back now," someone from the group said. "That's easy for you to say, you weren't the one whose life was in danger," one of the 5 men said coldly. "I think you should take a look at." They would never put their lives on the line for the benefit of these people. If they were to attempt to break the next layer and die in the process, these people would turn around and not even think about them after leaving. While their own lives would be cut short just for wanting to break an array that would benefit all of them. Thinking about it, they felt the risk outweighed the reward, in their opinion. The golden-robed man saw their expressions and knew they wouldn't dare to enter that place again, and he didn't blame them. His eyes moved to Gray, who was staring at the array, clearly fascinated. He couldn't help but wonder if Gray was fascinated by the array he ran away from with his tail hidden between his legs a few seconds ago. Gray naturally couldn't be bothered with them. He was still studying the array. Unlike most people who only saw the lines stacked on top of each other and the complexity, what he saw was an art, a beautiful, beautiful art. It was so compelling that he couldn't peel his eyes away from it. He saw a few nodes in the array and laughed in delight. His sudden strange behavior stunned a few that were present, while the son of the Dawson family head felt amused. Void almost wanted to facepalm as he whispered in Corey's ears, "He's doing that thing again. So embarrassing." "What's he doing?" Corey asked Void curiously. "Whenever he sees something new to learn, he gets excited. Look, his hands are shaking, he's getting close to the peak of excitement. He has probably seen how to break this array by now." Void replied. Corey looked at Gray, amazed. This was the first time she was seeing Gray break out of his usual calm character. "Don't worry, you'll get used to it." Void comforted her. While Void was telling Corey about Gray's behavior he found embarrassing, Gray was nodding and getting more excited. "I can break it. I just need 3 people, including you, sir, which makes it 4. Gray said to the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man looked at the 5 who helped them the last time. "Don't worry, you guys will be at the edge. This time, it will attack faster than the previous time," Gray said. When they heard it would attack faster than the previous time, they all took a step back. They barely managed to escape the last time with their lives, and now Gray wanted them to enter this one which would explode faster than the previous one. The golden-robed man looked at Gray with a disapproving eye. Gray soon understood the mistake in his words. He knew these people were still afraid, but he didn't think about it when he said this time the attack would be faster. "I shouldn't have told them." Chapter 12:24. After much convincing, 3 of the 5 agreed to help Gray and the golden-robed man. Gray stood at the center of the array and drew a hexagram in the sky with his energy. While standing in the middle of the hexagram, he made the golden-robed man and the other 3 stand in for strategic positions. Having 6 people would have been better, but Gray wasn't certain he would be able to control it with 6 people, so he went with what he knew he was capable of doing. He instructed them on what to do, and they carried out the instructions perfectly. These people were, after all, old fogies with hundreds of years of practice with arrays under their belt. The only reason Gray was able to get the method of cracking it was due to the vast variety of arrays he had encountered over the years. From the beginning of his journey to becoming an array master, he had been learning, and even to date, he was still learning new arrays and creating new ways to get past them. The method he thought of to break the array was from one of the books he had read about arrays from the past, while he was still in the Azure continent. Surprisingly, although that place was the smallest and most mediocre place he had been to compared to the other places he had explored, it still managed to bring some things that were valuable. It is as they say, no knowledge goes to waste. Gray was standing in the middle of the hexagram as he gently channeled his spiritual senses into the array, carefully removing the overlapping arrays. The first attempt made the hearts of the trio who were working with the golden-robed man at the edges jump. The array showed signs of instability, and they knew what followed after that. But for some reason, the previous result was not the case. There was no explosion, and neither did they see Gray running for his life like the last time. They've all come to terms that Gray's ability to detect danger was superior to theirs, so they all kept their eyes on Gray, while also doing as they were told. Before long, the first overlaying array was broken without any reaction. Compared to what happened when they broke the first one, this one seemed relatively easy. Gray and the other heaved a sigh of relief. The golden-robed man was once again impressed by Gray's abilities. The same could be said for a few others as well. "We can break it. There should be 3 more," one of the trio said. "Yes, but it's not any easier, it will only get harder since these are more complex." The golden-robed man didn't need Gray to tell him this. He was also a master of arrays and had seen it. They nodded and turned to Gray, awaiting his order like the previous time. Gray calmed himself and focused on the array. After studying it, he gave them instructions and they followed. This time, there were some changes in the instructions which came as a surprise to the golden-robed man. He wanted to ask if the same method as the first time wouldn't work, but as they were midway through breaking the array, he understood why. 30 minutes later, the 5 of them fell to the ground, all gasping for air. Even the golden-robed man was no exception. Other than Gray, he was the one who took on the most pressure, and it took a toll on his body. "I think you should take a look at." The other 3 were tired and almost had the urge to sleep. After using much of their spiritual energy, they all felt exhausted even when they didn't engage in a long battle. Should we advance? Someone from the group asked. We can't fight now. Unless you're certain of whatever lies ahead, I'll suggest you wait for us. The golden-robed man didn't look at the person but still replied to his question. The others could only wait for them. While they were waiting, Gray sent the bunny leader to search the buildings once again. They advanced further into the place and were already in front of the castle. If not for their exhaustion, they would have gone in by now. He hoped the buildings close to the castle would hold valuable items or information. Void couldn't leave Corey's side now, so the bunny leader went alone. Gray couldn't communicate with it telepathically like Void, but Void could, so they used him as a way to communicate. 10 minutes later. The 5 of them had gone back to their normal state. Gray recovered before any of them, but he realized he had been too dazzling since he encountered the golden-robed man. It wouldn't do him any good, so he still pretended to catch his breath while listening to what the bunny leader was saying. Are you sure you're okay? The golden-robed man asked. He was a bit concerned about Gray's well-being. Gray was important in this expedition and was indispensable due to the abilities he had shown. I can manage, you don't need to worry about me. Gray didn't speak fast, trying to put on his best act. The golden-robed man nodded and turned to the others. Let's go. The group advanced and headed to the castle. Like the golden-robed man, everyone felt the treasures were in this place. Not everyone was like Gray, who wouldn't mind getting a book at the very least. The people who came here all had the same motive, to grow stronger with the aid of the treasures they might find here. The golden-robed man was the one taking the lead. After ascending the short flight of stairs, he grabbed the large handle on the door and pushed it open. The door creaked, giving the sound of extremely old wood. Dust came out of the small opening after the first push, and they all felt an archaic smell hit all of them along with the dust. Chapter 12:25. As the door opened, everyone in the group prepared to attack. When the golden-robed man pushed the door to the end, the first thing he saw was a skeleton of a beast, blue in color, radiating intense water elemental essence. When Gray saw it, his eyes lit up. He knew it was good stuff. The inner part of the castle was dark, but at the door, they could already see the bones of a powerful magical beast. Just the bones showed that all was no ordinary beast while it was alive. Gray had the urge to take it, but he didn't make any attempts at taking it, just staring and looking away. The other water elementalists in the group didn't have such reservations. Some of them were ready to pounce at the bones at any moment. Calm down, we'll distribute these things when we leave. For now, I'll keep them in this storage ring. I urge everyone to hand over any treasure found inside so we can all get a share of it. The golden-robed man said. What about treasures we personally risk our lives to get? Someone asked. Then it's yours. But for treasures like these that are accessible to everyone, we should do well to place them here so we can all benefit. After all, if we were to say the strongest keeps them, only a few people will be able to get anything after risking their lives here. The golden-robed man explained. Everyone nodded, seeing reason with what the golden-robed man said. As long as it was a treasure everyone can access, then it would be kept and later distributed, but if not, then whoever finds it can keep it. The inner part of the castle soon started to brighten up. It was as if it was sucking light from the outside and lighting up the place. The view of the castle soon came to view, and they all got to see the magnificent place. They were looking at a large hall. Large pillars held the ceiling, which seemed to stretch into the clouds in place. The pillars had engravings on them, and the magical beasts drawn on them seemed like they could move. On the other end of the hall was a large throne that seemed to belong to a giant. The throne was over 6 meters tall and made with pure gold. The armrest of the throne was made with the bones of a magical beast. Even after so long, lightning could still be seen around it, dancing ever so gloriously. At the center of the throne, there was a large core that struck fear into the hearts of people staring at it. Gray felt his heart palpitate as he stared at the majestic throne. For the first time, he felt inferior just by staring at a throne. He couldn't help but feel curious about who sat on such a throne. His curiosity made him want to study the throne, but as he sent his spiritual senses close to it, he sensed a danger far greater than whatever the array unleashed, and he gave a wry smile. This throne was out of the picture. If they dared to go close, they might die, much less trying to take it, then they would die without a doubt. He turned and saw Void's glistering eyes. He hastily warned him of the danger. "I know, why do you think it's still there?" Void replied, annoyed. "I think you should take a look at." It was clear that he felt pained by the fact he couldn't take the treasure. He too had sensed that getting close to the throne would only cause him more harm than good. The golden-robed man looked at the throne but also felt the dangers that came with it and could only give up. In this case, everyone else knew that this throne was out of the question. There were multiple doors that led to different hallways. "What's the plan?" Gray asked. "Move as a group or individuals?" The golden-robed man looked at the hallways. There were at least 20 hallways. The group numbered around 30 or so. With this many hallways, there were bound to be more rooms and possibly secret places that they could explore. However, if they were to move individually, the danger would be higher, and also the rewards. The people would keep all the treasures they found, and he wouldn't benefit as much as he thought he would. "In groups," he said after some thought. "Of course, some people can move out on their own. But you all should be aware that although you will benefit more, the chances of dying would also increase. I do not know what hides within these walls. I'll explore alone, with my little sister, of course." Gray didn't waste any time and said his stance. He had always had reservations about doing things like this with people. Now that there was an opportunity for him to separate himself, he didn't think twice and quickly did that. A few people also decided to explore the place alone, while the majority formed groups. There was safety in numbers, after all. Other than his children, the golden-robed man didn't take anyone else with him. He was the first to pick a room. Gray didn't waste any time and did the same as well. Of all the people, only one person was unable to join a group. The man Gray accused of controlling the phantom. His expression was sour as he looked around. Although there were a few people who he was previously close with, they gave him space at the moment. They didn't want to take the risk of moving with someone who might want to kill them. If what Gray said was true, then he might kill them if they find any treasures. He clenched his fists, annoyed at what happened. This stupid brat. Now no one agreed to pair with me. I better go in the same direction as him. I'll kill him if the opportunity presents itself. Chapter 12:26. Gray was the only one who took that path. With the man following behind him, they were two people who took the same path. Gray had no idea the man was following due to anger of not being able to partner with anyone, and even if he knew, he wouldn't be bothered in any way. He saw the phantom behind him, and with the phantom moving with him when he switched places with him, he was 100% certain there was a certain relationship between them. There was no way it would have been taken by the switch skill when it was not Gray's target unless it was attached to the person Gray wanted to switch places with. The switch skill doesn't make use of a large spatial tunnel. All it did was to take the exact size of Gray and the target he wants to switch places with. If any other things follows, then it was part or attached to the target. After entering the hallway, Gray was greeted by a long tunnel. He never even thought it would be like this. He expected to see doors, a lot of doors. The bunny leader was out now and it was staring around. "Can you two sense anything good?" Gray asked Void and the bunny leader. "Nothing." Void shook his head, but then added, "Maybe there's something hiding it from our senses. Once I get closer, I'll know if there is anything good or not." Gray nodded and started to walk further into the tunnel. "I wonder if the other ones are like this," he muttered. He was quite curious about it, but there was no way for him to find out about it unless he walked there to check it out. "Someone's behind us," Void said. "I know," Gray replied. He knew someone would definitely take the same path as him. It wasn't like he was the owner of the place. The group continued walking forward with Corey looking around curiously. This was her first time being in a place like this, and it was quite exciting. They walked through the tunnel and before long they started to see an opening on the other side of the tunnel. There was light on the other side, almost as if they stepped outside the cave. As they got closer, they could even feel the cool breeze of the wind. "We're going outside?" Corey asked, a little amazed. "Not likely. Maybe there is a special spot here." Gray looked on with a normal expression. This was not the first time he was experiencing something like this, so he had little knowledge about it. When they got to the end of the tunnel, their vision was blinded by the bright light, after a second, their eyes adjusted to the place and they welcomed a scene like spring, flowers sprouting from the ground, beautifying the place. It looked so peaceful. This was the only statement that came out of Gray's mouth. He expected something that would want to kill them, but to his surprise, he seemed to have entered a place that looked like a garden. Is there anything good? Both Gray and Void turned to the bunny leader. It was the one who had dealt with plants more, so it should know if there is something good here or not. The bunny leader stopped to sense the place. It closed its eyes, but it doesn't seem to sense anything. Just when it was about to stop, its nose twitched. Gray and Void knew that was a small sign that it must have sensed something. I think you should take a look at. What did you get? Void asked curiously. My favorite flower is planted here, the bunny leader said. And what does your favorite flower being here have to do with us? Void asked with an annoyed expression. He suddenly paused and asked, is your favorite flower a treasure? No, the bunny leader shook his head. Then why are you wasting our time? Void looked at it, a little vexed. My favorite flower doesn't grow in a place that doesn't have a special fruit. This fruit can strengthen the essence of an elementalist and even make their physical body grow stronger. The bunny leader explained. So that's it. Lead us there then, Gray said. The bunny leader nodded and took the lead. Gray, Corey, and Void followed the bunny leader. They soon got to where the fruit the bunny leader was speaking of. This fruit was present in the garden Gray first saw the bunny leader. He was unable to get this particular fruit at that time. Just as Gray was about to grab it, he paused and looked behind him. It's you, he said casually when he saw who was walking behind him. Yes, the figure said slowly before staring around. What's this place? I have no idea. I saw myself here after getting to the end of the tunnel. Gray shrugged and bent down, picking the fruits. He only paused because he sensed someone coming close. Now that he had confirmed who the person was, there was nothing else stopping. The figure he was speaking of was surprisingly not the man he accused, but the son of the Dawson family head who didn't even think of taking the same path as Gray. He didn't understand how he got to this place. The son of the Dawson family head looked at the fruit Gray was taking. There was around 10, and Gray had already taken 9. Stop! He called out as he walked closer to them. Gray touched the fruit and it vanished. He looked at the son of the Dawson family head with a nonchalant expression. What? The son of the Dawson family head looked at Gray. With a sigh he replied, nothing. Gray chuckled and turned to look in the direction of the place he came from. He saw the man who he accused. It's you, Gray said casually. The man paused when he saw the son of the Dawson family head with Gray. I thought they had some issues. He looked at the duo, as well as the young Corey. Void and the bunny leader were nowhere to be seen as they hid in the tall flowers. Even the golden-robed man would not be able to sense them, much less this man who was still in the 8th stage of the elemental venerable plane. Chapter 1227. Is there no way out? The man asked when he saw the duo staring at him. I have no idea, Gray replied. He turned to the son of the Dawson family head who shrugged. All right. There doesn't seem to be anything of value here, he said. Didn't he move out with a group? Why is he here alone? The man thought to himself. He didn't think too much about it and walked further into the place, searching for a way to leave the place. Since Gray wasn't alone, he didn't have any plans of confronting him. He originally wanted to confront Gray for the accusation, but he was scared they would team up against him, so he gave up on the idea for now. I wonder why he's here alone, Gray thought to himself while looking at the son of the Dawson family head. From how they moved from the start, he felt the son of the Dawson family head would continue with his group. Seeing him here alone alerted him. Of course, he wasn't afraid of him, but he wanted to be on the safer side. With the man appearing as well, it might be a little dangerous for him. While the man was searching for a way to leave the place, 5 more people appeared there. They were all people who they met in the golden-robed man's place. They looked around, and when they didn't find a way to leave or a treasure, they turned to the people that were present. Even the son of the Dawson family head was searching for a way to leave the place. Gray was the only one who didn't seem to care. He was playing with Corey there, unbothered by the number of people that was increasing. Before long, their numbers increased to 10. When it did, something unexpected happened. The people who had been searching for a way to leave were stunned when they appeared on a platform. There were 10 platforms, and each of them stood on one platform. Corey didn't get a platform and she was still on the side, neither did Void and the bunny leader. Gray and a few others found it odd that Corey wasn't assigned a platform. Even if Void and the bunny leader were ignored, Gray felt Corey would at least be involved. Luckily she wasn't assigned a platform. He thought internally. Although he found it odd, he was happy by the fact that she wasn't made to fight anything. It was unknown what they would be fighting. If it was something that could kill her, he would not forgive himself. Some figures appeared before them on the platform, along with it came a voice. Win and pass, fail and stay. The people present showed a somewhat panic-stricken expression. Only a few sires Gray, the man he accused, and the son of the Dawson family head didn't show any reactions. What they were fighting was on the same stage as them, and they were all people who were confident in being able to kill someone on the same stage as them. How come there is such a thing? One of the other 7 people asked. I think you should take a look at. No one had an answer for him. This was also the first time each of these people entered this place. Even the golden-robed man who had been here before didn't get to this place. Gray didn't ask any questions as he attacked the figure in front of him. The figure was in the 7th stage of the elemental venerable plane. It wasn't as powerful as Gray in any way and could be beaten by those close to the 8th stage. Gray destroyed it with a single attack. The second he completed the battle, Corey appeared beside him and they were teleported away from the place. The eyes of those present changed slightly. Seeing how Gray was able to easily defeat his opponent, the others felt some encouragement and they all attacked. Only after attacking did they know that it wasn't as easy as it looked. Only 3 people were able to quickly dispatch of their opponents and were sent out, the rest weren't able to do so even after 10 attacks. The son of the Dawson family head defeated his opponent after 3 attacks. He was the fastest. After him, there was an old man who was able to quickly defeat his opponent with only 4 attacks. The man Gray accused succeeded after 8 attacks. The others found out it wasn't as easy as Gray made it seem like. They quickly recalled that Gray had a very powerful attack power. With that, it would be very easy for him to one-shot anyone without the strength of an 8th stage elemental venerable. On another location, Gray was taken out of the place and appeared in a room. Void's eyes lit up the second they appeared. The reason for that was that there was something glowing in front of them, not just that it was shiny, but it was also a powerful treasure. He didn't know what it was, but he was certain that it was no ordinary item. Just as he was about to head over for it, Gray stopped him. Why in such a hurry? Calm down, we'll take it, he said. Void looked at him and didn't try to take the shiny item from where it was hanging. The bunny leader looked at the room and was dumbstruck with the drawings on the wall. Gray also placed his focus on these drawings. The longer he stared at it, the more he felt like they were moving. On one of the drawings, there was a man who stood in the air, facing a large group of warriors. There wasn't any sign of fear on his face as he faced off against multiple opponents, rather, he was nonchalant. With a wave of his hand, more than half of the warriors were wiped out. The ones left submitted in fear of being annihilated. The man was magnanimous and let them leave after they gave up. Such a marvel, Gray muttered. Chapter 12:28. They continued staring at the painting, but Gray's eyes didn't leave a particular painting. In this painting, a figure was sitting alone on a mountaintop. It looked ethereal as the figure blended with the environment. While staring, one would get the feeling that this figure wasn't there, but at the same time, it was as if this figure was larger than the mountain itself. There was no movement from the figure, just sitting there as if it owns the world. From its casual sitting position, Gray felt his entire body rocked as he continued to stare hard at it. Gray's figure waved slightly and it was like his consciousness was pulled out of his body and he appeared beside the figure, watching it sit there peacefully without doing anything. The figure gave the feeling of sensing someone appear beside it and it turned to take a quick look at Gray. When their eyes met, Gray felt a lightning bolt down his spine. He was flabbergasted by what was happening. All the figure did was glance at him, but his legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. There was no need to say anything, he knew the figure painted here was a great person while still alive. What he couldn't wrap his head around was how they made it come to life, seemingly. This wasn't his first time seeing a drawing, but this was the first time he was getting such a lifelike feeling from one. Both the figure in the drawing and the artist were two exceptional people while they were still present. Gray didn't know much about the Chaos battlefield, nevertheless, he felt the figure here must have been a godlike entity. If not, why would it have such elegance? After some time, Gray was dragged out of the place his consciousness was dragged into. He didn't know how long he was inside the drawing, nor did he care. The short exchange he had with the figure gave him a powerful technique that he didn't want to waste any time and immediately started practicing it. There's a possibility that this technique would be able to help him here. Void and the bunny leader didn't get anything from the drawings, neither did Corey. Gray was the only one who got something, and he immediately started practicing it after almost 20 minutes of staring at the drawing. When they saw him in that state, they didn't bother with him and started to search the place, hoping to find something good. Of course, it wasn't that easy. Other than the drawings, the only thing present was the door to leave this place. The room was quite large, around 50 square meters or so. After almost 30 minutes, Gray opened his eyes. He heaved a sigh of relief before standing up. "Finally, we can leave," Void said. Gray smiled and stared at the drawing once again. He had gained from it. With a slight bow, he took the lead and the group left the room. There was nothing for him there. After they left, the drawing of the figure he saw sitting on the mountaintop turned to look at where Gray sat today. It looked at the spot for a few seconds, shook its head softly, and turned back. If not for the fact that one could clearly see that it was a drawing, people would think that it was alive given its mannerisms. It gave off the feeling that it was well aware of the happenings outside the drawing. "I think you should take a look at." Gray, Corey, Void, and the bunny leader appeared in another hallway. Unlike the tunnel, this one had doors on multiple sides. "Could it be that this is the main room, but we were sent to another place the first time?" Void asked. Gray shrugged. He didn't know how this place worked. He walked up to the first door and tried to get it open. To his surprise, it didn't budge. Even after using all his strength, the door refused to open. Just when he gave up, Corey walked close to it and it opened. A confused look appeared on his face as he found what just happened to be odd. He stopped Corey from going in and the bunny leader and Void were sent ahead. They were both small and could hide from danger. Void and the bunny leader didn't have any complaints. After going through the place, they called the duo over since it was safe. Gray took Corey inside the room and his eyes nearly popped out. This place was a bedroom, and it seemed to belong to a little girl. There were dolls in the place, but Gray was certain that each one of these toys was enough to make an entire city go to war. He could sense that they were each made from precious materials. There were 4 in total, and all 4 had unique characteristics. When Gray got close to them, all 4 dolls started to enlarge. Their strength was around a 5th stage elemental venerable. They act as some sort of defense as well? Nice! Gray couldn't hide his impressed expression. It wasn't easy to create something like this, neither was it hard for him to take them down. He was too strong for them to begin with. What he found more impressive was that the regenerating ability of the dolls was amazing. One of them, which had almost half its body blasted, was able to go back to its original state within a few minutes. "I think these belong to you." He passed them on to Corey. Corey took them and smiled happily, clearly pleased with having them. They searched the room but didn't find anything else of value. Since there was nothing to take, they left and continued searching the other rooms. Other than that room, there were still around 50 rooms, but the next 20 gave them nothing. Either they didn't find anything of use inside, or they were unable to access it. The inaccessible room seemed to have been assigned to only open for certain people. Chapter 12:29. Gray and his group explored the place and barely got anything else that was good. He left the place and headed straight out of the hallway. There was no way forward, so he went back. They appeared in the same hall as they used to enter the place. The hall had a few people present already, and Gray recognized 2 of them. When they saw Gray, they wanted to approach him, but they stopped midway. From their facial expressions, Gray knew they didn't get anything good. Other than the dolls he gave to Corey, then the technique he got from the drawings, he also didn't get anything much from the place. Compared to what they had to face to get here, he was pretty disappointed at the reward. But he couldn't complain, he knew he wouldn't always benefit from these places. Of course, Gray wasn't foolish enough to believe that all of them didn't get any good rewards. Even he got a top technique, there was definitely a probability that some of them must have gotten a good amount of treasures and just decided to hide it from others. They were all cunning people after all. He didn't leave and waited for others to appear. As time went on, more and more people started to come out. Of the 20+ people who entered the place, only 18 had made it out. The golden-robed man and his children were part of the people who had arrived. The youths from the Dawson family were all out, and even the man Gray accused was out as well. "What's taking the others so long?" someone asked in dissatisfaction after waiting for almost 1 more hour. "Let's be patient, if they do not come out within the next 1 hour we'll leave." The golden-robed man replied calmly. He was the one who brought them here, he didn't want to abandon them just like that. He planned to wait for them for another hour, and if they didn't come out then, he didn't mind leaving them behind. Besides, they knew the way out. There's a possibility that some of them got top treasures and didn't want to come out in fear of sharing their treasures. Of the absent people, most of them were in the 7th and 8th stage. It was clear that they were either dead or afraid to come out. 1 hour went by once again. "Let's leave, I'm tired of waiting," someone said angrily. Only one person came out in that 1 hour, and the person didn't speak after coming out. The golden-robed man opened his eyes and nodded. The time he promised was up, there was no use in waiting any longer. They got up, and just as they were about to leave, the doors which had been opened since they came in slammed shut with a bang. What's happening? They were all alarmed at the sudden change. The throne which had been untouched started to glow. "It's glowing," Gray muttered. During the time he had been waiting, his eyes had always been on the throne. To be honest, he coveted it, but he didn't know how to take it, and the danger he felt from it was too serious. He was certain that he would die if he dared to touch it, so he just admired it from afar. The others turned to the throne when they heard his words. Even without his words, most of them would have turned either way. The throne gave off a bright glow that only a blind person wouldn't see it. "I think you should take a look at." "Why is it glowing?" someone asked, a bit fearful. No one answered his question. They all came here together, so how did he expect anyone else to know the reason for the sudden glow in the throne? Why do people like asking stupid questions in situations like this? Gray shook his head as he thought to himself. The group was curious, but none of them walked close to the throne. They could all sense the threat of death from it. Before long, an array appeared on it and it shot to the ceiling. Everyone looked at it and was stunned by what they were seeing. In the ceiling, some creatures started to crawl out. These things were drawn on the ceiling. When they first came in, they saw them, but they didn't take it too seriously. After all, they were just drawings. What's this? Fear started to show in the faces and voices of a few people. A powerful voice came from the throne. "Drop it!" The people present looked at each other, stunned. They all took one thing or the other from the place, so they weren't sure what the voice was speaking about. Gray looked at the dolls in Corey's hand and dropped them. This was the only thing he took. When they entered the other rooms, he didn't take anything since they were of no use. Even Void and the bunny leader left them alone as they were of no use. The voice spoke once again. "Drop it!" This time, the voice was starting to show anger and the creatures coming out of the ceiling were increasing. "What's it talking about?" "Drop whatever you took from this place." The golden-robed man advised and dropped the things he got as well. The others started to do the same. Before long, all sorts of treasures appeared on the ground and the eyes of others lit up when they saw some things a few people dropped. The golden-robed man and Gray also took a glance at these things. Although they were interested in them, they didn't show it. Gray wasn't the greedy type. Since these people got these things, as long as they managed to take them from here, he wouldn't bother them. The only times he had done things like that were when he needed the items. There were a few things of value there, but none of them could move him. Void and the bunny leader were different though. Their eyes lit up even brighter than the light coming from the throne. Chapter 12:30. Oh right. Gray seemed to recall something and dropped some fruits. He forgot about them since he didn't really think they were of any value. After dropping them, he stood there casually. The son of the Dawson family head saw what Gray dropped and was a little surprised. Given Gray's personality, he didn't think he would hide anything if they were in such a predicament. He even dropped the fruits he saw him take the first time. Since these were the only things Gray dropped, then there was a high likelihood that they were the only things he took from this place. How can that be? He asked himself. He wasn't the only one who was asking that question. Everyone had dropped at least one thing of value, but Gray only dropped those dolls that looked useless and the fruits. Compared to what others dropped, the dolls and fruits didn't seem to have as much value as one of their treasures. "Drop it!" the voice said once again. This time, it was seething with anger. "Are these the only things you got? Drop the treasure before you cause our deaths." Someone scolded Gray angrily. Gray looked at the man, but didn't reply. The creatures were getting closer to them. These beasts walked on all fours and looked like dogs, but there was a clear difference between them and dogs. "Drop it!" This time, the voice echoed in the hall, making the ground shake. "Are you crazy? Do you want us to die?" Someone else spoke up. Gray was the only one whose items had the least value, so they all felt he was hiding something. The golden-robed man looked at Gray. He didn't see Gray as one who would endanger his life due to greed. "Are these the only thing you got? The other thing is ingrained here. Unless it wants me to forget it, there's nothing I can do." Gray pointed to his head. He learned a technique, but that was while staring at a drawing. He was even careful and didn't allow Void to take a few things. Although, they weren't of any value, so Void wasn't adamant about it. Now that he had dropped the things with him, he was carefree. The golden-robed man stared at him for a long time and shook his head. "Fine, but I hope you're not lying to me." Gray nodded and didn't say anything else. If he took anything of importance, he would have dropped it. Just when the creatures got close, a scene appeared before them and they understood something. The voice was speaking to any of them. Rather, there was a man who was inside and was carrying a coffin. The coffin was almost 4 meters long, but it was not an issue for this man. The man was one of them, but he didn't seem to be the same person. When they entered this place, he was only in the 7th stage, but from the screen that appeared before them, even without going close, they could tell that he was already at the peak of the elemental venerable plane. This meant two things: either he perfectly hid his realm the first time, or he met with a tremendous fortuitous encounter. Gray was the first to keep his items, along with the golden-robed man. Void and the bunny leader were currently nowhere to be seen, and Gray knew they had gone treasure hunting. There were a few good things present, and given the nature of the duo, they would want to take a few. "Don't steal anything from them yet," Gray said to Void. It already seemed like he had drawn the ire of a few people present. If some things were to be lost, he would be the first one suspected again, even when he didn't do anything. After taking his items, he went to the side to ensure that he wasn't standing close to anyone's treasures. The creatures had surrounded them, and they knew that leaving this place would be difficult. But they had to keep their treasures first. That was the most important thing. You've all seen who the voice is referring to. "What should we do now?" Gray asked. They were not the ones who took the coffin, but they were the ones about to be attacked. If the creatures attacked, they would have to fend them off for someone who wouldn't want to give them any share of whatever he got. "What can we do?" the golden-robed man asked in a self-depreciating manner. There was no way to get past these things. They must attack them. Even if they didn't want to fight with them, the creatures would still attack them. The others all wore annoyed faces, and one person suddenly spoke in an angered voice. "Who took it?" While asking the question, he turned to everyone that was around him. When taking back the treasures he dropped, he noticed one of them was missing. This thing was almost insignificant, but it was the most important thing in his collection. Those around him looked at him with an odd expression. The man was in the 9th stage of the elemental venerable plane. He was about to snap when he heard the voice of the golden-robed man. "There shall be no infighting until we're out of our current predicament." The golden-robed man snorted coldly. One of the creatures suddenly attacked, and the rest did the same. Gray stood in front of Corey, and without taking a single wave of his hand, he sent the creature flying, crashing into the other creatures. The second the creature crashed into them, it exploded with a powerful force, killing all the others close to it. When Gray attacked it, he sent a fusion orb as well with it, helping wipe out more of the creatures with just one attack. The golden-robed man attacked as well, sending the creatures in front of him flying. The others attacked too, keeping the creatures away from them. Chapter 12:31. How are we going to get to him? The son of the Dawson family head asked, irritated by the creatures. They might be stronger than the creatures individually, but with the collective number of the creatures, they were at a disadvantage. They could barely keep the area around them safe since the creatures were just too much. The likes of Gray, the golden-robed man, the son of the Dawson family head, and the others in the 9th stage of the elemental venerable plane had been the ones who took up most of the workload. The others were just trying to make sure they were alive. The man Gray accused could not be removed from the picture as well. He was stronger than a regular 8th stage elemental venerable. His strength was equal to someone who had just broken through to the 9th stage. Who knows which path that guy took? The golden-robed man asked after sending another batch of creatures back. The others shook their heads, none of them knew which path this man took. Apparently, of the group he went with, he was the only one that they can confirm is alive, the rest of them could be presumed dead or still in search of treasures. The group all exchanged glances when they saw that there was no way to find this person. The voice was still yelling angrily. It was very obvious that the coffin was something that was quite important to the voice. The voice might just be a remnant piece of consciousness, but it was very upset with the man who picked up the coffin. The others were unfortunately facing the brunt of the anger. We aren't the ones who took it. Let us go and make him drop it. Gray suddenly spoke up. Since the voice could feel anger, he felt there might be a chance that he could reason with it. As long as it could be reasoned with, then they would be in a good position. For now, they had to face the brutal attacks of the creatures. Gray had even used his inscriptions to fight off the creatures. For inscription surrounded Corey, forcing back any creature that goes close to her. He couldn't always be close to protect her, and he was still hoping to keep Void and the bunny leader hidden. After all, there's a good chance that they might take a few things from a few people here. First off, he didn't like the man the phantom attached itself to, and he saw that he had a good item. The treasure wasn't all that important to him, but it would be good for Klaus, and he wanted it. Most of the treasures he had been acquiring were for his friends. Klaus was the only one he rarely got anything for, the reason being that it was Klaus. Of all his friends, Klaus was the luckiest. Even without his help, Klaus would grow at a frightening speed. Reynolds was still good, Alice as well, but getting them treasures to boost their strength wasn't a bad thing. There was still Keith, Ellis, and even Corey who was here with him. He wanted to make sure everyone associated with him grew stronger. For some reason, he could feel that there was unrest. Even while in the chaos battlefield, he felt the unrest more intensely. From the few things he had heard, he guessed it had something to do with the gnomes, but he wasn't 100% certain. The others looked at him as if he were a fool. None of them thought of even reasoning with the voice because all it had said so far was to drop it. The main reason Gray attempted to communicate with it was simple: it showed them the coffin and who took it. He felt the consciousness saw them dropping their items and felt it needed to clarify what needed to be dropped. Just as some of them were about to speak up, they heard the voice once again. "Help me retrieve it and you would be rewarded." Shock appeared on the faces of everyone present. Before Gray could say anything, he felt a powerful suction force, and without hesitation, he grabbed Corey. There was no way he would leave without Corey. Void and the bunny leader could fend for themselves. Of course, the duo would never let him go without following. They all vanished from the spot. The creatures didn't stop attacking the others who wore flabbergasted expressions. He can do that? The son of the Dawson family head was shocked by Gray's intuition. The golden-robed man and a few felt aggrieved that they weren't the ones that were transported out of this place. Fighting against these creatures and fighting against just one person were two different things, and most of them in the 9th stage would prefer the latter rather than the former. They were still fighting when Gray appeared on the screen. On a large tunnel, Gray appeared in front of the man who was running with the coffin. "Stop, drop it," Gray said calmly. The man paused when he saw a figure appear in front of him. Seeing that it was Gray who was in the 7th stage of the elemental venerable plane, he snorted in disgust. "Get out of my way, kid, I'm not going to say it again. You don't understand, you can't leave this place even if I decide to leave you." Gray wasn't pressured by the man. "Hey! You think it would send you to stop me if it knew I wouldn't be able to leave?" The man said mockingly before adding, with the coffin firmly on his shoulder he said, "This is the key, with it, I can't only leave, but I can return whenever I want." Oh, that was unexpected. Gray was taken aback when he heard this. "Let's leave together, kid, I will give you some treasures." "I know you're strong, but do you really think you can win against me?" The man asked. "It promised me a reward, I don't know what it is, but it would most definitely be better than whatever you have to offer." Gray replied. He looked at the man and his eyes turned cold, dropped the coffin and leave. Chapter 12:32. "Kid, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The man asked coldly. Bang! He dropped the coffin from his shoulder as he stared at Gray. He was already in the 9th stage of the elemental venerable plane. The only reason he offered to give Gray something was so that he wouldn't be kept here while fighting with Gray. If Gray thought he was afraid of him, then he was dreaming. "You should be. I'm not like anyone you've ever encountered." Gray chuckled. "I know, but you're still no match for me." The man replied and his expression turned serious. He knew Gray was not like others his stage or age, he was very strong and also seemed to make the right decisions in most cases, except this one. Gray took another glance at the coffin. "Are you sure this is worth your life?" "You want to kill me?" The man asked with a playful smile. "Oh, you don't want to kill me?" Gray realized the error in his words. "Oh, I do, I really do want to kill you. Especially if those things catch up to me." The man replied. Gray heaved a sigh of relief. "Why didn't you say so initially? I was worried I was the only one taking things too seriously." The man looked at Gray but didn't reply. Rather, he took a step forward and his aura changed. The pressure he released was stronger than it previously was and Gray knew that he had improved his strength. The man didn't want to waste any time and quickly entered his strongest state. He unleashed a powerful lightning bolt at Gray. Gray immediately used his domain and was able to easily block the attack. He used the icy fire domain, and before the lightning bolt got to him, it froze. The man looked at him and snorted. He attacked once again. This time his target was Corey, who was standing behind Gray. Gray, seeing this, was a little infuriated and quickly stood in front of Corey, blocking the attack. Due to not being well prepared to take the attack, he was forced back by the impact of the attack and his hands felt numb. Even though he used the ice element to create an ice wall, he was still strongly impacted by the attack. He looked at the man and his eyes turned cold. If he only wanted to kill the man due to his mission before, now, he really wanted to kill him. After blocking the attack, he didn't give the man the chance to unleash the next attack. He vanished and appeared close to him, but just as he was about to attack, he was sent flying by the attack of the man. The man managed to sense where he would appear and attack before he even appeared. Everything happened within a second, and the man reacted very fast, sending him flying. Before Gray hit the ground, the man attacked once again. "I think you should take a look at." Although Gray was in mid-air, he flipped and got his balance, staying in the air for a while. When he saw the attack coming his way, he acted quickly, dodging it. The attack hit the walls, but there was no visible damage to it. He attacked with a fire arrow, but the man was able to block it. The man attacked once again. As Gray tried to block it, he was pushed back. Even with Gray's powerful attack, his attack power still can't be measured with a powerful 9th stage elemental venerable. The man was quite powerful even in the 9th stage. Gray tried taking the attack, but he was pushed back. His pupils dilated when he saw the man attacking Corey once again. Since he still didn't have any plans for others to know the abilities of Void, especially the son of the Dawson family head, he was forced to block the attack again. After blocking it, he waved his hand and Corey was sent further behind him. He didn't say anything about the man trying to attack Corey. It might be an underhanded tactic, but all is fair in love and war. He made 2 inscriptions that packed a powerful attack and unleashed them at the man. While doing that, he also created a fusion orb that he sent to the man. This was the first attack that made the man worry. Being distracted by the inscriptions, he didn't sense the attack early. When he sensed the attack, without a second thought, he retreated as fast as he could. Gray took the opportunity and decided to use his physical strength. His figure suddenly faded. Unlike when using the space element to teleport, his figure didn't vanish instantly, rather, it showed signs of fading, an afterimage. He appeared in front of the man while the image of his figure still standing in his previous spot was still there. Without holding back, he punched out. The man crossed his hands in front of him and tried to block the attack. However, he felt a scrutinizing pain that made him scream uncontrollably. The bones in his hands weren't the only things that broke, but some of his ribs broke as well. His chest caved in slightly and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. One has to know that Gray's physical strength was above his cultivation stage. The man didn't know this, so when he tried to defend Gray's punch, even when using a bit of his essence to enforce his hands, he still wasn't strong enough to block the attack. Of course, it didn't mean that it didn't help. If not for that, his chest might have been blown away by Gray's punch. "What are you?" he asked while catching his breath. He was in severe pain, but he couldn't help but ask this question. This wasn't his first time fighting against a foreigner, but he had never had such an encounter with them. Gray's physical strength was on par with beasts, which was a shocking discovery for him. "I'm Gray Dawson." Gray replied with a smile and disappeared. Chapter 12:33. The man and Gray's battle intensified. With Gray using his physical strength, he quickly took advantage in the battle. The man was forced into a defensive state, but he was still barely able to fight against Gray. Before long, he was left in a sorry state. Gray looked at the man. He wanted to kill him, but after thinking about it, he decided to let him leave. If he was killed by others, then it was his fate. "I'm not interested in killing you." Gray picked up the coffin and started walking in the direction the man was walking from. 50-50, we'll share it 50-50. The man yelled. "Do you think you're in a position to bargain?" Gray raised a brow. "The coffin is with me. If I'm interested in whatever is inside, I'll take everything and not give you any." The man looked at Gray and said, "They will kill you. Don't go back." "What?" Gray paused and turned to the man. "Those things. They killed my partners. I'm begging you, give me just a little bit of the things there." The man begged. Gray looked at the man and was a little confused. Why is he begging this much for whatever is in this coffin? He wondered. After walking a good distance away, he decided to check what was inside. The second he opened it, he felt a powerful spiritual energy rushing into his body and an impulse to absorb the bones started to grow in him. At first, it wasn't big, but within a few seconds, it was starting to grow stronger. Before he knew it, he was standing in the same spot, thinking of what to do. He wanted to return the coffin, but he felt indescribable greed toward the coffin and wanted to absorb the bones. In the coffin, there was nothing else other than bones. "Are you okay?" Corey asked when she saw Gray's sudden strange behavior. "I'm good. Don't worry." Gray reassured her and continued walking in the direction the man came from. Just when he was about to get to the door the man used to come out, the feeling got stronger and he paused, turned around, and took a step. For some reason, he didn't want to return the coffin, rather, he wanted to absorb the bones inside. He heard a voice in his head that said once he absorbed the bones, he would be the strongest person in the world. "Aren't you returning the coffin?" Void asked when he saw Gray walking back. "There's no need. That voice can't do anything to me here, that's why it sent me to stop that man." Gray replied in an almost robotic way, "With what's hidden here, I will become unstoppable and you can get all the treasures you want." Void looked into Gray's eyes and knew that there was something wrong. Gray's pupils had dilated, there was a certain strangeness in them. He had been with Gray for a long time now and knew everything about it. Seeing Gray in such a state, he knew this was not the same person he usually speaks with. "I think you should take a look at." "Gray, stop!" he called out. "Void, stay hidden. I don't want others to know about you." Gray said. After a thought, he said, "Don't worry, you can come out. After this, no one can take you away without my permission." "Gray, drop the coffin," Void said, his usual playful voice becoming stern. "What's the matter, Void? Since when are you the one making the decisions?" Gray's face turned cold. "Since you've lost your mind. Drop the coffin and let's leave this place," Void said. He could tell that there was something wrong with Gray, and it started when he opened the coffin. Now he understood why the man attacked them when they wanted him to leave the coffin. Also, after they defeated the man, he stopped trying to fight with them. He felt there was a reason for that. As long as Gray refuses to leave the coffin, he would not understand this. Lost my mind? Gray scoffed. If I remember correctly, you're the one who keeps putting my life at risk. I can't even count the number of times I've almost died due to your antics. And now I'm losing my mind? You must be going crazy. Gray, you're not yourself. Void said calmly. Gray's eyes started to show signs of red, and without any warning, he attacked. Void was already prepared for the attack and blocked it with ease. Gray, get a hold of yourself. Gray didn't seem to hear what he said. He attacked with ferocity and used his fusion orbs. Void blocked the attack once again, making sure Corey was safe. With Void's current strength, there was no way Gray could overpower him unless he still had access to the fusion state, but unfortunately, he didn't. Gray wanted to use the space element, but he was unable to. Void had used his space domain, trapping Gray there. With Gray's strength and his current state of mind, there was no way he would be able to leave this area. Void took a step and appeared before Gray. He sent a claw out. Void was a magical beast. Although he was small, he had a frightening strength. Gray tried to block the attack, but was sent flying. He into a wall and got back up quickly. Just as he was about to continue his attack, he froze and clutched his head. Void didn't continue his attack since he knew Gray was most likely coming back to himself. The fact that Gray stopped and held his head meant one thing: he was fighting against the voice in his head. Void went to where Corey was and stood to watch Gray as he fought against the voice in his head. A minute later, Gray held his head and screamed loudly, clearly in pain. Corey wanted to go closer to him, but Void stopped her. Leave him, he'll be fine. Corey stood on and watched as Gray fought against the voices in his head. Chapter 12:34. Gray was standing in the same position, trying to get control of himself once again, but he was hearing a voice in his head which was repeatedly saying he should absorb the bones and become stronger. According to the voice, these were bones of a god-plane elementalist and his strength would skyrocket the second he absorbed it. It even used the case of the man Gray fought as an example, telling him that the man increased his strength due to just opening the coffin and absorbing the stored essence there. With the complete bones, the god plane was not far from him. In the darkness, Gray couldn't see anything, but he could hear a voice. Absorb it. Take it all in. You'll become stronger. I've grown this strong without having to absorb any bones. Why would I do that now? Gray asked mockingly. A god's bones is not something you should compare with that of others. Kid, this is an opportunity you shouldn't let go. Just imagine how strong you will become after absorbing these bones. What do you want in return? Gray asked with an expression of contemplating the offer. I like smart people. The voice praised before saying, you will help me come back to life. And how will that work? Gray asked. He was exceptionally calm while listening to the voice. You don't have to worry about that, I'll sort that out myself. I'll give you some instructions and that's all. First off, leave this place and absorb the bones. The voice said. Gray thought about it for a while, and while the voice waited for a positive response, he heard a resounding no from Gray. I'm not interested in absorbing the bones of an old guy. Don't worry, someone else might come and absorb your bones, I'm not interested in that. When the voice heard Gray's answer, it snorted coldly and Gray felt a wave of energy rushing into his body, heading for his head. Just as the energy was about to reach Gray's head, it stopped and vanished without a trace. Gray noticed the orb in him move, so he knew it was its doing. Kid, what's that? The voice asked, fear-stricken. You don't need to know, now return to your coffin. Gray took a step, and the previously dark place shone with a brilliant light. Gray's dull eyes regained their colors and he looked at Void and Corey who were on the side. Where's the bunny? He asked when he couldn't find it. Hunting for treasures. Void replied. Bring the bunny back. I'll go return the coffin. Gray picked up the coffin and carried it back to the room the man took it from. When he walked inside, he noticed the obvious space in the center. An erected rock laid there, there was also some writings on it. The letters were something he was not familiar with, but he still brought out a piece of paper and copied everything into it. "I think you should take a look at." After a while, he dropped the coffin on the place that it was supposed to be. While Gray was going through the ordeal of taking back the coffin, the others he left in the hall were still fighting for their survival. The strength of the beasts increased by a stage and went up to the 6th stage. With the increased strength, a few of them started to get injured, those in the 7th stage to the exact. They could barely fight against 2, much less when they had to fight against 4 or more. When Gray was around, he was able to take off some of the pressure, but with him gone, there were more chances for the creatures to attack. The golden-robed man was more focused with keeping his children safe, so there was no way for him to help others out. Those in the 9th stage did the best they could, but there was no way to fight against all the creatures, there were just too many. "How come they're still attacking? Hasn't he returned the coffin?" Someone asked after getting scratched by one of the creatures. They saw the event when Gray took the coffin from the man. But after that, the screen went off. Now, they didn't know what was happening at the moment. They felt since Gray had taken the coffin, the attacks would stop. It had been a few minutes now, but the creatures were still attacking. They were still worrying when Gray suddenly appeared. On seeing that they were still fighting, he wanted to go back. Unfortunately, he wasn't the one in control of it. Without any option, he jumped into the battle. The only good thing was that the creatures stopped coming out from the ceiling. After a few more minutes of fighting, they managed to kill off all the creatures with no one getting killed. Some of them were injured, but it wasn't too serious. "What did the voice give you?" someone asked Gray. Gray looked at the man, but didn't reply. What he got wasn't something he would tell these people. After returning the coffin, the voice fulfilled its promise and took Gray to a treasure room. The thought of stealing everything entered his head, but he knew there was no way he would be able to take them. In the end, he was given a single bead. According to the voice, it contained a powerful attack. It didn't tell him the strength of the attack, but from his guess, he felt it should be enough to wipe out a group of peak elemental venerables. The golden-robed man looked at Gray, also curious about what he got. Seeing that Gray didn't have any intentions to speak, he didn't ask any further. With the creatures defeated, the door opened. "We should leave, before another unforeseen event happens," he said and took the lead. His children were behind him. The only person he trusted enough to protect them was Gray. With nothing attacking, he didn't want to bother Gray. Mia wasn't concerned with her father as she walked in Gray's direction. Chapter 12:35. Gray, Mia, and Corey spoke as they left the place. Their return journey wasn't as eventful as when they were going there. After leaving the castle, they didn't encounter anything else and walked out of the place with relative ease. Other than the man who asked Gray what he got the first time, a few more people walked up to him, but just like the first time, he kept mute. He didn't want any of them to know of what he gained. After all, it wasn't like there was a need to tell them. When they saw that he was keeping it to himself, a few snorted coldly, while others had an odd facial expression. Gray made sure to take note of how they reacted. He knew some of them would try to rob him, and he wouldn't mind taking all their treasures. Mia spoke with him for a long time, even suggesting that she traveled with him. She tried to use Corey traveling with him as an excuse, but Gray refused. The reason he took her with him was due to her age and situation. Mia was already old enough to take care of herself, so he naturally had zero plans of taking her with him. Outside the cave, the group walked out and heaved a sigh of relief. "There's no need heading back to the city, we can go our separate ways here," the golden-robed man said. He looked around and added, "I believe some of us got a good reward. Since the only thing we all saw are these, I'll give them to those in weaker stages. You'll need a good forge master to create something good for you." The man dropped it for those in the 7th stage. They soon shared it and everyone separated. Gray was the last to leave the place. He didn't want to leave too early. Even with everyone gone, he could sense some eyes on him. "Void, are you sure there's no way into that place?" he asked as he looked at the entrance to the cave. "Nope." Void shook his head. "Without it, there's no way there." "What's it using them for?" "It should have given me everything." Gray continued looking at the cave. He finally gave up after a minute. Let's go, some of them have some good things. Hopefully, they attack. He turned around and prepared to leave. Void understood what he meant and chuckled. He also wanted some of the treasures he saw and hoped the people holding the ones he wanted attacked them. Just as they were leaving the place, they encountered the first person who went with them on the expedition. It was shockingly the son of the Dawson family head and the other youths with him. "What do you want?" Gray asked. "I just came to warn you. You'll be attacked if you travel alone." The son of the Dawson family head said, "Come with us and you'll be safe. I think you should take a look at." "Don't worry, I'm hoping that happens." Gray smiled softly. The son of the Dawson family head looked at him with a weird expression. Gray was the first person he saw that was hoping he was attacked by people. Most people didn't want to be bothered, but Gray seems to derive a certain type of pleasure from it. "Will you be fine?" he asked. Gray looked at him and nodded. Although he didn't expect him to be this caring, he didn't feel bad about it. From the start, he didn't want to have any issues with him. He was the one who acted like they had an unsettlable argument. "Don't worry, I'll be good," he said. The young man nodded and left with his group. Gray chuckled softly before walking forward with Void and the others. He could already sense the first person that was waiting for him. When he noticed that it was someone in the 7th stage, he didn't know what to think. Although he didn't show his full strength, he at least expected only those in the 8th stage to wait for him. Sensing someone in the 7th stage was out of his expectations. He didn't bother and walked closer to the place the person was hiding. "Hand it over," a voice said, and when he turned to look in the direction, he saw a man standing there. "You shouldn't be doing this," Gray said coolly. The man looked at Gray, his expression turning cold. He understood the meaning of Gray's words and felt insulted. He was a 7th stage elemental venerable, and so was Gray. He felt he could defeat him. Gray took a step forward, and the man didn't even sense him. With a single blow, the man was sent flying. The man crashed into a tree. He managed to raise his head. When he looked at the place Gray's fist hit, he almost fainted. There was a big hole on his chest, the size of a fist. It was clear that it was from Gray's punch. When Gray was fighting while they were still in the castle, he felt he would be able to at least fight on equal footing with him, but with only one attack, his hopes were destroyed. Luckily, Gray didn't show any signs of wanting to attack again. Gray looked at the man who hadn't been able to stand up and shook his head. With the help of his physical strength and his explosive speed, there was no way someone in the same stage as himself could fight him. Even those who are lauded as prodigies would not be able to compete with him. He left with his group after taking the spatial ring of the man. Within 2 minutes, he was stopped once again. This time, the man who stopped him was in the 8th stage. Before the man could speak, he moved, sending the man flying. He didn't want to waste time with people that wouldn't be able to give him a good fight. Of course, he didn't forget to take away the man's storage ring. Chapter 1236. Gray didn't kill the people he encountered. He might want their items, but he didn't want to end their lives. Losing their storage rings was enough punishment for them. Only those who came with clear killing intent would be killed. He only encountered 3 people, and they only wanted to take the treasure. He was rewarded by the voice. After beating them, he took their rings and let them be. Almost 1 hour later, Gray stopped by a riverbank. "Someone's following you," Void said telepathically. Gray was a bit astonished when he heard this. He had been very careful and had been sensing his environment, but he had not sensed the presence of anyone. He knew Void would never lie to him about something like this, so he was certain that someone with adept hiding skill had been following him, hopefully waiting for the perfect time to attack. "Strength?" he asked. "I don't know. I only managed to confirm it after so long. But since they can hide from me for such a long time, it means that they are strong," Void replied. "Or just insanely good at hiding," he added. Gray squinted his eyes, but didn't show any signs of finding out that he was being followed. There was no use doing that now. The person was still hiding, and he hoped it was someone in the 9th stage who got a good treasure. When everyone dropped their treasures, he made sure to take a good view of everyone's treasures, as well as the people they belonged to. The group decided to rest there. Their journey to the underground castle was stressful, especially during the ending part when Gray was slightly possessed. He wanted to rest his head, while Corey wanted to play around with the bunny leader. Void was more interested in the storage rings Gray had acquired. There were a few things he was certain he needed, wanted in them. Gray kept the storage rings in his spatial storage, and he couldn't go there now since he was the only one who could sense the person following them. 30 minutes later. Gray, who was seated in a lotus position with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and looked in a particular direction. A small smile formed on his face. I guess they are tired of waiting, he thought internally. A figure walked up to him, staring into his eyes. When Gray saw the face of the man, he almost jumped in delight. Of all the people he wanted to acquire their treasure, he had the greatest urge to steal from this man. The thought of even following the man came to him, but he didn't want to be the bad person, so he let him go. Who would have thought the man would deliver himself to him? His eyes shone with a brilliant light, and for the first time, Void saw a glow in Gray's eyes, one that he was very familiar with. Gray's eyes shone in the same way Void's eyes glow whenever he sees shiny things. Void looked at the man and recalled what he had, and just like Gray, his eyes shone brilliantly, even more so than Gray's. Kid, I don't want what you have, I'm just curious about what the voice gave to you. The man spoke calmly. There's no need for you to see it, it's useless to you. Gray answered. The man paused and took a glance at Gray. For some reason, he could tell that there was something wrong with the way Gray was reacting. He could even sense some sort of excitement around Gray. When he was following him all this while, he didn't sense this, it only appeared when he showed himself. Kid, just show me. I know it's not important for me, I just want to fulfill my curiosity. The man walked closer to where Gray was seated. He had monitored Gray's movement and knew there were no prepared traps. During their time inside, he knew Gray was a fearful array master. Gray looked at the man and chuckled. He stood up from where he was standing and said with a straight face, "There's no need in hiding your true intentions. You followed me here, the fact that you waited till now means that you're certain you can take it from me." The man didn't speak, he kept staring at Gray. After some time, he spoke up. "Yes, I want whatever you were given. Since I have no idea what it passed on to you, hand over your spatial ring." "That's more like it." Gray laughed softly and his aura calmed down. He raised his head up and muttered, "I hope he doesn't disappoint me." The man was taken aback by Gray's statement, but when he recalled how easy it was for Gray to take out those people, he understood what he was saying. The only error in Gray's thought process is that he doesn't know that the man is already aware of his freakish physical strength, and already had a plan to counter it. The man continued walking closer to Gray, his face still straight as he said, "You have a bright future ahead of you, it will be a shame to die for mere treasure. Worry about yourself, not me." Gray replied and his aura changed. "I think you should take a look at." His figure blinked and before the man could react, he appeared before him and punched out. His hand entered the body of the man and Gray's eyes widened. The expected result wasn't what he saw, rather, he didn't get the feeling of hitting anything. He raised his head to look at a smile on the face of the man who was still standing in the same spot. "You think I would attack that blindly?" The man asked. "I followed you, I studied your attacks." Gray withdrew his hand and tried to touch the man once again, but his hand went through. He looked on with a thoughtful expression, and used the earth element to try to hold down his foot, but it was futile. Without wasting any time, he vanished from the spot he was standing. The second he left the place, an attack came from below him. "So sharp," the man commented. Gray squinted his eyes, and his spiritual senses spread across the place. He wanted to figure out where the main body of the man was hiding. He didn't believe this was the main body of the man. "You're searching for me?" The man looked at him thoughtful, he smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you're still too young." Gray tried to find out the position of the man, but he was unable to. The man continued attacking while speaking with him. "I'm not demanding much, just give me your storage ring," the man said. Gray finally stopped searching for him. He had been attempting it for a while now, but it was unsuccessful. "Just the ring?" he asked. "Naturally. I'll have no benefit in killing you." The man nodded. Gray put on a pained expression before tossing a storage ring at the man. The man stretched out his hand and grabbed the ring. When the man was grabbing the ring, Gray focused all his senses there. He noticed a slight tear in the place. "Got you," he said internally. "Out," he said softly, and with a snap of his finger, a loud explosion occurred in the void and a spatial tear appeared in the air. Along with it was a human figure that rushed out of the place. "You think I can't get you out? Stop dreaming," Gray sneered. The man was hiding in the void. Although he didn't know why he was unable to track him, he knew as long as he passed the ring to him, he would have to use his body to receive it. What appeared before him was like a projection. Now, he was facing the real person. The man stood mid-air and looked at Gray. His facial expression was ugly. "You're smart for a little kid. But it doesn't change anything. I'll still take what I want." The man settled himself and looked down on Gray. Gray took flight and stood in the same position as the man, looking him straight in the eyes. "Much better, now say that again." The man didn't speak, rather, he attacked. He made use of the space and lightning element, sending out multiple lightning bolts that disappeared and reappeared close to Gray. Gray dodged them and attacked. His attack was more direct, but stronger. The man blocked the attack and moved closer, attacking with a powerful lightning blade. Gray blocked the attack, but was forced back. The man's attack power was strong, especially when he focuses everything on one attack. The man continued attacking, but Gray kept on blocking the attacks. He dodged some and blocked most of them. Even when the attacks pushed him back, he wasn't hurt in any way. The attacks weren't on the level that would endanger him yet. Chapter 1237. Gray and the man continued fighting, exchanging attacks. The man had a higher attack power, but Gray was more versatile and he was able to force the man to retreat a few times. He tried to close the space in the area with the little he learned from the space elementalist he fought a few months ago, but he wasn't strong enough and the man was able to easily destroy his attempts to block it. However, his spatial distortions attacks were stronger now. Even though the man also had the space element, he had to be careful of this attack. It possessed terrifying power, and he knew not to mess with it. Just when Gray was about to gain a slight advantage over him, Gray sensed an incoming attack and without hesitation, he retreated. "Who's that?" He looked around, but there was no one in sight. The attack was dangerous, and he got a familiar feeling from it. He squinted his eyes and turned to the man. "I've seen this form of attack before. So you were the one who brought the phantom. Guess I was wrong with my calculations." He placed his hand on his chin. The attack was exactly the same as the time Corey and the children of the Golden Robed Man were about to be attacked. He never expected that the phantom was attached to that man by another person. Given the situation then, he didn't think of this possibility. He had never seen the phantom prior to the time he tried to use his mental form, and at that time, the phantom was already attached to the man. He attached it to him from the start. So while it was attacking, it had always been attached to him. Gray was impressed by the man's cunningness. With his plan, he took all the suspicion from anyone else and dropped it on the man. This way, no one would think of anyone else as the culprit, except for the man. "I'm impressed. To think you were the evil one." The man chuckled and praised, "You caught on pretty quickly. I didn't think you would be able to sense it even while fighting." "I'm always cautious." Gray shrugged. "There's no need pretending any longer. Hand over the ring, and I'll let you leave," the man said in a commanding tone. Gray fished out another storage ring from his clothes, and asked with a sly smile, "Are you sure you want it?" The man was about to nod his head when he suddenly paused. He seemed to recall what happened the last time and froze. He was caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to reply. He wanted the ring, but he was afraid Gray would use the same method to attack him once again. "Take out the treasure and drop it on the ground," he said after a short struggle. Gray chuckled and a goblet appeared on his hand. He dropped it. "Here." The man looked at the goblet Gray dropped on the ground, not believing that was what Gray acquired. "That's not the treasure," he said coldly. "How are you sure it's not it? Did you follow me? Were you there?" Gray sneered. The man looked at Gray. He didn't know what to do. "Give me the ring. I think you should take a look at." Gray grinned and threw the ring in the direction of the man. The man wanted to grab it but paused. He stopped to think, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and sent the phantom towards it. Gray couldn't see it, but when he saw the ring floating in the air, he guessed it was the one checking it. With a snap of his hand, an explosion happened and the phantom was unable to survive. It was instantly obliterated. He he he. Gray's evil laughter resounded in the area. The eyes of the man turned red from anger. He spent a lot of resources on creating these phantoms, yet Gray killed 2 of them. He started to regret using the phantom to attack the first time. The reason he did that was so that the others would put their full strength into what lay ahead of them. Unfortunately, that was a grave mistake by him. Gray has casually destroyed tons of resources on his own. Little bastard. I'll kill you, and anything related to you. Ha ha, you can't kill my cat. I'm not even joking. Gray pointed at Void, who was resting by the side. The man looked at Void, and he suddenly remembered that the first time they saw Gray, the cat wasn't with him. It was after they entered the castle did the cat appear, and it was with Corey all through. What's so special about it? It's just a stupid cat. Hand over the treasure, I won't ask again. He was losing his patience. You've been asking for it for so long, don't you know my answer yet? Gray asked nonchalantly. The man clenched his fists and took a step forward. His aura changed. It didn't increase, rather, it started to fade away. You brought this on yourself, kid. Gray concentrated fully on the man, but he almost stopped to sense him. Before long, the man vanished, and just like his phantoms, he was nowhere to be seen. Gray's eyes turned blue as he tried to search for the man. He saw a shadow approaching him, and a grave sense of danger accompanying it. Without hesitation, he retreated, attacking the shadow. The shadow vanished. He looked around anxiously, and he unleashed his gravitational force field. This was what he used in tracking if the phantom had gotten close to him the last time. After the man entered that state, he was difficult to track compared to the phantom he noticed the second his eyes turned blue. Now, even in this state, the man could still hide from his senses. Only when the man was attacking could he sense him. Boom! Gray took some steps back and transmitted his voice to Void. Go to Corey, make sure nothing gets close to her. Chapter 1238. Bang! Gray crashed into the rock by the side, shattering it. The figure of the man was still hidden. No matter what Gray had been doing, he had not been able to force out the man. The man walked closer to him and Gray made use of his lightning domain, covering the entire area around him with lightning. He noticed a slight reaction in one part of the domain. Without hesitation, he attacked that place. That was the only place he could sense something abnormal. The attack proved to be fruitful. He felt a resistance. His attack was blocked by the man, who was still in his invisible state, but the lightning from his attack covered the bother of the man. Not just that, but he used it to mark the man. While they were fighting, he hadn't been able to mark him, but now, he didn't let the opportunity go. The lightning acted as a distraction. His main arm was marking the man. As long as he could mark him, then he would be able to track him and attack him too. The figure of the man appeared for a short while due to the effect of the lightning. Although he blocked the attack, the lightning traced down the shape of his figure. When he noticed this, he chuckled and vanished once. Gray didn't show any frustration, rather, a large array appeared on the ground and lightning came from below, covering a large area. The moment the lightning appeared, Gray's figure vanished and he reappeared in another spot, attacking the place where the lightning had taken the shape of a human figure once again. His attack grazed the figure, which took to the sky. Gray didn't feel any frustration. He was already starting to get the opportunity he wanted. Since the man didn't want to have a fair battle, he would use everything he had with him. With the large array of elements, as well as his abilities as an array master, he was certain that he could defeat the man. During the last attack, he infused the darkness and light element into the body of the man where his attack touched him. He knew the attack opened a small injury on his body. The man didn't expect anything like this since he was more focused on dodging Gray's attacks. While he was in the air, he saw a lightning rain falling down on him, and before he knew it, an ice hammer came crashing down on him. He moved to the side, his figure still visible due to the lightning as he dodged the attack. Unknown to him, The spot he was heading to, an earth hammer appeared all of a sudden and struck down with an even fiercer force than the ice hammer. He tried to block the attack, but he was hit by the sheer brute force and came crashing down. Gray sent a fusion orb into the place the man crashed. The orb exploded, causing further destruction to the place. The man groaned in pain, although subtle, it didn't escape Gray's sharp ears. Hee, I'll kill you," Gray said internally. Of all the people he faced, this man was the only one he had the thought of killing. The reason for that, he hated him the second he knew he was the one behind the phantom. This man made someone hate him to the core due to the false accusations. If not for the fact that the golden-robed man didn't take action, the man in the 8th stage would have been killed because Gray didn't confirm his speculations. This was a blemish to his good name. He would not accept it. The man didn't know the second Gray was aware he was the one who had the phantom, he decided to kill him. If he knew, he would have regretted why he brought out the phantom once again. I think you should take a look at. In 2 separate occasions, he had unknowingly made Gray want to kill him. The crater that formed from the man's attack was over 6 meters deep and even wider. Gray walked to the place and looked down on it. The man appeared. This time, he wasn't able to disappear instantly like the last time. He was in a slightly sorry state, but he wasn't seriously injured, just superficial wounds that were on his body. Key. He opened his mouth, but he froze and spat out a large amount of black blood. Gray chuckled when he saw this and couldn't help but say, "Took long enough." What did you do to me?" the man asked with enlarged eyes. Gray looked at him with cold eyes. "Do you know of miasma?" The man's countenance changed the second he heard Gray's question. Everyone who was powerful knew of miasma. They were powerful poisonous gas that can easily kill a top-notch expert if they unfortunately take in a large amount. You have that?" he asked, coughing in between his speech. "A little. I haven't used it for a while, but since you were proving too difficult to deal with, I changed my plan," Gray replied with a casual tone. When the man saw how Gray was speaking about miasma, he felt a chill run down his spine. He tried to think of when Gray used it on him, but he found it hard. "When?" he asked. "A few minutes ago, before you took flight," Gray replied. When he was attacking him and placing the light and darkness element in his body, he used the opportunity to infuse a large amount of miasma into his body. The miasma was even more difficult to sense compared to the darkness and light element. The darkness and light element were used in the same way as the lightning element, as a form of distraction, hiding his true intentions. The miasma would not immediately kill the man, but it would place him in a state he wished he was dead. The man used his hand to cover his mouth as he coughed out more black blood. You're evil." "I know." Chapter 1239. Gray was still with the man when Void sent a message to him. Corey and the bunny leader were nowhere to be found. It was as if they vanished from the place. The thought of the bunny leader taking them away was quite high, but Gray didn't want to take any chances. He tried to see if he could still sense the mark he placed on their bodies, but he was unable to sense it. When the man saw Gray's facial expression, he knew something had happened. "You're only sensing their disappearance now?" "I'm a little disappointed," the man struggled to say. The man was in a weak state, but he couldn't help but smile when he saw Gray's situation. Before attacking, he wanted to make sure Corey wouldn't be part of Gray's squad any longer. Gray's face contorted and he asked coldly, "Where is she?" You'll have to beg me with your life." The man chuckled. He was still coughing severely from the poison miasma in his body, but putting Gray in such a state was very exhilarating to him. He tried to use his essence to prevent it from getting worse. The second his essence touched the miasma, it was quickly broken apart. A miasma is just like the darkness element, it contains a very high level of decomposition. The man laughed at Gray's situation. Even with his terrible state, he still found Gray to be more miserable. Gray took a glance at him and asked softly, "Where are they?" "I don't know," the man replied. Gray attacked after the statement left the man's mouth. He didn't hold back and unleashed a frightening attack at the man. The man, who was finding it difficult to stop the miasma from causing too much harm in his body, was sent flying. He managed to muster a little bit of elemental essence and was able to set up a defensive wall, but it wasn't strong enough to stop Grey's attack. While mid-air, Grey appeared beside the man and attacked once again. His punch packed a powerful fire elemental attack with it. It caused a huge explosion and the man slammed into the ground once again. The man coughed up even more blood and his body started to show signs of drying it. He quickly started to look malnourished. The man tried to stand on his feet, but he fell to the ground, unable to keep himself standing. "Kid, kill me and you will never find them again," he threatened. It was clear that Grey wanted to kill him, but at the moment, he had the edge over him. Grey had no idea where Corey and the bunny leader were, but he did since he was the one who took them. If Grey wanted to see them again, then he should make sure to keep him alive. "I'll ask you once again. After this, I won't ask another time. Where are they?" Grey's coldness started to affect the area. From where he was standing, ice started to spread from his feet. His aura had spiked and there was an eerie feeling the man sensed from him that sent chills down his spine. "My answer is the same, I don't know," the man said, slowly saying each word. Grey vanished. This time, the man was unable to track him. When he reappeared, he was standing close to the man, a leg in his hand. The man looked down and noticed his right leg was missing from his knee down. Grey dropped the leg and looked at the man. He waved his hand and the left leg of the man was cut off. Unlike the first one, the man felt excruciating pain. Grey used the miasma in the man's body to double the pain he feels from these things. After cutting off his legs, he cut off his hands. The man still refused to say anything, and without the slightest bit of hesitation, he killed the man, cutting off his head. He had the thought of torturing the man, but quickly decided against it when he sensed their presence in the void. When he passed through the void to cut off the man's leg, he sensed them. This was the reason he was decisive when killing the man. The man died with shock on his face. He couldn't believe Grey killed him without waiting to check on Corey. "Found them!" Void appeared with Corey and the bunny leader. Before the man came to attack Grey, he used his phantom to attack the duo, but with the bunny leader present, nothing happened to them. The bunny leader was a top-notch space elementalist, even better than Void at it. Its only issue was that it hated fighting. The second they were attacked, it knew they wouldn't be able to fight back or run to where Grey was, so he took Corey and hid in the void. Even a peak elemental venerable would not be able to find them in the void, much less this man. Grey heaved a sigh of relief seeing that they were okay. He took the storage ring from the man and started to go through it. He found what he was looking for, as well as the method to create those phantoms. He thought about it for a while and decided to learn it. Those phantoms were strong, and unlike the corpse puppets necromancers use, this one is created from a bit of spiritual consciousness of the creator and a ton of resources. Resources are something Grey didn't lack at the moment. He had gotten a fair amount of resources after acquiring a few people's storage rings. They should be enough to create one or maybe two phantoms. His plan was to attach the phantoms to Corey and give her complete control over it. She already had those dolls, adding one or two phantoms to it would further increase her safety. "We'll rest, after that, we'll leave this place." Grey took a seat and started to go through the scroll that had the method of creating the phantom. Corey didn't wander off this time. She was still a little afraid of what happened the last time. Moving away from Grey would put her in danger. Aurora Continent. Grey had gone missing for a few months now, and only those from the Dawson family knew of his whereabouts. The hunt for Grey's life had intensified after reports of him being the son of Lucas Dawson spread across the entire continent. Other than those from the Permanent faction, Grey's friends, and those from the Burchard family, only a handful of people knew of his identity as Lucas' son. The news came from nowhere and spread across the continent very fast. Grey had already become a well-recognized genius by the majority of the top factions and family in the world. He either had a good relationship with some of them, or a bad one with them. A few factions wanted him dead, while others wanted to befriend this shocking genius who has a connection with the great Lucas Dawson. News of Grey's battles from competitions to regular battles started to spread, and everyone realized one thing: he was never on the losing side. The incident when he killed someone from his faction also came out, but just like the other stories, he was not on the losing side. The Moonlight faction. Klaus wasn't bothered when he heard about the news of Grey spreading. It was normal. When they were in the Azure Empire, the news of Grey acquiring something good also spread across the entire continent. The difference here is that, now, there is a powerful group behind Grey. Not just his family, but also the faction he was from. Even the faction and family he had associated himself with wouldn't mind helping him. The greatest issue was the gnomes and necromancers. The price on Grey's head increased the moment he vanished. According to what was said, he was getting stronger and was already regarded as a threat to the gnomes. Why are they so scared of him? Klaus was currently seated with one of the girls in his faction. The question was asked by the young lady. He's too stunning. Klaus replied with pride. There are a few geniuses who can match him. What's so special about him that the gnomes are even willing to reveal the people they've planted for so long? The young lady didn't see meaning to what the gnomes were willing to do just to take down Grey. Grey wasn't even an elemental sovereign yet, much less a half-god, but he was already regarded as a serious threat. It was out of the expectations of many people. Because he's friends with me, Klaus said with a grin. The young lady rolled her eyes. She's already used to Klaus' playfulness. They continued conversing before she asked a question that made Klaus stop to think. Wouldn't you be in danger since you're friends with him? Klaus froze for some seconds before replying with a shrug. I'll be in danger either way. Why not while having such an awesome friend? Chapter 1240. Grey was unaware of what was happening in the Aurora continent. Although he would be quite surprised by the fame he had garnered due to the gnomes wanting to kill him at all costs, he wouldn't be too shocked. The gnomes hated him for a reason. He could stop their greatest means of attack. In a well-thought-out plan, he could easily take out a large group of gnomes if he had others to help him out. This was exactly the reason why the gnomes wanted him dead at all costs. Grey was a time bomb waiting to explode on them. At the moment, they still had the advantage over humans, but the moment someone like Grey steps into the fray, they would be in trouble. When battling with humans, they tend to collect the corpses of the top experts they kill, turning them into puppets they use for their future battles. While humans are reducing in combat strength, the gnomes are increasing their numbers. 3 more months went by in a blink and Grey was preparing to leave the Chaos battlefield. His strength had gone to the 8th stage, but he was already close to the 9th stage. Corey was still at the peak of the Sage Plane. Grey had blocked her from breaking through. After spending time with her, he noticed the reason she was able to awaken her elements earlier than usual was due to a rare deformity in her system. What was supposed to be a curse turned into a blessing for her. The disadvantage of that, though, was quite powerful. Grey was able to sense it early, or else Corey's life would have been in danger if she had broken through to the elemental venerable plane within such a short time. Her body isn't strong enough to contain the strength of an elemental venerable. At her current state, she was already at her maximum. Adding any bit of strength would make her explode. Corey was excited about leaving the place when Grey spoke about it. She had stayed in the Chaos battlefield all her life. Now was the time for her to finally leave and explore the new world. Grey didn't show the same excitement. His only thought was how to get back to the Aurora continent and help Arya's brother. Once he's done with that, he would continue his usual training, hiding in the faction to increase his knowledge or strength. As they were about to head for the portal, he was reminded by Void about Art Hell. Grey promised to take Art Hell with him when leaving. To be honest, he had completely forgotten about it, but Corey remembered and told him about it. With no other option, they had to head back to the city where Art Hell resided. It took around a week or so. Grey traveled at full speed, carrying Corey. With his current speed, he was confident he would be able to outrun most peak stage elemental venerables. The only ones who can give him a hard time are those who focus mainly on speed. The others wouldn't be able to catch up to him. On his way back, he passed through some peak rank 7 magical beasts' territories, but none of them attacked him. His speed was enough to scare them off. They didn't need to sense his cultivation to know that he was a powerful foe. No one wanted to face off against someone that could give them a tough time, even fatally injuring them in the process. And from how fast Grey was going, they knew he didn't have any plans to stop by, so they let him do as he wished. Grey was stopped by a golden horned lion, which felt it was disrespectful for Grey to fly above it. The result, it was smacked down by Grey the moment it rose into the air to stop him. When the lion hit the ground, it didn't dare to come back up, pretending like nothing happened. Gray didn't stop either, continuing his journey. When he got to the city, he met up with the old man who broke the news of Arthel not being in the city to him. He pleaded with him to wait for a day while he went out to bring Arthel back. According to him, a strange occurrence happened close to their region and Arthel with a few other elemental venerables went out to check it out. Gray didn't want to spend too much time here, so he went with the old man. He left Corey and the bunny leader in the city. She would be safer there. From what the old man said, he wasn't too sure about what happened. This was also the reason he wanted to check it out. He was curious about what would have happened to cause a massive fissure in the sky. Gray followed the old man, and after 10 minutes, they got to where the incident occurred. "This is unbelievable," Gray said softly. This was the first time he was seeing something like this form on its own. The destructive power he could sense in it scared the living daylight out of him. If he could harness such a power, he would be even more frightening. This is not the first time something like this has happened. The old man explained, on one occasion, it wiped out an entire city as powerful as ours. Gray didn't doubt the old man's words. Just from standing there, he could already sense the threat it posed. If this thing were to open up in an unsuspecting city, the consequences would be severe. Just like the old man said, it could destroy the entire city. Where are they? Gray couldn't see anyone present here. Arthel and the others should be here, but they weren't. The old man pointed at the fissure. They must have entered it. People can go in? Gray was taken aback. Yes. The old man nodded and explained, after the initial destruction, it would become docile and can be explored. Oh, but we can't get close to it at the moment. How are we going to enter? Gray asked. Chapter 12:41. There's a moment when it becomes calm, it can be explored then. The old man explained, every time this thing appears, there is always an unexplored area inside. It always attracts a lot of people. News of this one hasn't spread out, hence the current peace. The second news of it circulates, people will flock over. Of course, it's just as dangerous as the opportunities it presents. Only on a few occasions has the place been safe. Well, not really safe, it was just that the strength of the creatures there was too weak. Even the little girl with you can dominate the entire realm. Oh, so it's like that. Gray nodded in understanding. It was unknown what's inside these realms since they were unexplored, but one thing is certain from what the old man had said so far, there's always treasures inside. Natural treasures made without any human interference. Gray was quite curious about what lies inside. Void was also staring at it with great curiosity. He wanted to know what was inside, and also if there was anything good for him inside. Void was a greedy little cat and wanted everything for himself, so even with the vast amount of treasures he had hoarded, he wasn't satisfied. Between him and Gray, he had at least double of the treasures Gray owned, and they were more valuable than what Gray gets. There he sensed something and looked to the north. He saw some people rushing over. All were in the early stages of the elemental venerable. Have been occasions he ventured into places and took a lot of treasures without Gray's knowledge. We should wait, it will settle down in a few hours, the old man said. Gray nodded and settled down by the side. While he was waiting, he sensed something and looked to the north. He saw some people rushing over. All were in the early stages of the elemental venerable plane. When the group saw Gray and the old man, they paid their respects to the old man and went to the side to wait. It was clear that their intention of coming here was to get into the new realm. They got the news quickly. More people will arrive since this group has caught wind of it, the old man whispered to Gray. Gray closed his eyes and didn't pay any attention to the group that just arrived. The group consisted of 4 people, but the strongest was only in the 3rd stage. With his current strength, only those at the peak of the elemental venerable plane could catch his attention. A few hours later, 2 more groups had arrived, the strongest being in the 7th stage. The fissure had started to calm down. Gray opened his eyes to look at it. Why do you keep closing your eyes when you're with people? Void asked in disdain. Gray didn't reply to him. He had been in the chaos space, studying it. To be honest, it had been a long time since he entered the chaos space. When he first entered the chaos battlefield, he had the thought of entering the chaos space due to feeling there might be some connection between them. He was caught up by a lot of things and forgot to enter. When he came here, waiting, he decided to check it out. The change shocked him to the core. What was more shocking was the small sun that appeared in the chaos space. The chaos space had always been lit, but there wasn't any sun that was lighting up the place. The sun that appeared was not only lighting up the place, but he could sense some energy from it. It was a shocking sight to him. What's this place? Who is the chaos god? Questions rang in his head, but he didn't have the answers, nor did he know who could provide him with any answers. He could only slowly explore it and find out the answers to his questions. The fissure soon stopped and a portal appeared in the middle of it. Gray looked at it and stood up, taking a step forward. "Kid, don't you know your elders should go in before you?" A man's voice came from behind him. Gray didn't turn to look at who was talking. He had already heard this person speaking all this while. Although he wasn't too interested in them, he made some investigations. This man was in the first stage of the elemental venerable plane, but he was accompanied by the man who was in the 7th stage. This made the man speak down on others around. For some reason, the man in the 7th stage didn't reprimand him for his behavior, so Gray guessed he was the one encouraging it. Gray kept his cultivation stage hidden, so no one knew how strong he was, but they didn't think he would be stronger than the man in the 7th stage. "Are you coming?" he asked the old man. The old man thought about it for a while and nodded. "Let's go." Gray took a step forward and the old man followed behind him. The man in the 1st stage was about to speak up when the man in the 7th stage stopped him. He looked at Gray with serious eyes. The old man was in the 3rd stage, yet he followed behind Gray like a servant. He didn't need any explanations. Gray was definitely stronger than someone in the 3rd stage, and not by a single level at that. The man in the 1st stage didn't speak anymore and followed behind the man in the 7th stage as they walked into the portal. The rest of the people in the place followed behind them, entering by their strength level. After they entered the place, another group appeared, and if Gray were here, he would have been shocked. The group that appeared were gnomes. The Chaos Battlefield was a place that had portals to different places, and the gnome race's realm wasn't an exception. "Are you sure he's here?" one of them asked. "Yes, the track leads here. He must have entered that place," another one replied. "Fine, let's go. We'll kill him there." Chapter 1242. The gnomes entered the portal after Gray and the other people had gotten into the place. Inside the portal, Gray appeared in a vast wilderness. There were large trees all over and a thick expanse of grass ahead of him. He sensed the area and felt the strange energy that pervaded the place. This was the first time he was sensing such an energy. He stayed on the same spot for a while before taking a step forward. The old man followed behind him, staring at the place carefully. This wasn't the first time he was exploring a place like this, so he wasn't too fascinated by it. If Gray hadn't asked him, he wouldn't have followed him inside this place. Void looked around with glowing eyes. He could feel the rich energy here. It might be different from that of the Aurora continent or the Chaos Battlefield. It was easy to sense its richness. With such rich energy, it was easy for more natural treasures to form. Everyone was aware of this fact. "Head to the areas that have sparse energies," he suggested to Gray. Gray quickly understood what he meant. An area with sparse energy in a place like this only meant one thing: something had sucked all the energy dry from the place. When natural treasures form, they tend to absorb a large amount of energy to form. These energies are needed for the treasures to form. They quickly set out, and before long, he sensed an area with lesser energy compared to the other places. Without wasting any time, he rushed there. When he appeared, he was stunned by what he saw. "Sealies?" he blurted out. There were over 10 sealies within sight, and they all consisted of different elements. The moment the sealies sensed him, they ran away, hiding in the bushes around. Gray chuckled. He couldn't help but recall the time Alice got her sealie. They might be fascinating creatures, but he wasn't interested in having one. Satisfying Void and the bunny leader was already hard enough. Adding another to it would make things difficult for him. Not that he didn't want to increase his strength, but he would rather have an elemental warrior than a sealie. "Fairies!" the old man exclaimed. Gray took a casual look at him but then started to look around in search of potential treasures. The old man saw Gray's reaction towards the Sealies and was a bit astounded. Anyone from the Chaos battlefield who saw a Sealie would freak out, and rightly so. These things were known for the extraordinary strength they give to an elementalist, yet Gray didn't seem to have any interest in it. There was even a look of nonchalance on his face which showed that it wasn't the first time he was seeing it. "My young friend, don't you know what these are?" he asked carefully. "I know of them. But I'm not interested in having one," Gray replied. The old man stared at Gray, speechless. Gray was the first person he had encountered that didn't want to have a Sealie. These things would rile up an entire city filled with elemental venerables, yet Gray didn't want any. It was a shocking discovery. "There's nothing good here. Let's head to the next place." Gray gave up when he couldn't find anything. The old man was thrown off his feet with Gray's attitude towards the Sealies. If not for the fact that he knew Gray was stronger than him, he would have reprimanded him for being so clueless. With no option, he followed behind Gray as they walked out of the place. He looked back with reluctance, but since he entered this place with Gray, then he would naturally have to follow his words. The duo left that area and before long, appeared in another place. This time, this place had conscious plants. The old man was amazed at how Gray was able to keep locating these places that had top-tier items. If it were anyone else, they would have spent a lot of time to locate the Sealies, much less these plants, yet Gray did it within 1 hour. "Is there any way you can contact him?" Gray asked after studying the plants. The plants didn't attack them, so he didn't bother with them. "There's a nectar that tree stores in its body, will you leave without it?" The old man pointed at a particular tree. "Oh, what's the use of it?" Gray raised a brow and looked at the tree the old man showed him. The tree had a strange branch formation, and its leaves were not the normal shape, rather, they were triangle. "The nectar juice can help in comprehension. It makes one's state of mind clear. Not just that, but it's a great supplement for your body and its taste is top-notch," the old man explained. "Oh." Gray's interest was piqued, and just when he was about to approach it, the old man coughed lightly, adding another statement. "It's a powerful aphrodisiac as well," he said softly. Gray paused when he heard this, his eyes twitched slightly, unsure of what to do. He didn't mind having something like this that would help him, but the aphrodisiac part wasn't something he was expecting. "I'll keep it for Klaus," he muttered. He felt grateful the old man told him about it, if not, he would have consumed it carelessly and might have had a serious issue. The tree wasn't strong, only around the Overlord plane. "Don't attack it carelessly, they can destroy the nectar inside." The old man told Gray of the nature of the trees. "They are smart enough to know what others need for them," Gray commented. "Is there a way to take it without harming them?" he asked. "Yeah, but it's not always effective. Most people prefer killing them, but they are very resilient. This tree can take an attack from that little girl with you without dying from it." The old man explained, "Of course, you're different. A single attack is enough to end it." Chapter 1243. "Is there a way to extract it if it's not mobile?" Gray asked. The idea of using his mental attack to freeze the consciousness of the tree came to him. If he could extract the juice on his own, then there was no need to kill it. "Yes, it's not difficult." The old man nodded. Gray's eyes turned pale blue as he nodded, "All right." He stared straight at the eyes on the tree, and before the old man looked, it appeared before them, motionless. Gray's control over his attacks had grown over the years. Now, he could control the intensity of the attack, making sure he didn't kill the tree. In this state, no harm will come to the tree's consciousness unless he wants to kill it. The old man applauded Gray's efficiency in his heart before extracting the juice. Gray saw the orange juice and just from the amazing smell, he almost wanted to take a sip. The juice was thick just like honey, and it had small glistering white spots on it. He felt it was due to the tree. Void wanted to take a sip, but he stopped him while explaining what it can cause to him. Void didn't care and still took a sip of it. It was something great looking, of course he would take a sip, why should he care about what the effects had on him? After taking a sip, Void unceremoniously disappeared without saying a word a few minutes later. Gray laughed when he saw how Void was acting before he disappeared. The old man looked at Grey and his cat and felt a bit odd about how their interaction was. "Since we have the juice now, is there a way you can track him?" Grey asked. He didn't mark him, so there was no way for him to get the location of Art Hell. There's no telling where they might be since the realm was large. Yes. The old man nodded and shut his eyes. A few seconds later, they headed toward the east. According to the old man, he had a connection with Art Hell and can pinpoint his general location. Time went by and in the blink of an eye, they had spent 6 hours in the realm. They still hadn't seen Art Hell or anyone from the city yet, but they've started to encounter stronger creatures. Grey saw another tree that looked like the one he took that juice from. This time, its strength was at the early stages of the elemental venerable plane. He didn't dare to engage it in a battle. The old man spoke of these things' tenacity, and he wasn't interested in finding out about it for now. He already had the juice from a weaker one. Of course, a more powerful one would give him better effects. He wasn't willing to test out the other effects. Void had been gone for over 4 hours now. He had only checked up on him once, but they didn't speak for too long. There was no issue with Void finding him, so he didn't worry about him. Void could take care of himself in this place. Except an elemental sovereign appeared, he was untouchable here. Another hour went by before the old man told Grey he could sense Art Hell very close. There was no way to pinpoint it, but Art Hell was close to them. "I think I might know where he is," Grey said. He could sense an area with stronger energy compared to the others here. The two places he had been searching were places with vast energies and places with lesser energies. The reason for this was simple: host places housed more treasures or creatures. Grey headed to the place he could sense a large amount of energy, and his guess was right. There was a sign of a battle not too long ago in front of a waterfall. They started to examine the place. While examining the place, Void appeared with a flushed expression. "How are you?" Grey asked. "Good," Void replied before burrowing into Grey's storage. He seemed to be in a vexed state. Grey didn't bother with him and focused on searching for Art Hell. While they were searching, the old man called his attention to the waterfall. "There's a cave behind it." When they walked closer, with a wave of his hand, he separated the waterfall and saw the entrance to the cave. The duo took flight and entered the cave. The cave extended deeper than they imagined, and the signs of battles could be seen as they walked further into it. "They must be here," the old man said. "Or maybe they've left," Grey said. It was not out of the question. After all, there was a good chance the fight started from inside the cave and ended outside. When they got to the end of the cave, they were greeted by the sight of a large beast. The second the beast sensed them, it roared angrily, and without hesitation, it attacked. F***CK. I was right, Grey exclaimed softly and blocked the light beam coming their way as they retreated. The beast was a large goat-like creature, and it was in an irritated state. Its eyes were red. It was clearly still annoyed from its previous battle. The old man retreated while Grey held the fort. The beast was in the 9th stage of the elemental venerable plane, but its strength can be measured alongside that of a peak elemental venerable. Grey didn't dare to be careless. He blocked all the attacks and refused to attack. The beast was in a vexed state. He was certain it had something to do with Art Hell and his group. "I'm not here to fight with you. Don't force my hand," Grey said after smacking its attack away. The beast looked at him, snorted coldly before retreating back into its abode. Grey left the place, catching up with the old man who was already waiting for him outside. When the old man didn't see the beast, he heaved a sigh of relief. "They must be around then," he said. Chapter 1244. Grey and the old man started searching for where Art Hell and his group could possibly be. After almost 1 hour, they finally found them. The group was resting in a safe area. The battle with the beast left most of them injured, and they didn't dare to continue their exploration in that state. If any of them were killed, the rest would find it more difficult to continue. When they saw Grey, the facial expressions of the few who had an encounter with him changed. They were all extorted by Grey when they were unable to defeat him. Although it didn't look like it, they were a bit vexed by what happened. There were a few others who didn't have any encounters with Grey, and there were 6, with 3 being in the late stages of the elemental venerable plane. When Grey and the old man appeared, the 6 looked at them with an odd look. At the time this place appeared, they asked the old man if he was willing to come with them, but he refused. "Father, you're here." Arthel stood up to receive his father. He was one of the few people who were injured from the fight. His injuries weren't light as well. "Yes, we came for you." The old man nodded. Arthel already understood why his father came when he saw Grey. He was meant to leave with Grey. In all honesty, he didn't think Grey would come back for him. He felt Grey only agreed to take him so he could leave there at the time. Seeing Grey come back for him was a shocking sight. The others came over to greet the old man. It was clear that he was well respected even if he was amongst the weakest. The 6 who didn't have any knowledge of Grey stared at him, a little warily. "He's not an enemy," the old man reassured them. They nodded, but still kept their vigilance. "What happened?" the old man asked. "We encountered a beast's lamb, and killed it," Arthel explained. When they got to the waterfall area, they saw the goat-like beast's lamb while exploring the cave, and without even thinking, they killed it, wanting its core and body. Unfortunately, after they killed it, its parent turned out to be a powerful beast. Even with their high numbers, they could barely contest with an enraged beast that was close to the peak. The beast fought them with its life on the line, prepared to die as long as it took them down with it. The battle lasted a long time, and they were only able to survive with these injuries. The beast fought without regard for its life, so it was not unexpected that it managed to cause such damage to their group, which consisted of 12 people. Grey had seen the beast and knew just how powerful it was, so he wasn't too surprised. Against these people that the strongest was only in the 7th stage, their chances of defeating it were almost non-existent, unless they sacrificed a few people. They came here to rest and hadn't come out since leaving that place. "This is a safe area. But not for long. Something will come out soon. I don't think you would want to stay here in the next day or so," Grey remarked. "How are you so sure?" one of those in the 7th stage asked. He couldn't sense why Grey said this. Also, if there was something coming, then they wouldn't mind seeing it. It might be a treasure they've wanted for a long time. The time they've spent here has been short, but they have gotten massive rewards. This is the reason most of them had recovered considerably from their injuries. They've managed to acquire some items that help quicken the healing process of an elementalist. Intuition. I don't know how dangerous it would be, and I'm not all that interested in finding out, Grey replied in a calm manner. The man in the 7th stage was about to blow off, but after exchanging glances with one of the few people Grey extorted and seeing him shake his head, he paused and kept mute. They were all prideful people. Since these guys are holding back from speaking against Grey, it meant that there was something he didn't. He transmitted his voice over to them, and when he heard the news of how Grey killed the space elementalist, he thanked the person that stopped him from provoking Grey. The space elementalist was a respected expert in the city. He was very powerful, and given his methods, it would be difficult for someone in the 9th stage to even kill him. Yet, he was killed by the young man standing before them. "We should get going then," the man urged. Grey didn't have issues with that. His only problem was that he had zero plans of exploring this place with them. "Keep this. You can contact me whenever you're ready to leave or in any danger." He passed an item over to Arthel and turned to look at the old man. "Let's go. We've confirmed he's still alive," he said to the old man. He didn't want to travel with them, but he needed the old man's knowledge at the moment. The old man knew a lot of treasures here, and he didn't want to miss anything. "I can contact you with this?" Arthel looked at the plaque oddly. This was the first time he was seeing something like this. Grey explained the method of using it and left with the old man. He marked the plaque, so as long as it was with Arthel, he could locate him anytime he wanted. The reason he gave him this was to reassure the old man. "We're not traveling with them?" the old man asked as they left. "I don't like moving with a crowd, especially in dangerous places. As much as I'd like to protect those close to me, I still prefer when I travel alone. It makes things easier," Grey explained. The old man saw reason with Grey's words, but most people, himself included, preferred safety in numbers. Chapter 12:45. Grey and the old man left the place, heading further into the place. There might still be a few things that might be of value to him here. A few hours later. Gray and the old man were standing in front of a swamp, staring ahead of them. They didn't know what was ahead, but they were certain that the strength of the creatures they would encounter would get to the late stages of even the peak of the 7th rank. Void had finally come out, his expression was still sour. Gray had attempted asking him what happened during the time he was away, but Void flipped out the second he asked and even almost fought with him. Gray stopped asking when he saw how Void was reacting to the question. The old man only chuckled whenever he saw Void's expression. He could guess what might have happened, of course, he wasn't too certain, but he felt the probability of it being what he felt was quite high. There should be something good here. Gray wasn't in a hurry to enter the place. He turned to Void and asked, "Should we go in or not? Aren't you the one making the decisions? Since when do you care about my input?" Void wasn't pleased in any way. "You're the strongest. If there are any battles at the peak, you're the one who's going to take care of it." Gray tried to sense if there was any danger in the beginning of the swamp. "I'm not fighting for you," Void said, still pissed. "Stop making a fuss. I warned you not to consume it, you were the one who couldn't control your greed." Gray reprimanded. He added, "I'll stop making any meal for you if you continue like this." Void wanted to speak up when he heard the first part of Gray's words, but when he heard the last part, he kept shut. He didn't dare to offend him, especially when it came to food. "Do whatever you want. I'm not fighting any battles I can't win," Void said coldly. He had given up on going against Gray. Although he was the strongest, Gray was still the one in charge. When the old man heard Gray say Void was the strongest, he almost lost his cool. At the time Gray was fighting with the Space Elementalist, he didn't see Void. Only after the Space Elementalist had been defeated did he show up. Now he understood where Gray's confidence came from. Even when fighting against multiple opponents, Gray had a backup that could almost one-shot most of them. With Void attacking unaware, they wouldn't have been able to even set up a defensive wall before dying. 10 minutes later. Boom! F***CKU. Didn't I say I wasn't going to involve myself in any losing battle? Void complained after blocking an attack. How am I supposed to know there are 3 more? Gray complained. Before them were 4 huge snakes, all at the peak of the 7th rank. At the time they saw the first snake, the man told them it had a crystal on its head that was very useful. Albeit it was at the peak of the 7th rank, with Void and himself, Gray was confident that they would be able to defeat the snake. They didn't sense any other snake, and Void willingly joined the battle. Only after the battle started did they realize they've made a massive mistake. There wasn't just 1 snake here, rather, there were 4. They were already trapped in the middle of the fight, and with the old man present, it was very difficult to fight against the snakes. The safety of the old man was of utmost importance to Gray. The old man was literally useless in the battle. In fact, he was holding them back in the battle. He could only hide behind them and pray he wasn't caught by any of the snakes. These snakes were too strong for him, a single attack would kill him, and he was well aware of this. Gray and Void battled against the snakes, trying to force open an escape route for them. One of the snakes was well versed with the space element and it had been able to keep them in place, making it impossible for them to escape. Gray's skin glowed silver as scales appeared on them. He didn't want to take any chances. The armor was presently with the old man. Before entering this place, he wanted to leave it with Corey, but after giving it some thoughts, he decided against it. One of the snakes swept its tail in their direction. An earth wall rose from the ground, blocking the attack. But the attack was too strong for the wall and it came crumbling down. The tail was like a metal sword as the broke through the wall and went for Gray and the old man. "Void!" Gray couldn't help but call out. Void jumped forward and he increased his size. From a small cat that could fit into the palm of Gray, he became over 5 meters tall. With a swipe of his claws, he sent the tail which was coming their way back. He felt his body jolt a little due to the fact that the snake's tail was covered in lightning. The old man was amazed by Gray. Most beasts feel pride in their size, yet Void liked his small size. He soon understood why. Gray jumped on top Void's head and Void snapped. "Get off!" he yelled angrily. "Focus on the battle in front of you. You've been riding me for so long. What's wrong with me returning the favor?" Gray tapped his foot on Void's head, enjoying the moment. F***ck off. Void cursed, I'm not those little beasts you ride. Grey naturally wouldn't bother with Void's yelling. After waiting for so long to ride Void, there was no way he would get off. Void was pissed, and he turned his anger to the snakes. Chapter 1246. Void started attacking the snakes with renewed vigor. The anger of Grey stepping on him was unleashed on the snakes. The snakes which had the advantage were a little taken aback when Void attacked with such ferocity that they didn't have an answer for his attacks. Void continued attacking with anger, making sure none of them were able to fight properly. Even with the space snake blocking him from using the space element, it still didn't stop him. Void had the lightning element, which could still increase his speed. The snakes could barely keep up with his speed. With Grey standing on his head and attacking, they were able to force the other snakes back. The old man was amazed by the strength and coordination of the duo. Void's strength shocked him the most. Unknown to him, Void was venting on these snakes. This was a situation he had tried to avoid at all costs, yet he was forced into it by these snakes. At first, he didn't think of it when he increased his size, but the second Grey stood on top of him, he realized what he had gotten himself into. They continued fighting with the snakes, forcing it back. The old man was in a safe space without the snakes attacking the area he was standing, but then another issue came up. Wasps started attacking the place he was standing. Each wasp was in the first stage of the elemental venerable plane. The old man was able to enforce the armor Grey gave to him to block their attacks, but with the sheer number of them, he was unable to keep up. When Grey saw this, he quickly left Void alone and came back to help out. With a single attack, he was able to force all the wasps to retreat. He wanted to tell the old man to leave the area, but he wasn't sure if he would be okay, so he told him to follow them. The old man felt relieved when Grey forced the wasps back. Void, we need to leave. Grey didn't want to continue the battle anymore. Getting the crystal from the head of the snake wasn't too important to him. With the strength of each snake, it would be difficult for them to defeat them. The only thing they could do at the moment is to block the attacks and hope the snakes would eventually give up as they escape from the area. The old man was behind them as they retreated from the swamp. While fighting, they had destroyed most of the trees around, and Grey was using his fire element at full force. The snakes might be powerful, but they didn't dare to take his attacks. Their thick scales had been burnt from his fire attacks. Void used the space element for most of his attacks, and the strength of it was tremendous. He was more dangerous than Grey, however, being the strongest of the duo meant that he had to take on more responsibility while fighting the snakes. Boom! Grey found an opportunity and tossed a fusion orb made with more space essence at the largest snake. The snake was kept busy by Void's attacks, so it didn't sense Grey's attack early. The second it hit one of the snakes, it exploded with a powerful impact that made the snake hiss in pain. It opened its mouth wide and spat out yellowish substance in Void's direction. Void didn't need anyone to tell him before he avoided the substance. The substance touched the ground and smoke rose into the air. The snake was injured from Grey's attack and hurriedly went to the back of the other three. Given the ranks of these snakes, their intelligence was quite high. It knew that with the injury, the chances that it might get killed increased. Grey created 3 more fusion orbs and threw it in the direction of the other 3. They saw the attack and dodged it. The opportunity Grey and Void had been waiting for finally came. Without any hesitation, they retreated as fast as they could. Grey unleashed a few more attacks at the snakes to slow them down from chasing after them. A few seconds later, they were out of the area where the snakes resided. Void returned to his normal size, tossing both Grey and the old man to the side. Grey flipped mid-air and balanced himself while chuckling. After some thoughts, Grey decided it was best if he left. He was interested in getting more treasures, but he didn't want to lose his life over them. This place was a new region and he had zero knowledge of it. They spent 1 more hour before Grey asked the old man a question he forgot when entering this place. "How do we go out when we don't know if the fissure is calm or not?" he asked. "There aren't any restrictions when leaving," the old man explained. Apparently, they only need to bother about the fissure when coming in, but when leaving, there was no need to wait. Grey nodded and contacted Art Hell. While he was heading to the exit, he paused and looked ahead of him. The old man also sensed something and stopped. Gnomes. Gray muttered as he saw the people blocking his way. He has had frequent encounters with gnomes, hence identifying them wasn't a problem for him, even while they were in disguises. The gnomes in front of him all looked like a normal human. Gray is one of the few people that can identify them even in such a state. "Gray Dawson?" one of the men asked with a playful smile. Gray looked at them and his expression changed slightly. They were all in the late stages of the elemental venerable plane. He wasn't afraid of them, but the puppets they would bring out. With such strength, the chances of them bringing out a peak elemental venerable puppet was very high. "We've been running after you for a while. Good thing you came to us," another one said with an evil grin. Gray accessed his situation, and just as he was about to turn to Void, he noticed Void had disappeared. He shook his head at how unreliable Void could be sometimes. "Void, don't give them any chances. Once you come out, kill one person." He didn't get a reply, but he knew Void was around. The battle started the next moment. 3 corpse puppets appeared, and it was just as Gray feared. They were all at the peak. The only thing worth mentioning is that these puppets aren't as powerful as a true peak elemental venerable, but it doesn't change the fact that they were powerful. There were 5 gnomes, and only 3 of them brought out their puppets. Of course, they only brought out just 1 each. Gray located the connection they had with the puppets, and before they realized what was happening, they felt a sharp pain in their heads. All 3 of them grabbed their heads and screamed in pain. "Void, now!" Void appeared out of thin air and attacked the trio who were clutching their heads in pain. Before the other 2 could react, the trio disappeared like they never existed. The duo were stunned when they saw this. They knew the trio didn't just disappear, but were wiped out. "You want to kill me and you're not aware I can incapacitate you with your puppets? Are you guys stupid?" Gray smirked. His previous nonchalant expression changed into one of disdain. For some reason, he hated gnomes. To be honest, after they tried to kill him multiple times, he had every right to hate them. Gnomes and necromancers made him run for his life for a long period of time. That was something he wouldn't forget anytime soon. "How do you do it?" one of the duo left asked. His expression had calmed down. It was like he didn't witness his companion being killed. "Simple, I studied it, just like you guys." Gray shrugged. He didn't plan on telling them how he managed to find the link they have with the puppets. It was a strange situation since he was the only one who could do that, at the moment. "Which means you're one of those necromancers?" the man asked. Gray shook his head, not opting to speak further. He took a step and his figure appeared in front of one of them. He unleashed a punch, sending the figure flying. The other one attacked, but without the help of their puppets, they weren't on the level of Gray. It didn't take long before Gray made short work of them. The old man watched Gray demolish a group of 5 like they were children. What he found scary was how easy it was for Gray to deal with the puppets. The puppets which were at the peak didn't even have the chance to show their strength before he killed them. Chapter 1247. Gray, Void, and the old man had caught up with Artel and were on their way out of the place. The things Gray acquired here were things he rarely used. Thinking about it, he decided to leave early rather than keep too many things he wouldn't have any use for. Besides, it was already getting close to the time for him to leave this place. The old man had been left speechless during the short time he had spent with Gray. He already thought very high of him. After traveling with him, he had to re-evaluate him. At the moment, the idea of wanting to go with them crossed his mind. He might be old, but elementalists have a very long lifespan, especially those in their level. There might be a way for him to increase his strength when he leaves, and it was looking very tempting just thinking about it. In the end, he dropped the idea. Gray had already agreed to take Artel with him. He didn't want to make it difficult for him. They left the place, and just as the old man speculated, a large crowd was already outside. In the crowd, one group stood out the most. The group had a few people at the peak of the elemental venerable plane. Seeing people step out of the fissure, they looked at them with a serious expression. A light flashed through the eyes of some of the people present there. The thought of taking the items Gray and his group acquired was very appealing. Other than Artel, Gray and the old man weren't worth looking at in their eyes. Gray hid his cultivation stage as usual, while the old man didn't have a high cultivation stage to begin with. Void wasn't even noticed. Arthel saw the look some people gave them and couldn't help but feel pity for any of them that would dare to approach them. According to what he had seen, he knew Gray was a decisive person and would most likely attack once provoked. He naturally thought of the large number of people present and hoped nothing like that would happen. Gray might be strong, but he was not invincible. Gray didn't bother with anyone and quickly left the area, heading for the city. While they were leaving, someone approached them. It was one of the people at the peak. She came with an amicable smile.
"Are there any good things inside?"
The lady, who was dressed in a red skinny gown, asked with a soft voice.
"Yes."
The old man replied calmly. "Oh, thank you for the information." The lady bowed softly before asking another question. "How dangerous is it?" "You shouldn't have any problems as long as you don't go too deep." The old man said. After a while he added, "There might also be creatures powerful in the early parts of it. I'm not too certain about that, so be careful when you go in." The lady nodded, thanked them and went back to her group. All she wanted to know was if it was worth going in. Gray's group was the first to have stepped out and they were quite curious about what was inside. They received the news of this place not too long ago, yet Gray's group were already out. It meant two things: either the place was too dangerous, or there was nothing inside. The warning of the old man only proved to them that they had a good chance of getting good treasures inside. They were all powerful experts and wanted to get as much benefit with hopefully a lower risks. The city. Gray had taken Corey and was prepared to leave. Arthel and the old man were standing close to him in front of the city gates. The father and son duo exchanged goodbyes before Gray departed with the others. Gray didn't know what to take of Arthel following him. Other than the triplet from the Horned race, he didn't really fancy the idea of having anyone else following him. But for some reason, he felt it would be a waste not to let Arthel follow him. Having a powerful individual in the elemental venerable plane who could possibly become an elemental sovereign wasn't a bad thing when he thought of it. The days went by in a flash, and before long, a month went by in a blink. Gray and his group finally got to the temple where the portal to leave the Chaos battlefield was located. His journey here had been somewhat eventful. He acquired a new form of energy, saw an old acquaintance, increased his cultivation stage to the 8th stage of the elemental venerable plane, and acquired a ton of treasures. Although it didn't seem like much, it wouldn't have been an issue for him to get to the peak of the elemental venerable plane. However, he wanted to grow slower than his current pace. He was advancing too quickly, which was not entirely a good thing for him. Lately, he has occasionally been feeling uneasy as he breaks through each stage. For some reason, he didn't feel any sense of thrill or excitement that he was slowly getting to the peak of the world. The feeling of unease had been growing the stronger he got. At first, it was very little, but when he entered the Chaos battlefield and absorbed the large amount of Chaos energy, it erupted. He felt like he was missing something, but he didn't know what it was. After contemplating the situation, he gave up. There was nothing he could think of. Other than the gnomes and necromancers who wanted him dead, and a few factions, there was no other danger. "This is the way out?" Arthel's voice brought Gray out of his train of thoughts. "Yes, this is it." Gray nodded as he stepped into the temple. Arthel was the first, and just as he was about to step in, he sensed a great sense of danger and took back his foot. Gray also sensed this and was also able to figure out where it was from. Interesting, they can attack from the other side. He looked at the portal with an intuitive look. "Wait here, I'll be back soon." Gray's figure disappeared into the portal after he left these words with Corey and Arthel. Arthel didn't complain and waited outside the temple. He had heard of how difficult and dangerous it was for someone from the Chaos battlefield to leave and enter another realm. Unlike Gray and others from other realms, the Chaos energy was vastly rejected outside the Chaos battlefield due to how chaotic it is to others. Not just that, but there was something else that would be fully displayed once they leave the Chaos battlefield. Their energy could disrupt the essence of the people from other realms, giving them an advantage. Because of this, the experts of other realms wouldn't actively want them to enter their realm. Aurora continent. Gray stepped out of the portal and was greeted by the sight of an old man. He wasn't familiar with him, but he guessed he was from the Dawson family.
HM?
The old man raised a brow as he took a glance at Gray. "You're Luca's son, Gray, correct?" he asked. Gray nodded and bowed to show his respect.
Why are you with two of them?
The old man asked. He wasn't aware of what was happening on the other side, but he knew there were two people from the Chaos battlefield who wanted to step into the temple. Gray explained his reason for bringing them with him. He wasn't familiar with this old man, so he had to be as respectful as he possibly could if he wanted to take Arthel and Corey out.
"Oh, so there's such a little girl there?"
The old man was amazed when he heard about Corey. Corey was still at the peak of the Sage Plane due to Gray making sure she couldn't break through. But it doesn't change the fact that she was still a marvel to others. A little girl who hadn't gotten to the age of awakening already being at the peak of the Sage Plane was unheard of. Even for this old man who had seen a lot, he was still interested in her. "Kid, I'll let you bring them over. But you'll owe me a favor." The old man smiled softly. Gray was about to agree when he heard a voice. "Stop being hard on him, he's like your grandson." Gray recognized the voice even though he had only heard it a few times. It was none other than his grandfather. His grandfather hadn't appeared yet, but his voice was already there. It was quite easy for powerhouses in his level to transmit their voices to a far distance. From the looks of it, he had been paying attention to this place. Although he wasn't close, he was well aware of what was happening there. "Call me grandfather, and I'll let you bring them over," the old man said. Chapter 12:48. Gray stood on the spot, confused with the request of the old man. He heard his grandfather's remark, but he didn't expect this old man to tell him to call him grandfather. Thinking about it, there was no harm in calling the old man grandfather, so he did. The old man beamed with a smile as he nodded to Gray, complimenting his talent and good looks. Gray's grandfather appeared and gave the old man a cold stare. The old man acted like he didn't see anything and disappeared. "You said brought a little girl who's already at the peak of the Sage Plane?" Gray's grandfather asked. "Yes, I'll go get them." Gray walked back into the portal. In the Chaos battlefield, Corey and Arthel were still standing outside the temple, unaware of what occurred on the other side. When Arthel saw Gray return, he heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't know if they would be able to leave, especially when he was attacked the first time. Now that Gray came back, he felt he had sorted the issue on the other side. "Let's go." Gray smiled at Corey. Void, who was being carried by Corey, jumped to Gray's shoulder. Arthel took a long look behind him. He never thought he would get the chance to leave this place. The Chaos battlefield possessed some remarkable treasures that came with unimaginable dangers. There were also a few limitations there, but on the Aurora continent, he felt he would get the chance to grow further than his current realm. Arthel turned around and walked into the portal. It was the start of a new journey for him. Aurora continent. When Gray's grandfather saw Corey, he was astounded by her. He had never seen such a case. "You blocked her body from increasing its essence capacity?" he asked Gray after taking just a glance at Corey. He had checked her body and noticed the irregularities. "Yes." Gray explained his reason for doing so and his grandfather nodded in agreement. Gray's thoughtfulness was impeccable. If not, Corey would have exploded from too much essence. Her body isn't strong enough to take in so much essence. Had she broken through to the elemental venerable plane, she would have died. "She's lucky she met you at the right time," Gray's grandfather said. He looked at Arthel who was behind them and accessed him. "Not bad." After commenting on him, he waved his hand and the trio vanished. The old man appeared once again, standing beside Gray's grandfather. "What do you think of the man he brought?" "Not bad. If he wants to build something big, he will need loyal people who would fight for him. This is a good start. I don't think he has any plans of building anything. He was just unable to reject him, so he brought him with him." "What do you know?" "He's my grandson. He's my grandson. He acknowledged me a few minutes back." "Aren't you too old to be this petty?" The duo bickered for a few more seasons before Gray's grandfather asked a question. "He's the last one out, correct? A few who went in with Eric haven't come out yet. I believe they've met with some misfortune, but I'll wait and see if any of them will come out within the next few months." Eric came out 2 months ago. If they were alive, they would have come out by now. The two old men spoke about the possibility of their family youngsters being dead inside the chaos battlefield and couldn't help but feel sad. Although they are well aware that was the cruel fate of some people, they still couldn't help but feel bad about it. These youths were the future of the family, yet they had died trying to find better opportunities to grow. Life truly was cruel to those who aren't strong enough. Gray's grandfather never had a doubt about Gray dying inside due to the confidence he had in his grandson's ability and decision-making. "I'm heading back to the manor, you should come too." There had been unrest in the continent over the past few months. It's common knowledge now that the seal will be broken in a short time. "I'll wait a month or two more. If no one comes out, I'll seal this area and come over." Gray's grandfather nodded at the old man before disappearing. The task of guarding these portals has always been very important, and for one such as the portal to the Chaos battlefield, it must be guarded by a powerful figure in the family. The two old men might like bickering with each other, but they always put the benefit of the family first. No matter what happens, they always try to settle all the unease in the family. Gray and his group, who were still in the void, were wondering what was happening before they suddenly appeared in a familiar garden. They had arrived in the Dawson family manor, his grandfather's courtyard to be precise. When Gray arrived, he noticed there were a few people who were present there. His father being one of them. "Father." He paid his respects to his father and turned to do the same to his mother. The duo nodded in relief when they saw their son. With Eric coming out a month earlier than Gray, they were a little worried, but then again, they knew Gray would never travel with Eric. Everyone's attention soon turned to the duo standing behind him. Their gazes were naturally caught on Arthel given the fact that he was a man and was already in the elemental venerable plane, but they soon forgot about him when they saw Corey. Corey was only around 10 years or so, and it was very evident, yet they could all sense the boundless essence around her. She was a powerful elementalist for those on the same stage as herself. "Gray, who are these?" Lucas asked. Other than Lucas and Martha, there was also the current family head and 3 other elders. The shock they received from Corey was even more than what they received when they found out Gray was Lucas' son. "This is Arthel. I met him in the Chaos battlefield and he asked if he could follow me out." Gray introduced Arthel first. Arthel stepped forward and bowed to the people present with his head down. The pressure he was feeling from each of them shocked him to the bones. He knew these people could kill him with just a sneeze. He took a peek at Gray's parents and understood why Gray was so astounding. With such powerful parents, even an idiot would grow powerful. He also knew everything couldn't be credited to Gray's parents, but he felt at least 80% of Gray's success was thanks to them. If he were to find out that they abandoned Gray and he literally had to fight for his life over and over again to get to where he currently is, his respect for him would shoot through the roof. Those in the courtyard nodded, but their interest was more on the little girl in the group. He stepped back a little awkwardly. The first time he saw Corey he also had such a reaction, so it was very understandable. "This is Corey, a little space elementalist I chanced upon when trying to take a treasure that got her brother killed," Gray said with a light laugh. It was still strange that at the time, he was more interested in the treasure. If Corey hadn't come the time she did, then he would have left there without a care in the world. He didn't know if it was fate that took him there at that time or it was greed. Either way, he was pleased with the little companion he gained who was like a little sister. He had the same encounter with Arya, so it was quite easy to travel with a little girl. Since he had never had a sibling, he didn't mind taking her as his younger sister. Besides, there was a sense of pride with having such an outstanding younger sister. "Corey? What a beautiful name for a beautiful little lady," Martha commented as she caressed Corey's face. Corey didn't sense any malice from Martha, so she let her do as she pleased. Since she was Gray's mother, she didn't believe she would want to harm her. "You've improved a lot as well," Lucas said when he sensed Gray's aura. His gaze lingered on Gray as he gave him a questioning look. He could sense there was something else about Gray. Gray gave him a smile and he understood that it was a conversation for later. Lucas couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Gray was wary towards the family head and the other elders, hence his reluctance to speak about what he must have acquired. "Oh right, I was attacked by some gnomes." Gray spoke. "Apparently, they tracked me there. Their means are quite fascinating." Gray's eyes glowed with great curiosity. Lucas' expression didn't change when he heard this. Everyone knew of the hatred the gnomes have for Gray.
I wonder why they're so hell-bent on killing you?
The family head spoke to Gray for the first time.
I camped outside their portal in a secret realm and killed whoever entered.
They didn't dare to send anyone inside for over a month. Gray laughed cunningly. Chapter 1249. The Dawson family head was stunned when he heard Gray's words. He never thought the reason the gnomes hated Gray so much was this bad. To be honest, if he were in their position, he too would be infuriated by such an act of disregard. Gray single-handedly rattled the entire race, and their wanting to seek revenge was rightfully so. The elders and the family head stayed a little longer before leaving. Gray and his entourage stayed in his grandfather's courtyard a little longer.
That's not the only reason they want you dead, right?
His grandfather asked. Nope. Actually, how should I put it? I studied a bit of necromancy, and one thing leading to another, I can sever their connections with their puppets. Gray explained to his grandfather. I can be said to be their natural counter. He added. The eyes of the old man almost popped out when he heard this. This was a shocking discovery.
Why haven't you impacted the knowledge to others?
He asked. If more people mastered this technique, it would significantly boost their courage when fighting against these gnomes. The most hateful thing about fighting the gnomes was that whenever they lost a powerhouse, the gnomes might be able to steal the body and use that powerhouse to fight against them. They would lose a majority of their forces while the gnomes would only lose a few people and a lot of puppets. The losses on the side of humans were just too massive. The thought of fighting against gnomes has always been frightening to them. But with this technique Gray created, they would be able to plummet the strength of the entire gnome race with nothing but a thought. That's the thing, I can't. There's something different about me, hence I'm able to do it. It looks simple, but without what I have, others wouldn't be able to do it. When Lucas heard this, his thought jumped straight to the orb in his body. He never expected the orb would be able to bring out something like this. Gray is not the only one who has studied necromancy. A lot of top powerhouses have done the same in the past, but none of them has been able to produce the same results as Gray. This confirmed what he is saying. Doesn't this mean that with you, we can defeat the gnomes? Martha asked. Not entirely. I'm too weak and can't be everywhere at a time. So I can only suppress some places. With my current strength, only those in the elemental venerable plane and below can be dealt with. Gray's grandfather felt a headache when he heard this. They've been stuck with the issue of the potential war that was coming. Everyone was aware of this and had even stopped their battles in the meantime. Of course, not everyone stopped. There were still a few people that were trying to incite conflict between some top factions. We'll discuss that later.
What else are you hiding from the Chaos battlefield?
Lucas put that matter aside. He wanted to know what Gray would want to hide from others. Gray grinned and opened his palm, and a golden energy appeared. Lucas, Martha, and his grandfather stood on the spot, thunderstruck. It was like a rain of lightning poured on them as they were unable to utter a single word. THA, how's this possible? Art Hell was the first to exclaim in shock. He knew what this was. It was chaos energy, in its purest form. Whenever there was a chaos energy burst in the chaos battlefield, a lot of people tried to absorb as much as they can. All the top-tier mythical plants would absorb a large amount of it and become even better. The energy Gray just released was on a frightening level. The thing about this was that it could be used in so many ways. Just the thought of it almost made Art Hell faint from the shock. Corey looked at it. It looks beautiful. Kid, what's wrong with your body? How can you do that? His grandfather couldn't help but ask. This was not supposed to be possible. They all knew what the chaos energy was and how powerful it can be. If Gray were to show this outside, a lot of people would want to kill him. With this, Gray has gotten the advantage over anyone fighting against him. No one would want such a figure to grow to the level where he would be unstoppable. Don't show this anywhere else. Unless you have no other choice, you must not use this now. His grandfather didn't bother about Gray not answering his questions and warned sternly. I know, grandfather. Gray nodded. Actually, there might be a way you can integrate it into your main essence and completely hide it from others while still being able to use it. Lucas said with a thoughtful expression. Gray's grandfather turned to his son with a questioning look. I saw an old text that might be of help here. It teaches only how to integrate other powers into your essence. It's quite powerful too. There's such a thing? Martha asked, a little surprised. Lucas nodded and explained to them, I chanced upon it when exploring an old site. It didn't seem too important, but I decided to keep it. Who knew it would be of use to my son years later? If Gray could learn that, it would greatly increase his overall strength. He's already so powerful against those in the same stage. Thinking about what he could do is frightening. I'll start learning it now. The sooner the better. Lucas and his grandfather agreed with his words. The sooner he learned it, the better it was for his well-being. Gray's grandfather never thought that Gray would bring back so many surprises from the trip to the Chaos battlefield. His initial plan was to let Gray grow stronger there, but Gray not only grew stronger, but he brought back so many surprises that it was fearsome. Gray left his grandfather's courtyard and headed straight for his father's building. He still had to think of what to do with Arthel. Corey is still a little girl and she could be left under the care of the Dawson family, but Arthel wasn't in the same position. Arthel was a grown man who needed a good chance to grow. The Dawson family might be good, but it wasn't the right place for him to stay. Why don't you travel alone for some time? Gray asked Arthel when they were alone. I do not know this place, and people will be able to easily figure out I'm not from here. Wouldn't it cause any problems? Arthel didn't feel too comfortable with traveling on his own for now. Gray thought about it and nodded. He didn't think about that part and just wanted to get rid of him as soon as he could. What do you have in mind then? He felt a slight headache. Arthel was about to speak when Lucas appeared. Don't worry, I have the perfect solution for this. He smiled at the duo. Then we'll do as you say, Father. Gray couldn't be bothered with how it was sorted. Lucas smiled when he saw this. He motioned for Gray to follow him. Gray stood up and left Arthel in the room, heading out of the place behind his father. They walked to the courtyard and sat down together. Were you able to get the treasure that would help heal the consciousness of that person you spoke about? Lucas inquired while staring at the small pool in the courtyard. Yes, a good treasure, actually. Gray brought out the treasure he got from the Chaos battlefield. He obtained this from the arena, and according to the bunny leader, it was top tier and would certainly heal Arya's brother. When Lucas saw the treasure Gray brought out, he was slightly taken aback while staring at it. Seeing the look on his father's face, he explained how he got it. A thoughtful expression appeared on Lucas' face. So that little bunny is so knowledgeable about herbs? Yes. I have a few things I have no knowledge of. I haven't been able to see any books that made mention of them, nor did I find anyone with sufficient knowledge about them. With this little guy, I will know if they are useful or not. Gray and his father spoke for some time and he found out that he was able to also get something that might help heal Arya's brother. However, it wasn't something he could say was certain. The duo would be using the fruit Gray got from the arena. Gray planned to leave as soon as possible. This matter had been bothering him for some time now, so he wanted to sort it out now that he could. I'll have to borrow your little companion first. When he's done helping, you can leave. Lucas stopped Gray in his tracks. Spend some time with your mother, she has missed you. Chapter 1250. Lucas left almost immediately, leaving Gray alone with Martha in the building. He didn't forget to take the bunny leader with him. Arthel was also taken along. Supposedly, Lucas said he had a job for him and took him as well. Gray had no issues with his father taking them away and headed over to accompany his mother and Corey. Void was with them and his mother had prepared a good meal for them. Gray joined them and when she saw his mother's questioning eyes, he told her of his father's departure. Martha didn't think too much about it. Lucas was always out and it had become a norm. With Gray staying with her, she wouldn't miss the departure of her husband too much. The trio alongside the little cat ate a good meal and even had a long conversation before Martha started Corey's training. She might be a water elementalist, but she had no issues with training a space elementalist. Gray left them alone and went inside to rest. He rarely sleeps nowadays. At his stage, he could go years without sleeping. However, on some occasions, he needed to rest his head, and as always, sleep was one of the best ways to do that. Of course, it doesn't always work out, but on most occasions, it's all that's needed to reboot the body and head. The days went by fast and Gray didn't bother with anything other than making sure he got enough rest and enjoyed his mother's company. Martha gave Corey a training routine that would improve her body's capacity so she would be able to advance to the next level. A few days later, Lucas returned. Gray was about to leave when Lucas stopped him. You still haven't integrated the chaos energy into your essence. You can't leave without doing that. When Gray heard this, he recalled that his father spoke about a technique, but his father left in a haste and he completely forgot about it. With no other option, he stayed a little longer and started to learn the technique. The first time he saw the technique, he thought it would be a walk in the park. Only after he started to practice it did he understand it wasn't as simple as it sounds. He would need a lot of time to fully connect the two together. What makes it difficult is the fact that the chaos energy isn't connected to the origin source, so merging it to his essence was difficult as the origin source was rejecting any form of outside energy. Lucas couldn't help him with this since he didn't have any experience with it. All he could was to try to help him with what he understood about it. Martha was focused on training Corey while Lucas was focused on Gray. This part of the Dawson family entered a period of calm as there was no activity from them other than training in the confines of their building. A few people came over to visit, but they were not able to see them. Lucas had always been very strict when it came to training, and everyone in the family was well aware of this. The moment they heard he was practicing with Gray, they all left them alone. The first person Gray was acquainted with from the Dawson family came over as well. But he was forced to leave by Lucas. The world was buzzing, but it had nothing to do with Lucas, Martha, Gray, and Corey. They were focused on their respective tasks. Corey's body capacity was slowly increasing while Gray's experience with merging two essences together was starting to bear some fruit. One of the things that helped him during this training was the fusion state. He had the experience of merging different cores into one, so he started to use that route while following some of the instructions from the text his father showed him. 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. Gray was presently seated in the courtyard, both eyes closed as he focused on merging the chaos energy into his essence. He had been getting good results over the last few days and he was starting to get confident that he would be able to merge it soon. Lucas appeared silently behind him. When he saw his state, he didn't speak and watched from the side, making sure no one came over to distract Gray. Gray heaved a long sigh of relief and opened his eyes. He gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, "This thing doesn't seem possible." Lucas walked over and placed his hand on Gray's shoulder. "It is. You've been attempting it for a while now and have seen that there are signs. Why don't you try to merge it with the origin source first?" "How can I do that?" "Locate the origin source. That shouldn't be too difficult for you. It's not as hard as what you're trying to attempt now, is it?" Gray shook his head when he heard his father's question. He hadn't thought of trying it in this manner before. Maybe he would be able to merge them if he could connect it to the origin source. Over his previous attempts, he knew that the main issue was getting the origin source to accept the chaos energy. For the past few days, he had been trying to force them into merging, and just when he thought he would succeed, he would receive a backlash which would in some cases cause him some injuries. Luckily, he was always very careful and the injuries weren't that dangerous. Gray calmed himself, took in a deep breath, and let his consciousness wander in the vast space of the world around him. His target was to try to locate the origin source that was natural everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It was a spectacular thing since until an elementalist gets to the elemental venerable plane, they would not be able to have any knowledge of it, but without connecting to it, there was no way to break through to the elemental venerable plane. Gray, having so many elements, had a longer experience with it, so if anyone could locate it, he had the highest chances of anyone in the Aurora continent. He focused seriously on locating it. Lucas didn't spend any more time with him, leaving him to his work. He also had a few things he needed to sort out. While they were training, he received a message from Art Hell on the mission he sent him on. In a mountain range some distance from the Dawson family manor. I can't leave now." Lucas placed his hands on his chin while looking at Art Hell, who was standing before him. "Wait here, I'll go get Gray." Lucas disappeared and soon reappeared with Gray standing beside him with a confused expression. "I'm sorry, but this is important. You will have to represent me in a meeting," Lucas explained to Gray.
Who?
Gray was left speechless by his father's statement. His father was the one who told him to focus on training, now he was sending him out to represent him in a meeting. "You see, this is important to the family. I didn't think they would be having it on such short notice. To be fair, they didn't invite me, I just want to barge in. If I go personally, they wouldn't show their true colors. Even if you go they would be wary, but they wouldn't be as reserved as if I'm the one there," Lucas explained with a smile. "So, what am I going to do there?" Gray asked. "Simple," Lucas said with a grin, "provoke them." Gray was dumbfounded when he heard his father's words. His father was sending him out to cause trouble. He never expected something like this would ever happen. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. Who would dare to kill my son? Even the strongest experts would think twice," Lucas stated proudly. Gray didn't doubt his father's statement, he just found it odd that he was sending him on such a mission. "Can I take someone with me? If you really want them pissed, I have the perfect candidate for the job." Gray thought of a very annoying individual and asked. "Of course, the angrier they get the better," Lucas replied. "All right. I will need to head to the Moonlight faction then," Gray said. "You have a friend there, correct?" Gray nodded. Lucas had his research about those close to Gray and knew of a special talent that managed to enter the Moonlight faction even though he was a boy. It was even rumored that the faction leader was the one training him too. He didn't have too many interactions with the Moonlight faction, so there was no way for him to verify this rumor. He didn't want to waste any time investigating one person since there were still others he wanted to know about. All he knew was that Klaus was Gray's friend and he was also a top genius in the faction. This is the end of this video. Thank you guys for listening. Hope you enjoyed and wish you wonderful rest of the day. The Silent Raptor's out.